You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm Rebecca, and you know the drill. You know I'm happy that I'm here. I'm happy that you all are here, and it's already Saturday again. Sam and I were just talking, and it feels like it was just 3 days ago, but we know better, right? So anyway, let's go ahead, speaking of Sam, and bring him on so we can go ahead and get the show rolling, because we have so much to talk about. As always, we do. So hang on one second here. The one and only Sam Hofman. Hi, Sam. How are you?
Hello, everybody out there. And, a frosty hello from up here in my cave in Montana. Here it's 56 degrees. In
chilly.
Beautiful Montana, yeah. Kind of cold.
I can't complain. It's sunny and 76 over Tulsa today. And there were a few clouds, a few. I still haven't had my blowout show as far as, a big, wonderful cloudy day to take pictures since last week even. Nothing, like very minimal. So I don't know what's going on. Where are they? I don't know.
Yeah, well, we had a little bit of snow up in the mountains this week here a couple of days ago. It is, of course, October 19th. And normally it doesn't snow until around the 31st, the end of the month. But there's a bunch of snow in California and the Rockies and Colorado and all of that. So there's some snow about, and it's snowing in over in Turkey and all of that over in the Baltic, southern Baltic regions. And there's a whole bunch of weather going on around the world, and we'll have a little conversation about that later. And I'm glad everybody's here. And wow, yeah, what a week.
I'm sure.
Of course, it always is what a week lately. It's been insane.
Lately.
It's been amazing.
Like every day there's events, destructive events happening. When you least expect it, where you least expect it too.
We have a new developing hurricane and that just started. That happened this morning. So we'll talk about that in a little while as well.
Oh boy. All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring Gillian on with this, because she's in Scotland and I know it's getting late already. She wants to get on here with us. So, hey girl, here's Miss Gillian Watson. How are you?
Oh, fine.
Yeah. I know it's already nighttime there.
Yeah, well, I was just glad to get home and it wasn't like storming already, because I've been getting weather alerts for 2 days now. They keep saying, highlands, flood, gales, etc. And I'm on an e-bike, so that doesn't sound too,
No.
Doesn't sound appealing at all.
I guess layers. I don't know what to do in that situation.
Like
lots of
I remember Nancy and Carol Ann telling me the layers when you go to Scotland, girlfriend. Layers.
Yes.
Oh, it's Carol Ann's birthday, by the way, as well, on the
Happy birthday,
17th.
Carol Ann.
It was. Oh, it was. It was like a day or two ago. Uh-huh.
Yep.
But happy birthday, still, Carol Ann. Yes, for sure.
Mhm.
I hope she's listening. I think she might be. So we'll see here in a minute. I'll find her. Well, let's go ahead. I see Christoper. He is here and ready and waiting.
I wonder if he's
Let's go
warm.
ahead and hey.
He never
Christopher
fails
is
to
warm,
make
Julian.
us being warm. Are you warm? Is it warm?
Yeah, definitely warm still. But you know, we're making do with what we got. It's been a really weird week, to say the least. Just
Really?
yeah, been like you know how we talk about like you know emotions of being affected and you know physical symptoms. I've been like disoriented. I mean, and I've been having weird things happen to me, like the shower head on the shower, taking a shower, and the thing just like came off, hit me in the head. Right? Like, what's going on?
Like something out of Laurel and Hardy.
Right? And there's nothing wrong with the shower head. The threads are still on it. Everything is still in one piece. It's not like it cracked or broke, so I don't know what's going on with that there.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, you know, walking to the store, I'm falling down. I'm like, am I getting old or is the asteroid like making me off center? I don't know what's going on. So
yeah.
Watch your step.
Well, yeah, I totally get that feeling of feeling like you're spinning almost.
Yeah.
You know, like
Weird.
but seasick, maybe seasick. I'm not nauseous like I was last week, thank goodness. But
Nice.
I spent a whole week basically feeling really nauseous and no reason at all. I was fine, but
Yeah, it's weird. It's
So-
like there's no sense, rhyme, or reason for why you're feeling like that.
Planets.
Right.
Not cool.
but we do know, right? It's like we
Right.
don't want
Massive
to.
planets.
Yeah.
It has to
Mhm.
be. It has to be because you know my feet are killing me, and it's just
Oh.
like, you know, why? And you know, it's like, what the hell is going on here? It's because it's something
Yeah.
outside. It's exterior. Yeah, I had a week like both of you. Yeah, and if you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that they think it's just them, and it isn't. It isn't. We're all feeling really, really weird and unusual behaviors and things not working in our heads, and what we used to normally do is not working today. It's like, you know, why did I just burn my cheese sandwich? What, you know, what? All of that stuff. Yeah, it's not normal. That's for sure.
Random. Right. Well, let's go ahead and I don't see Jesus here yet.
Oh, he
I know
said,
last
he
week.
said he's been trying to contact you. He's not sure if he'll be able to make it because he's tried to get you on your messenger and he couldn't get hold of you. You hadn't seen that he was trying to contact you, but he sent messages explaining why.
Huh.
And that's why I said to him maybe it was your old one that he sent them to. But anyway, he said to tell you that he's not sure if he's going to make it or not because he was working a lot.
Okay, I understand. Sure. Yeah, I don't see anything from him since last week.
That's
That's
weird because he
weird.
said he had been contacting you, so he must maybe he's got that old one and not the new one.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it. Well, we'll see if I hear back.
I'm sure we'll
But
hear
I know
from
he's
him.
okay at least. Yeah. Okay. Maybe he can
He's
hop in
okay,
later.
yeah.
We'll see. But sure.
He said he
Well,
hoped to.
let's go ahead and take a peek at the comment section and see who all is here with us. Because I can
Yay.
already see quite a crowd already.
Cool.
I love it. So, well, you know, here first we have David. Hi, David.
Hi, David.
Good to see you for sure. Let's see. I am also looking forward to tonight's stream. Oh, well, sure. And been looking at some amazing pics. Well, that's cool. Yeah, we have so much to show you as far as pics go tonight. Like, you know, there's some that I can't wait to get Sam's opinion on too, because some of them are just kind of like over my head.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
and
but
I'm
it's
like,
been wild this week. I mean, the light show, you know, Alexander was talking earlier about how the light is shining in their atmospheres now, and making glows and stuff.
Yes.
We're actually seeing it ourselves, but we didn't, like, what do we call this? You know.
Right. Or I'm seeing things I've just really never seen before. You know, I mean, it's like totally new and different. So
that's great.
I love it. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and move on. And here we have Miss Susie. Susie is what I call her. That's but our friend in Slovenia. So she cannot wait, and she loves us all. Well, I feel the same way, Susie. So it's good to see you. And looky here, it's T Racy. Won't be long now. And yeah. So I just love that people are like checking in advance, even they're excited.
Right.
So that's perfect. Okay, after T Racy is Brendan. Hi, Brendan in Ireland. That's so cool. Every time I see his name, I think of Ireland, and I'm like, what is Ireland like? You know, it's gotta be pretty neat. So
gotta watch those travel programs.
I know. I'll have to do that. Let's see. So good to see you, Brendan. And Sussy is here. Howdy, Sussy. Now you're talking my language. It's Oklahoma language. That's us country folk here use howdy a lot. I think Sam says they say howdy in Montana. Yeah. Don't you say?
Yeah, we regularly use howdy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to incorporate that one into my vocabulary.
Howdy.
Howdy. Yeah, I can see Chris saying that throughout Vegas. Howdy. Yeah. Howdy. That's
that one.
Good to see you,
that really flows off the lips up here. Is
I bet.
Cowboy country.
Cool. Yeah, right.
Yuppers.
Okay, and here is Miss Audrey. She's in South Africa. I don't know what time it is. I'm gonna say it's probably like 9 or 10 o'clock. Let me know, Audrey. See if I'm right. But good to see you. Good as always. And
she was just telling me on text that she's here too. So yeah,
perfect.
Up there yet,
here's Alexander.
Hey, Alex.
In Germany.
And
it's 10 p.m. there. Mm-hmm. And as always, we have a treat of videos to see here shortly of Alexander's. So he's been hard at work. I can say that much. Catching all kinds of strange things, you know. Of course, the planets.
Last week's with the Star Destroyers was just so cool.
Yeah, right. I remember that. And it helps because he actually knows what to look for now. And so he can just like hone right in on, you know, he's got it down. So good to see you, Alexander. And Experimental is here. Good to see you too. I always feel like Experimental and T Racy go together for some reason. I don't know why. They probably don't know each other in real life. But for some reason, when I see one, I see the other.
Okay.
I don't know, but it's pretty cool. So good to see you. And okay, well, Jillian's here. We know that.
Hey.
Okay. Oh, good. Doobaloo. Doobaloo.
Hi, Doobaloo.
Doobaloo. Good to see you. Now I'm happy because I see that name. So, okay. And Dennis is in the house.
Hi.
For sure. Sorry, I thought I was hearing something. Anyway, good to see you, Dennis. Oh, I called Jesus by accident. That's what happened. Okay. We're good. All right. So let's get, I know. I was like, what is that beeping? I hope I didn't wake him up. Okay. I lost my music. All right. Well, we'll get back on track here. Let's see. So after Dennis is Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Good to see you, Tara, in Texas. I still think that'd be a good name for a channel. I don't know. Tara in Texas. Anyway. And she's going to be joining us here in a little while. She's planning on hopping on here. And we have some videos of her to watch here later. So she has a serious question for Sam, too. She thinks she caught the second sun. I mean, she's convinced that she captured the second sun, and I really don't know. I mean, we got to get your opinion, Sam. But based on what you showed me earlier, Sam, it could be.
Wow.
We could be seeing the second sun.
She asked me earlier as well, but I said to her, it's hard to say. It's all in our angle of our line of sight. So And she was all excited that she was going to look at 2 days in a row at that same time that she looked when she saw it the first time. And that's what I did in South Africa when I first saw one of them. And I thought, nah, I'm watching tomorrow to see if that thing climbs up again and goes boo and then goes down and then boo. Yeah, but that's what they do, man. It's cyclic. And once you start figuring out it's a pattern, you can get really excited about it, and it's like you're hooked. You never
we
stop.
have to have many examples before we jump, to a conclusion. And that's what we're still in midstream and concerned. And there's parts about this that could be we can pull some information out of what we are seeing, but we can't actually completely come to a conclusion quite yet.
Right.
The info is still coming in.
As time goes, we'll know. I mean, it'll be undeniable, I'm sure. Boy.
Bear with me. I caught myself yawning just a moment ago, and it's like,
Oh, no, Sam. What do you do for that? I don't know.
It's one of those cold, cloudy, yawning, I should have stayed in bed days, It's like, feels like a Sunday more than a Saturday.
Don't say that. I might start yawning.
You're snoring.
Right?
You hear snoring. No, I'm only kidding.
No.
Yeah.
I'm starting on that.
Well, guess what, y'all? Egg is here.
I promise to try to wake up. I am drinking coffee here, so.
She is about to take off from she's in Florida. Well, wow, Egg. That's awesome. I mean, as long as you're not in a flooded area, but that's exciting. I'd like to see Florida at least once, so good for you. That's pretty neat. So nice to see you as always. And Karen is here with a big smiley face on. That's cute. Hi, Karen. Good to see you. And let's see. Yeah, Ed confirms she's visiting family in Florida. It's awesome. Well, maybe you can check in later, Ed. We'll be looking for you. Let's see here. And Audrey says she has not been sleeping well.
Me either.
I did that last week for sure. And I have no sleeping problems ever usually. And last week was a rough road. So we'll put that on the list of symptoms, of odd symptoms for all of us, and we'll blame it on the planet. So there. So
there you go.
Okay. And Katie Jo is here, and it's homecoming in her hometown, homecoming day. So she's got all kinds of activities and festivities, and I just miss my kids being little like that. I just love it when she talks about what she's doing, because I'm like, oh boy, I would love to be able to, throw my kids in the van and go to homecoming. That'd be fun. So, and she might be. We'll see if she can hop on later or not. But either way, it's good to see you, Katie Jo.
Homecoming, what's that?
It's like a football game where they have
high school football in fall season, first get-togethers, etc.
Yeah, it's just a big festivity based around football.
Harvest ball for football teams, and you can go out into the parking lot and and do that, all of that, barbecuing it, one last time, and all of that.
Oh, it sounds cool.
Yeah. It's fun. It really is fun.
Public drinking, that kind of thing.
Nice.
Yep. Kaylee is here. Kaylee Nadine.
Nice.
I haven't seen her in a minute, so it's good to see you. Good to see you. Thanda is here. Hi, Thanda. And she says howdy too. See, that's
howdy.
More common than I realized. Howdy. Howdy, Thanda. Let's see. Let's keep going. Hey, Joe is here. Hi, Joe. Hello to you. Good to see you. Let's keep scrolling. Hey, good deal. Wendy is here. Our good friend Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
I know. She takes awesome
really
pictures.
Photos
in case anybody doesn't know, I'm always like, my jaw is kind of like, she said she drives a lot, so she's out and about, and she just has the opportunity to really get the good ones. So
nice.
Cool. Good to see you, Wendy. All right. Hey, Andrea, I was looking for you. I knew she'd be here. I knew she would. She's always here. So, hi, Andrea.
Hi.
Good to see you for sure.
Come on. Oh.
And Audrey confirms it's the same time in South Africa as Germany, where Alexandra is. See, I learned something new today. So it's 10 p.m. for Audrey, too.
Nice.
So thanks, Audrey, for helping me understand, because I wasn't sure. And
Yeah,
it's,
so
the T.
usually I
Racy
hate
said
it
it's
when
very
you-
cold. I believe she's in the UK, if I
Yeah.
remember right. So, oh yeah, it says
Okay.
her flag right there. It's cold in the UK, she says. It been down in the 40s last week, which was cold enough, you know, for here where I am.
I saw the weather report today, and they said today it was going to be 17 in southern UK. It would be
Oh.
17.
Yeah, mine
Yeah.
was.
Ooh.
Yeah, mine was.
I think we're all caught up now. Cool.
Oh.
So, hello, everybody. Welcome.
Right,
My
42
weatherman
degrees.
said late October, it's going to be very cold here in Oklahoma. I don't know what that means or what,
Yeah,
but
ours
he pointed
was
that out.
7
Very
to
cold.
15. We were 7 to 15.
So, I'm gonna soak up the 70s while I can, but actually in a few days it's supposed to be back in the 90s again. So anyway, but whatever. I'm happy. Either way, I'm happy. So
Yeah, as of showtime today, there is a cutoff low that is going through the southern United States. It is over Arizona and New Mexico currently. And as we speak right about now, they should be having some major thunderstorms on eastern New Mexico formation and a high increased chance of tornadoes, which will also extend into western Texas at the end and that area. So beware of that. And by sunset as well this evening, there will be a secondary redevelopment. So this is a rotational cutoff low, and it will cause extreme weather. So if you are in that area, please plan for that today to be extreme.
Wow.
Yeah, it's coming. It's a cutoff rotational low that is part of what's been forming some of the big nasties that have been getting us over the last 6 months. That speaking of which, it's like they're still naming those kind of freakish low occurrences, the cutoff or semi-rotational, which it goes like tropical storm status, but of course it's not coming from the tropics, so they just call it a storm or a depression, and then once it goes from depression, it upgrades to a minor. What they're calling now a typhoon or a cyclone, which is basically a hurricane. But they're having these fancy little words to keep you distracted from the reality
Right.
that this is frequent and people should be prepared for it. But again, like the people in France this week were flooded out. They got 6 months worth of rain in 2 days. So there's a lot of flooding in France again. And this is, of course, Hurricane Kirk that came from off the coast of Africa, formed in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, took this, what they called, it was called a fish storm, but they went literally all the way north up into the Atlantic, all the way into Ireland and the UK and France and Spain.
Wow.
And I encourage you to look up what happened this week in Spain and France weather. And it's right now, and then of course there's Icelandic off the coast of Iceland right now. There's all that moisture acting, and it's going into Europe and then backpedaling up into Sweden and Norway and Poland and all of that, and backpedaling again, and that's why it's creating these unbelievably freaky ass storms that will also affect the Mediterranean. Today, tomorrow. So in Italy and Greece are going to have some very extreme lightning storms, etc. So there's freak weather all over again in Europe. And we'll have our own batch here coming in again next week, where our weather's going to do a flip-flop change again from a fluctuating jet stream that's doing this ribbon snapping thing going on again. We had a period of cold and anybody in the East Coast right now, all the way literally to Georgia, knows how darn cold it got. And that was an Arctic blip that came in out of Alaska and off of Hudson Bay first, and then it went to Alaska and then ran down the eastern side of the Rockies from Alaska all the way from Canada into the United States through North Dakota, etc., and then ran all the way literally down to Missouri and Georgia, etc., dropping major temperatures. So so they'd clear very cold frost warnings all over the Midwest this week. I'm sure people have seen that reported, hopefully, and that all happened. So there's an explanation of sort of what's going on and what has gone on. Oh, we talked about there's a new, as of this morning, Tropical Storm Nadine and Tropical Storm Oscar in the southern hemisphere in the Gulf of Mexico, and then of course in the Caribbean, have increased their activity. Nadine is slated to go over the Yucatan Peninsula and is directly affecting Belize right now. It's going to go overland and then reform out in the Pacific. Whereas Oscar, as of yesterday, which was just wasn't even a tropical storm, it was only a depression, has gone today from a depression to a tropical storm and then upgraded to a hurricane, and it is going to head westward over the Cuban Peninsula. And so Oscar, it's a very small hurricane, but it is a brand new hurricane within the last 6 hours.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Where is that headed? Like what part
it's
of
going to head? It's going to head due west over the top of Cuba, and they don't know what it's going to do after that. However, it's very spread out and very moisture laden. However, the central rotation of the overall storm is a rather small area, but that could always change because it is heading westward, which means it's going to head into warmer and warmer water.
Yeah.
North of Cuba, in between, etc. And once it hits the Gulf, maybe it'll grow.
Yeah.
And what's the name of this one?
That would be Oscar. Nadine is going to continue going westward, supposedly. And then it'll reform off the coast after it goes over the Yucatan, over Belize, which is currently right now and it actually gained strength when it hit landfall, which was the opposite of normal. Normally, a tropical storm will drop intensity, but when it hit Belize this morning, it actually intensified upward of speed, and it was 60, 70 mile an hour winds. So it's just before hurricane status, but then it'll probably reform into a hurricane once it goes over into the Pacific, because that will be, of course, warmer water. So we'll see what happens. So there's new formations. And there's a formation on the northern tip of South America as well that's pretty heavy, and God knows what it's going to do next week, where it's going to go.
It's really busy out there.
And most everything is slow day. But of course, next week could be a totally different story. And we are still in hurricane season.
How long are we still in hurricane season for?
Another couple weeks, I think. I actually have to. I do not know when that quits. I did not look that up this year. I used to know it. Don't remember it exactly, but anyway.
Well, I want Freezy's here also. Freezy Peach. Hi, Freezy. Yeah. Let's go ahead and show everybody your new drawing, Sam, because Sam let a new drawing out 4 days ago. Yeah.
Monthly site drawing.
4 days ago. It's already. It's almost time for a new drawing. No. But here is the October 15th drawing, everybody. So
yeah, and I
so much.
I didn't. I just sort of. I was late. Normally, I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and do the drawing, but this one came out at noon. That was one of the days I actually slept in. I rolled over and slept in. So maybe that was a good thing. What has happened from last month is basically Nepenthe has moved over from the middle farther over to the right, and Attu has moved farther over to the left, right. And Attu's moon has gotten smaller and now is literally in the more northerly sky at dawn. It was directly above us, but now it's farther in the northerly sky. I saw it this morning. The pre-sunrise. The only thing that was illuminated was the bottom of Attu's moon due north this morning. It was really cool to see because it was like so completely not normal to see that illumination due north when you're expecting the sun to rise in the east. And you're waiting for that, and you're waiting for it, and you're seeing the sky illuminate due north, and I'm going, what the? Oh, it's got to be Atu's moon because it's white and it shows up. It's that large. That's where that big white illumination was coming from. And when you work it out back and forth through your brain, you can figure out what's what, where's where. And so cool shit happening. And all my, we got tons and tons of sightings from people around the world. Thank you, everybody, for all the stuff you send in. Thank you to the new members. Didn't have to boot too many people out this week. It was good. I appreciate that. I did, however, on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, have to remove some comments, and those folks are going to learn the parameters, I guess. And I haven't really booted too many people, so that's a good thing. Because we added a whole bunch of members in the last month, so
that's great.
It's been pretty calm, which is a good thing.
Hi, Esther.
And I'm already going through the
considering how many you added, you're doing well, actually.
Now, question is how many are real? How many people, don't check Facebook that often? There's a lot of that going on. People, I think we've seen a definite decline in Facebook membership. I'm not sure. Or maybe not membership, but maybe activity. There's been a lot of stuff going on in the world, and I'm sure that people are quite busy.
There's plenty more platforms these days, so everybody's all over the place looking for the coolest stuff or the coolest person.
We rely on Facebook for our membership to be able to have the ease of submission. It's not as easy to get TikTok and the other ones to function as well as Facebook does, which is why I remain there.
Right.
And I've had people say, oh, you got to join this, you got to join that. No, this is where our base is, and we're sticking with our base and our members and our people, and I won't abandon them for a second.
Awesome.
Right. Let's see. I'm the same way. I mean, to me, Facebook is just the easiest to maneuver through. I'm on a couple of others, but like on TikTok, you really can't share pictures and videos back and forth unless you post. You got to post it and then you can share it, but you can't just share pictures. And I find that annoying, but anyway.
Is that the one where we can't send the pictures? Yeah, I don't like that. That's boring.
I can't.
That's why I don't go there so much, because you can't actually send a picture to your new friend.
Right.
Or if they're going, wow, like, can you explain that? And you can't, because now you've got a picture to go with the explanation, so it won't connect.
Oh, let me get your email address. I'll email you. I mean, that's kind of
it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
just to get,
I don't know why.
And you just have to get one little thing wrong in that, and it doesn't even show up in your inbox.
Right.
Or, like me, sometimes the news feed on Facebook, unfortunately, is 10 days old. It's like, what?
Yes. I've been getting a lot of that this week, too.
Suddenly you start seeing people that you haven't seen for a while, and it's not like you asked. They just suddenly all show up, and there's like 5 of them all at the same time, and you're like, wow, where did my regulars go?
I had Facebook one time years ago stall membership requests, they were friend requests. They held back. Do you remember this? Where in one day I got 500 membership or friendship requests in one day, and then Facebook put a little note on it that this had been held back for like a year, and it's like 500 friend requests is like, what?
Wow,
it was freaky. And I've even seen other people out there saying, well, I feel like I'm being shadow banned. Is like, you think? There's chicanery is afoot here. Something's going on, and hopefully, and I'm not trying to point fingers or blame or be mad about it or anything like that, but let's just hope that sanity prevails in this situation, and they get their poop in the right direction. Poop.
Yeah, I hear you. I was going to get your videos. Sam had been sending me some things that he wanted to go over, so I thought we would start there and see what was happening that he wanted to talk about. So I'm going to go ahead and get that. I have all the clips that you sent me. They're on a video, one after another. So we'll just go through it. How's that?
Okay. All right. Ready.
Okay. Here we go.
I'm away.
rolling. Okay. So here we have this. What is
Yeah,
this, Sam?
a lot of people are around the world are citing the comet. This is Atlas and Cochin, whatever. I can never remember the name on that one. I'm not good with names lately.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, but the secondary name is Atlas.
Something
A lot of people in Europe are seeing it. A lot of folks, and I've got a number of pictures that I've saved. They're still captures, but it's being reported, and it's a great sight. I've been watching it for like a month or so already. This is a video from the Midwest United States, I believe, and this is, of course, the bottom of Nepacity. And you can see the drop snorkel, and you can see the asteroids, 1, 2, 3, right there at the bottom. See the big 3 tucked underneath the snorkel right there.
Yeah.
Tucked under her skirts, yep.
Mm-hmm. Her 3 little eggs.
Little eggs.
And there's the green hen.
It's a little scary, yeah. I'd like to see it, but...
And well, notice the snorkel and the axis are changing, and she's getting smaller. She's rising up higher. And that base cloud used to be massive, and in some cases it is. But overall, it is getting smaller, because they are rising above us and moving farther beyond us. And we know now, look where the sun angle is. It's actually is, as the monthly sight drawing, it is moving to the right of the sun.
Wow. Look at that.
That's so different to see Nepacity in that spot. It just, how long? I mean, it's been years probably since it's been to the right of the sun.
Right. It's been years since it was. Well, it's still larger than it was a few years ago. But I mean, we have so predominantly had Nepacity in our face for so long, and she's been huge. And basically, Earth has been underneath Nepacity for quite a few years, but we're twisting on this angle as their system rotates above us as well. So their placement has changed. Nibiru has gone far to the right and behind us, and Nepacity has been centrally in front of us and over the top of us for a couple of years with different close passes, because we believe that Nepacity is actually Earth-sized or smaller. There's no way to measure this, but get out my space measuring laser, and leave the planet and then go measure it, and then you have to do circumference area of a sphere and then mass. And I have that equation right here on the wall. But anyway, it's getting smaller. So it's cool. You can see the little fingered lip 1, 2, 3 count of her rings above, and in green. So, and the cool thing is it's going to be more noticeable as it gets smaller. And then maybe she'll stop snorkeling up and ripping up and zapping people and flooding them and rain bombing them. And, maybe we'll have less flooding with the coming year, but I kind of doubt it. We do have that climate change temperature issue with the atmosphere, which is prominently evident. We are having 21% more rain than we ever did in the last 5 years.
Jeez.
Go look it up. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, dry throat already. I should pop that good old cough drop. And today's broadcast is brought to you by Ricola, non-solicited, but anyway. They should sponsor us. They really should.
I know. I'll start tagging them. I'll see what I can do, Sam.
October 19th. What is it? Is this 84 or 85?
84. Mm-hmm.
84.
Show 84. Wow.
You're getting there.
Oh, yeah, this one.
Yes.
Look at this very bright faceplate. That is the illuminated faceplate of Isatim's yellow moon.
Wow. Okay.
Notice where it is. Notice where the sun is. The sun is to the lower left. Nothing else could be there. And look how intensely brightly yellow that is.
Wow.
That is way brighter than we ever see Nepacity base core. So that is the faceplate. The shell, it looks like a shield. It looks like a crab shell in front of a Saturn yellow moon.
Look at that.
I did not know that.
See how bright that illumination?
Yeah.
Look at that. Now can you see the shell and the shield?
Yes.
That's the difference between the illuminated base cloud of Nepacity and the illuminated faceplate base cloud of Isatim's yellow moon. And if you look on placement where that is versus the sun, it all matches. And look how brightly yellow that is. There's not a hint of green in there anywhere. Not the 3 rings that would normally be with their base cloud of opacity. You're seeing these micro rings and this slightly elevated crab shell base exterior of the base cloud of Isatum Gelimun. More volcanoes going off. This is Mexico 2 days ago. And the God, I think we have 52, 54 volcanoes going off right now.
Wow.
Around the world, including a very big one in Camp
really?
Chester. Yeah.
I did not realize that many.
It might even be 60. It's been fluctuating. So I've had so many numbers thrown in my head recently. Sometimes I get muddled in numbers.
Is there an average that's considered normal? Like a
Generally,
normal
over
average?
the last 10 years, it was like 40, 45, 50, and then we've climbed up into a lot of activity. And of course, there's still a lot of people that are on ice and on pins and needles over some of the areas of they're quaking in Italy and even the Pacific Northwest. They're Mount Adams, Mount McKinley, Mount Rainier, all are.
Wow.
They're showing signs of harmonic tremors that they haven't seen before. They're part of the norm, but not part of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
So and then again, Mexico's, the Yucatan and all that's very active again, and the Mexico City one has been going off for months, if not a couple of years now, where it's regularly doing all kinds of stuff. And of course, Vesuvius and the one in Africa, and God, there's a lot of really big volcanoes going off all over the world. And part of that, affects our atmosphere as well. I agree. It's all popped together. I got a dry throat from talking too much.
Already. I know.
Yeah,
what's next? Cough drop and then Coke.
Yeah, I do
Malteser.
not have a drink in front of me. I finished my coffee and I probably need to go get one.
I choked on a Malteser, sorry.
Now, what is that? Though we don't have those here.
Malteser.
Like a malted milk ball?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a malted milk ball. Okay.
Can't go wrong with that. They're Whoppers.
Sweetie Fix.
Here, they're called Whoppers. I hear you. Yeah, Whoppers. Yeah.
Well, the dogs have got their chocolate, and their chocolate's got little sprinkles on. But they don't want to eat their biscuits. It's like they're allergic to biscuits or something.
Okay.
So I figured let's go ahead. We'd start with I actually have 2 clips for Alexander, one that I prepared last night, and then he had a couple of other things he wanted to include, so it'll be a part 2. We'll have a separate clip on that. But he's like me. He's like wanting Sam to see this and this and that. I'm like the same way. Wait, before we do that, Sam, I just want to show you this one picture, and I need to find out what this is to the left of our sun. That base round, Christopher was asking me, and I'm like, well, location says Atu's moon, but I don't know if I've seen that there before.
I would have to say you're looking at the red asteroid.
Yeah, I was totally wrong. And then look what's way above it.
Yeah, me too.
Right?
Yeah, what's above it is Uri.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
What?
And then the ion drop tail above the rainbow illumination. See the ion drop tail that drops over to the right? Okay. That is where Atu's moon and Atu is. But over on the right side, above the split lamppost on the right-hand side, is the bottom of Uri.
Wow.
And you're looking underneath, and there's that dark area, and that's the salamander. Okay. That dark area above, on the right-hand side above, there's sort of like a sea trail going through it, but try to ignore that. But that dark area above the right-hand double light pole is the salamander, hanging on the bottom of planet Uri. And then you've got Attu and Attu's moon, and this illumination above the light pole on the left, that rainbow illumination is the backlighting behind the red asteroid and the drop tail from Attu and Attu's moon, which creates the snail foot. But now remember that the red asteroid is also incorporated and involved in the snail foot, as well as the spiral asteroid, which is down to the lower area on the left-hand side of the horizon between the telephone line, and you can see it coming in from the left. Right there, yeah. By the little black birds or whatever those black dots are. Or yeah.
Isn't anyway, something? Wow.
Yeah, that's the bottom of Attu's moon, red asteroid, and Uri. And they're always together. Attu and Uri and the asteroids are always in the same spot. The question is, where have they rotated to above you, and where are they going? Because they're always moving. Everybody always says, well, it's not exactly the way you drew it. Well, it's because everything always moves.
Of course.
And then if you look over on this shot, just above the light pole on the right, you can see it's Saturn's yellow moon with the lead asteroid in front of it. And it's smaller, oddly. It's oddly smaller, which is weird.
So below the light pole on the right, thinking that was the lead object. So you're saying it's above. Okay.
No,
so
actually,
what's below?
No, then? You're right. You are correct. You are correct. The lead asteroid is below it. I didn't look down there. I was like, why does this look so weird?
Yeah.
No, that smaller asteroid is very interesting.
Yeah.
That could be the green. It's supposed to be somewhere there, but it is in front of a Saturn's yellow moon as well, which is showing you that all of that is rotating over the top of the photographer from the right as all of that spins, and it moves. It moves from within a period of minutes sometimes. Just depends on the rotation. Yeah, it's weird. And you got to sort of
is it perfect? It's in the right spot, is what I'm saying.
Our outview is so weird right now because it blows me because it doesn't work in reality. But in our outview, that's what we're seeing. Because there's no way these planets are that close to each other. Right. There's just no way. And yet this is what our outview is, and it's insane.
It's insane.
And everybody's of course been seeing helmet dim is getting bigger. And that's an interesting, occurrence going on.
Okay.
And I saw Michelle Mountain published some works today, and she's in South Africa, and she's got the blue asteroid underneath in her shots as well. So the blue asteroid is still in play below the sun in our out view, and it depends on where you are by where you see things, and it's a little angle different here or there, variation, but generically they're all
look again, see
pretty much.
Yeah, I've seen little blue sparky things as well.
Now, if I would have drawn I wanted to draw the asteroids a lot bigger this month, but my hand didn't let me. Because they would be so big, I don't think we'd be seeing a lot of, the actual planets behind them, because they're huge right now.
Right.
And I saw some coming in from, and I believe it was like Poland or the Baltic regions, farther Eastern Europe, where the tan asteroid was going over the top of them, and the tan asteroid was just massive. And so, it depends on the time of day that you have daylight and these things passing over the top of us. And we are in the 180-day cycle. So they're coming and going in a range of sizes like they did before. Wow. But it's highly confusing because there is so much going on right now because there are so many asteroids out there. And there's a lot of people that are getting some really insanely intense captures of the Skull asteroid as well. And that Skull asteroid is coming in right over the top of us, and it's massive as well. And Jesus got a really good capture of it earlier last week as well.
Creepy.
Have a drink
I'm
there.
Curious. We're going to see in Alexander's videos here in a second. I think there is part of the video that shows the skull. We'll see here in a minute. You tell me, Sam.
Yeah.
But
I believe,
I see these two dark
I believe
spots,
Alexander
which
did
to
get
me are
some,
the
capital
eyes.
as well.
Well,
And some of
You
his
know.
this week also got you got the long box cube as well in some of his material.
Yeah, I've seen that quite a
Cool.
bit this week.
All right. Well, let's get his video. So,
He bought
one second
the
here.
Star Destroyers as well.
Cool.
I hope the new people out there take into account that we're not just talking about clouds. We're talking about repetitive events that we have recognized over a decade of what we're looking at. And when the repetitive facial markings and placements occur day after day after day, month after month, year after year, then trust us, it's a lot more than just clouds. And you have to learn to look at the deep, dark areas. Don't look at the initial clouds up front. Learn to look in the backgrounds first. Look in the dark areas, then go to the light. Yeah, I walked out of here last week's show, and I walked into the other room, and I found myself one eye blind again, because of the me sitting here staring at pictures with one eye, trying to get the mono view rather than the stereo view of what I'm looking at. And then I walked out in the living room and I went, God, I'm blind. One eye's dark,
Yeah.
one eye's normal.
7
Like,
hours
oh,
of that.
yeah. Have my one eye closed for
Right,
too many
right.
hours.
Like Popeye.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here comes Alexander. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get his video rolling so we can see what Germany looked like this past week. It's always a show going on there.
Boy, look at that. That sure looked a little triangular there, but
Yeah.
anyway. Look at that diamond-shaped sun inch.
It's Colette. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I can't really call a lot from here, but amazing what he captured. Yeah, look at that. That's the area you want to be looking at, the stuff in the background. And look at the size of that.
What's this? Over at what, Sam?
The sun.
Oh, got it.
Now, supposedly, generically, we believe that Matim is on the left-hand side of the sun. See that striping in the background, the dark blue right there? That is where Matim is. Wow. That dark blue straight edge that you see is where very large planet Matim is.
So that little orb, that was the sun.
Yeah, but that's our question.
Yeah, I thought I saw something.
It just seemed really small
Weird with that
for the
distance.
sun.
Right. And that's why I said look at the size. And then when it goes back to clouds, it's this very large 50 centimeters rather than a dot.
Right.
Okay.
Could it be an asteroid?
Okay, right there is the skull.
Wow,
Right there.
yeah.
Yes.
That's a good one.
That's what I thought. I thought so.
That's a good
Cool.
one.
Yeah. Anytime you see like two dark spots side by side, perfectly side by side, to me, that's the cue for the skull. So, all right.
Look where it is in the sun. It makes me want to pull out a drawing right there. Yeah, that is the Skull asteroid, boys and girls.
Look at that. Wow, I figured. Congratulations, Alexander.
Yeah.
There he is.
Now remember
you all see that, right?
moon are dead center over the top here in his out view. And in that you look over to the right, that's where in that mix in the middle upper right is where the Texas cube is. But there's a lot of stuff going on right there in this shot.
Right.
Well, look at all the big round balls there.
Yeah, tons of asteroids underneath. Even a bunch of smaller ones now that we can literally start documenting. That, of course, would be where the red asteroid should be, is right dead center. And then remember, there's several of them now that used to be much smaller. There's like 3 or 4 or 5 of them in front of the red asteroid. And then leading over to the lead asteroid, which is going over in front of the Saturn Moon, which is on the right-hand side of the sun. And where the long box cube is right there. See that? And the side orb.
Yeah.
Wow.
The side orb is leading the ion trail. That could easily be the green asteroid.
Yeah. It's a mess up there, but you can still see everything.
Yep.
Right there. There he is. Hi.
There he is.
Wow.
Almost got a beak there. It's almost got a beak. Look at it.
It's like
Almost got a beak on it.
Oh, he's frowning.
Yeah.
What's hilarious is I always know where it is. It's weird.
Yeah.
And there is a ton of stuff behind the Skull asteroid. It is smaller debris asteroids, unbelievable amount. Oh, look, a sea trail.
Right?
Wonder what they're trying to hide.
You're doing
That
a great
big
job.
scary ass asteroid up there that we already done.
Yeah.
We're always late anymore. Here, yeah, let's cover it up.
Yeah.
Add a little more frosting to these pancakes.
Yeah, but look, it looks like it goes behind the thing.
Oh, we know that pattern. Hello, asteroids underneath Uri.
Yeah.
Local plane traffic. Little puddle hopper. Hi, and welcome to the 180-day cycle. How may I take your order?
Right.
So it hasn't ended yet, you're saying, the 180-day cycle. We're still in it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
That thing looks like it's
we're still seeing close pass asteroids, and they are getting bigger. So,
It's a white trail.
as long as the Tan asteroid is so huge, we're still in it. You know, they're close passing over the top of us, and those things are unbelievable. And now I got to remind everybody that a very large percentage of these asteroids, what we were calling asteroids, could actually be moons. They are so huge they could be giant moons. Some of them could even be bigger than Earth.
Gee.
We have no way of measuring this.
What?
This is incredible.
Asteroids bigger than Earth? Is that what you
No,
said?
the moon. The moon's attached. Gas giants that usually can. I mean, we know for an example of Jupiter and Saturn of having numerous moons.
Yes.
So and then I every time I sit there and I talk about asteroids, I want to remind people that there could be a level of inaccuracy in my reporting that some of these could actually be moons of the gas giants, and I'm betting that a very large percentage of them are, and we've just lived. An example, a strong example would be the tan asteroid. It's very smooth. It does have a tan color to it, different than other asteroids. So, but we've never had a real close-up picture of it to determine what its surface was, because usually most of the time we see it is highly wrapped in clouds. So, because of its placement, it's usually halfway in between the clouded application of the base of Uri and partially sticking out the bottom as well, and sometimes erupting out of the bottom completely separate of others. It's all point of view, timing, and which capture we've had in the last 8 years or so that this has occurred over and over again. Yeah, that's the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon right there.
That's what I thought.
And that big blue area there above on the left-hand side is Saturn. And Nibiru is farther over to the right out of the shot. So we're looking at a very large planet is Saturn. She's gotten huge.
Beautiful.
And it should be red as hell, but it's blue because it's that close to us. And we found over the years.
Clouded? Sorry.
Well, Saturn doesn't have much of an atmosphere.
Okay.
Yeah.
It really doesn't have much. I imagine it has some major base cloud that we have been unable to become familiar with because of the overall effects of the moons that Saturn has. And we believe there are 3, but the predominant one is the very large Saturn's yellow moon, which is what does most of the ion tail, which you're staring at. That is the wraparound ion tail, which goes on both sides of planet Saturn. And this is a hardcore example of it. And I love it.
Uh-oh.
And this is, of course, at sunset.
Yeah.
And it is on the right-hand side, which means it's in the northwest sky at sunset.
Wow.
So we know exactly
what
what
your
it
drawings
is.
too.
Yep.
It's perfect.
I was trying to back up here a little bit. I wanted to see to the left of our sun so what is that Nepicity?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And behind it, below it, below the base cloud of Nepicity, you see another fingered base cloud of a very prominent, thick.
Yeah.
And that is Saru.
Oh.
That's her very thick, rounded base cloud. Yeah.
It cut out. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay. So we got Nepicity in front of Saru, beside Isatum's moon in front of Isatum.
Yep. And you look in the upper right corner here, you can see Isatum's yellow moon.
Yeah.
And then just above the A, you see that illuminate. Can you just hop back one skip?
Yeah, there's the yellow moon right there.
Down at the bottom, right by where the sea trail is leading out of, is where the lead asteroid is, right there.
Okay. Wow.
And then somewhere in the mix over to the right should be the green asteroid.
I backed up too far. We'll get back.
The
is that an asteroid?
creature,
I didn't even get
the
to ask you
wormwood,
that.
the dragon that's come to eat us, or the skeleton.
Right. That's
hey, I wonder if this is the skeleton.
creepy.
Remember the guy with the?
Wow.
Yeah, this is always in front of the asteroid. It always looks like death wearing a hood with a sigh. The skeleton.
Oh my
These are his
gosh.
ribs. The doom. If we go off of science and we talk about stuff that we've cited over the years, there has been this predominant reaper that has been flying in front of the base clouds of the Dan asteroid and all of that ahead of them. We don't talk about it a lot, but I mean, it freaking looks like a reaper, like the Grim Reaper flying. And we've got 10 or 12 or 15 or 20 absolute sightings of this cloud-like skeleton picture over the last 10 years that, we talk about it, we hint about it. But, I mean, it's not science, but that's what it looks like. Yeah, it's been creepy. And, there's people that are talking about this as wormwood, the destroyer, or you could also call it Apophis. And there's, it's been chalked down by many cultures throughout the centuries. So, do the homework, look into this stuff, and don't take my word for it. But we've captured some stuff that we, sometimes barely want to talk about publicly because it's just too freaky. And we don't want people, running for their closets or hiding in their basement. But this shit is real and it's happening, and people need to be aware. That's why we all do our homework and we study so hard to make sure that we're accurate, so what we're sharing with you each week. Look at that. That is light shining underneath Uri. And right there, just on the left-hand side, you're seeing the tan asteroid coming straight down. Yeah.
Wow.
Looky, here comes the asteroids. The wormwood, the destroyer, the Apophis, the whatever you want to call it. We call it the salamander asteroid group underneath Uri. There it is. This is your close pass crap that you need to worry about. Look at the size of the big round object on the left. That is the tan asteroid.
Wow.
And then Big Sister is beside it. Lorraine and Pappy are around it as well. And all the other shit behind it. And up to the farther left off camera here is where the skull asteroid is. Thank you, Alexander.
Absolutely. Those are great.
Yeah, that's the bottom of Uri and the tan asteroid. I was saying it's really, really big right now. And there at the end we get an example of it. It's huge.
Okay.
It's huge.
So that
it's
was
scary.
part 1.
And that should discharge if it gets close to Earth. That thing will have a lightning storm from hell, and you'll see an entire city wiped off the map.
And hi to B Cope. B Cope is hanging out. He's actually going to be joining us here in a little while.
Great.
So
I saw the notices. I was happy to see
I'm
that.
excited. I know. I can't wait. So he's in the house. We'll just say that he's in the house, and we'll be awaiting his arrival here soon.
Cool.
So, and thank you again, Alexander. That was part of what we're seeing from Alexander. So, before
just regular stuff. Another week, same old shit we talked about last week. Regular, normal things going on above us here. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
Asteroids and a few planets.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Coffee cake, anyone? Let's have some more
my
tea.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, I just
let's see here.
Generically regular
Normal.
to us, and I often ponder. I mean, I wonder what people think as they're listening to this crazy guy sit here and have his shows, and all of us together talking about these things that we've been watching for so many years. It's generically normal to us, and I can't even wonder what you people out there think. And I do try, but there's no way for me to get into that pair of shoes too easy. But anyway, I ask and people don't tell me. It's weird they're afraid to tell me, I think, sometimes. Thank you, Alexander.
Yeah, those were excellent. You realize the magnitude of this, and sometimes I just get so emotional over it, and it's so hard to explain. But once you start to actually grasp the full magnitude of what is happening, it's awesome. That's all I can say.
Well, I'm always reminded of the Gods of Egypt movie. And you go to YouTube and you just type in Ra versus Apophis, and then Gods of Egypt movie, and you watch that scene when the god Ra takes on his godly manifest and grows in size, and then he grabs his big spear or whatever the hell it is that he uses to shoot the great worm that he battles nightly to keep from the Apophis from eating his people off of planet Earth. And if you take that legend into account, this is exactly what's happening, is close passing of these asteroids that are coming in and causing these huge extreme freak storms from hell and discharging and zapping the crap out of people by the thousands. And a couple of years ago we had all these major cattle kills, and oh my god, look, there's 10,000 caribou died in a 50-acre area. It's like, what? Well, yeah, from electrical discharging.
Sure.
And killing large numbers of animals and cattle and deer and caribou and all over the planet. That happened for I probably just exaggerated about 10,000, but there's been these mass electrical discharges that have killed large herds of animals around the planet. And we talk about the sky sounds, and we talk about this event and that event, and the ion bleed off where the lights go streaming up into the sky, and all of these unbelievable aurora borealises that we've never seen the like of, and all of these superstorms that develop, and oh my God, we've never seen anything like this. And gee, all of our climate model genius experts, their calculations are way off and they don't know why. And all you got to do is roll that everything I just said into a big wad of paper, and it fits exactly into the Nibiru cup of tea of these passing planets that we're sipping on right now. A huge metaphor spin, I do apologize. But, you know, we're drinking this cup of tea of all of this crap fits. And we've proven it a long time ago, over a decade ago, that this was happening. And the question is, are you just now finding out about this? And, you know, this is why it's so generically normal to us to, oh, yeah, this is blah, 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 blah. It's because we've been doing this for so long. And yet I cannot believe that the rest of the world has not gotten on board with this. And I don't want to say that because I expect it to yet happen. And I don't want to limit it, you know, knock on wood by, you know, being a Karen or a naysayer or anything like that. But I'm in awe that not everybody, well, if they had the opportunity to look as often as I do,
sure.
And I think not everyone is looking up. I don't think anyone's hardly looking. And once you start paying attention to the sky, you can't help but notice this is something we've, you know, I mean, ask anybody in Georgia or Tennessee or Kentucky or Florida what normal is, and they're gonna have a long speech for you that we are not in normal anymore. And you ask people in France this week, in Germany last week, or in Italy next week. I mean, what's going to happen in Italy? They're going to have a lightning storm, and that's weather related. I don't know if it's asteroid related by any chance, but they're going to have a whopper of a week in Italy and Greece this week. And I you know, prepare people, you know, put that lawn furniture away.
Yeah.
And my Italian is terrible, so I won't go there.
The floods in France, it looked like people were just completely taken off guard, like it was not expected.
Oh, well, the forecast called for heavy rain, but they got six times.
Okay.
They got 6 times what was forecast.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Not only that, they've been going through flooding already for well over a year now as well, because of these backpedaling, what they're calling anticyclonic storms, and the weather patterns have drastically changed. I mean, we saw evidence of that with that thing that went through here, where we had the hurricane that hit California and then ran up into, you know, into Nevada and Idaho and Utah and Montana up and into Canada. These storms that are going from the south to the north, that never ever used to happen, and it's happening now. We never saw storms, hurricanes skip over the Yucatan Peninsula and then reform in the Pacific, or vice versa.
I'm wondering how that was going to turn out.
Formed in the Pacific, hopped over the Yucatan Peninsula, then reformed in the Gulf of Mexico, and then came in and hit Florida. And that never used to happen either. Not only that, the generic jet stream flow in that whole area has direly changed, which has drastically altered the hurricane season flow from Africa all the way to northern and South America, where it used to be higher to a northern latitude. And then, if you take into account what's going on in the southern hemisphere, oh my God, we talked about it, you know, like a month or 2 months ago. Here they're supposed to be coming into spring, and yet they're having a late winter storm where that froze animals in place in South Africa. Or was it? No, it was South America. And you know, that weather and that information and those people aren't talking to us. We have a few members in South America, but they're mostly in the middle latitudes in the tropical regions rather than the southerly, because I don't think internet, you know, I don't know if Peru has very good internet or not, but we don't have too many Peruvian members. And if you are a Peruvian member on Montana Skywatcher or Nibiru Followers Anonymous or any of our other sisters sites, please let us know, because we'd like to hear from you, because reports are needed. And we love our South African and our Australian and We have a few people in Brazil, etc. So yeah, we love you guys. Please continue your reports, and of course, all the folks in Europe as well. And I do miss Italian sky watchers. So if you're in Italy and you are a member or a listener, we would like you to reform Italian sky watchers because they had to close. They ran into some family issues because of the nature of this topic, and they felt that it was more important to deal with their family than this topic. And I don't blame them for a second. But we do miss you guys, and they had thousands of members, and they, Mediterranean shots are very interesting because they do have a slightly different angle, and their out view, because they're in the troposphere center of the planet. Their out view is entirely, in some cases, better than up here. Although I will argue that Jesus is a few thousand feet higher than I am in Utah than I am in Missoula, because we're at the bottom of the hill where they're on a big plateau. And he gets better shots in all the cases than I do. So anyway, thank you everybody for what you do and what you share. And please, we need more. We need more sister sites around the world.
So I see that B Cope is in the green room, y'all. So let's go ahead and get him added on here with us so we can introduce him and get acquainted. So because all I'm used to seeing, I see his name, but you don't know, but he is an avid regular, and he's been watching us for a long time. He's been following me on TikTok.
We have to get his discovery story. We grill everybody through the grinder.
How'd you find us? What do you think about Sam? Right.
Yeah,
so we got that.
And you're allowed to be frank. And if you think I'm a jerk, you're allowed to say that too.
Oh, come on now.
I don't think I've heard anybody say that ever, really.
Boy, I wish I could say that.
All right. Well, I mean, not as on the show, at least. No.
Oh, well,
okay. Well, let's go ahead.
After 14 years, I think I have a pretty thick skin, so I'm not worried.
Yes, I bet, for sure. Okay, well, here he is, y'all. B. Cope. His name is Brandon Copeland. Okay. All right.
Welcome.
Hey,
what's
up, everybody?
Wow, look who's here.
Hi,
Look
Brandon.
at that shining smile.
Welcome.
How you doing?
Everybody hear me
Yes.
okay?
Yes, thank you for being here.
Awesome,
Yes.
man. Thank you guys
Wow.
for having me.
How exciting.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you so much, Sam, and the rest of you guys so much for support, man. It's just been quite a journey finding you guys. It's been really exciting. It's been a cap on all the research I've done in my entire lifetime. And
Well, we intend to give you enough time where you can actually share everything you want. Do not feel embarrassed. I'm going to let you talk as long as you want. That way my throat can recover because I'm already still chewing on Ricola 1.
well,
please
I'll let you
continue
know,
and-
man. I can
and-
get
and welcome.
long-winded.
That's fine with us.
Talk away,
Go
please.
for it. Go for it.
Yes.
We have
So,
hours.
My name's Brandon. I'm 48 years old. I've got 5 boys,
Wow.
3 biological.
Congrats,
I've
man.
been married for about 20 years, coming up on about 20 years.
Nice.
My whole life I've been a little different from everyone else, a little faster than everyone else, but never really fit all the way in the pocket like normal people.
That's why you're here.
I know, right? So, even at an early age, there was always something nagging and pulling at me for more.
There's got to be more.
I always knew that I wasn't getting the full story. I mean, from a very, very young age. I had 2 older brothers. My parents divorced when I was in about 3rd or 4th grade. Somewhere around in there, I had my first paranormal experience where I couldn't really explain that until about 4 months ago.
Wow.
But I'll continue on.
Please do. Please do.
So as my parents divorced, my mom and I, we kind of moved in with my grandparents. I kind of school hopped for a while, grew up in a pretty, poor neighborhood. Did all the things that, young youth do in a poor situation.
Guilty.
Very guilty.
I know where you're coming from. Hey, we ran around. We did our thing too. When you're a young preteen and teen, you learn things. You go around and learn more.
Absolutely. So so I guess around somewhere in high school, I was always an athlete. I played baseball, basketball. I played football till I got rocked in the 8th grade, and then that was the end of that one. But so in high school, I experimented. Back then, like I said, I'm 48. I was born in 76. I'm a Cancer. My birthday is July 17th.
That's why you're here. Of course you're here.
Sam, that's our connection, Sam. So we'll talk about that. Yeah. We'll have to catch up.
When is your birthday? What's your date? What's your birth date?
Hey, don't make him give it out. Don't make him give it out.
No, just the June or whatever. Is it June?
Well, that's giving it out.
July. It's okay. I'm fine with it. I'm so protected. July 17th, 1976. For all the hackers out there.
There you go.
So, so I experimented in my time, when I was in high school, we had, government issue thing that we experimented with. It was safer, so we got to experience, the era, let's just call it the remnants of Woodstock era.
There you go.
Okay. So through those experiences, I was always on a search for more info. So I had, quite a few experiences in which some of my very good friends were with me when these experiences happened. 2 of my very best friends I grew up with. And again, I can't even explain that experience until 4 months ago. But I'll continue on. So, I've always been in a position where, people looked up to me. I was a musician. I was, one of the first people in my part of Virginia where I lived who had shows. We had a studio where we recorded artists. We did public outreach things. We kind of broke a barrier for, the youth as far as hip hop then. Right. So, the community, I was a person that people look up to me. Even to this day, a couple of weeks ago, I went back to where I'm from. And, I was with one of my friends. And, for years and years, he just doesn't understand, certain places I don't like to go, certain things I don't like to do because I have these people who've always looked up to me like I'm much more than I am. And, I'm not bragging. I'm not.
You found your way here. So, you
anything like that, I'm just keeping the story all the way authentic. Right. And I've never even told anyone my story like I'm telling you guys, ever.
Thank you.
Well, you're out now, man. There you go.
Yeah. So as I'll call his name, one of my very best friends, Mike, we go out, 2 places I frequently don't visit because these are places that I generally used to perform in, or I'd always want to be in the artist position versus being in the audience, hanging out. Coming up briefly, I'll just touch, I had a lot of best friends that were murdered, because of activities going on at the time, as we were growing up, things we were involved in. I've done time to to get back on track. So, had lots of experiences that I couldn't explain. I had time lapses where people swore up and down I was lying. And like 3 hours, 6 hour gaps. I could never explain, I kind of thought something was wrong with me. But again, this power that I've possessed that I wasn't sure of up until about 4 or 5 months ago. I've had a very interesting life. I grew up in Charlottesville, Virginia. It's where DMB's from, Dave Matthews Band. My cousin was a sax player who died.
Oh, wow. My brother played them nonstop.
So, I came up in the privileged music sector, you could call it. I'll keep this story brief, but, I got exposed to, the doors where it's, it got real. And for me, I had a soul that was like from the door, oh no, there's no way certain things we can accept here. You know that, right? And, so I turned down what people were perceiving as opportunities as I have now watched the music industry crash. I never stopped making music. I just never signed my soul away. There's a difference.
Exactly.
I've owned all my thoughts all the way through for the last 20 some years. I became a producer because I stopped giving my money to entities that weren't enlightenment like I wanted to be a part of. So,
good for you. You stayed away from it. Wow.
Well, I didn't know why. It's what I wanted my whole life. Matter of fact, one of my very best friends, he's a musician. He's from Richmond. He's pretty big. You guys should go check him out. His name's Mighty Joshua. He had an experience with me. I didn't know it was my experience at the time. But to just move on in the story real quick, I'm going to keep it brief. My wife and I had the same experience. This is about a 15, 16 year gap in between these experiences. I'm going to bring it to the third one. We're just going to fast forward. So about 5 months ago, maybe 6, my whole entire life, from the time I was 15, 16 years old, I've been a carpenter. I'm a master carpenter. I'm a heavy equipment operator. I do pipe work. I do road work. I had skills that I had from day one. When someone showed me how to use a tape measure, there's nothing I couldn't do. From the beginning, I've owned my own business. I've done remodeling, restoration, several businesses in my lifetime with skills that were beyond a classroom setting or standard, just having know-how that was beyond even my comprehension. To know exactly what tools to use for what situation and where and how, just from the beginning, seamlessly.
I love it when that happens. Yeah.
Seamlessly. Now, mind you, while this story is playing out, I don't see it then. I don't see any of this stuff. So as I'm a carpenter, I built lots of neighborhoods and stuff in my younger days up until my mid-20s, where I started operating heavy equipment. Because I used to dig the footers for a deck, I was like, I kind of like this machine stuff. So since I was about 21, 22, I've been a heavy equipment operator. With that being said, since a kid, I watched the sky anyway. But since an adult, I've watched the sky at night and in the daytime. My whole entire life. for no good reason.
So when did you start noticing that something weird was going on with the sky?
This is what I'm going to tell you. The time that my wife and I had the experience is the time when the planets came in. But let me just finish this thought while that was... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, please continue.
So, now you know my friend, I'm going to say his name because I want you guys to go listen to him, Mighty Joshua. We had this experience. My wife and I had this experience. It's a paranormal experience where the second time when we had it, I was with my wife. In the middle of the experience, I told her to watch the wind. I looked at her and I said, watch the wind. And suddenly, we both sat there in utter awe. Wow. At the time, I didn't realize that the experience that I had with my friends were much like that. Well, I'll keep it on. 5 months ago, maybe 6 months ago, not exactly sure of the date. I'm going to figure all that out when I actually put something together. I'm outside on my deck and I'm doing my norm. I'm always watching the sky since I was very, very young. Cool. And I noticed changes. That was when the second situation happened with my wife and I. That was probably around the time when the planets came in. Easily 2008, 2009. So 5-6 months ago, I'm on my deck, I'm sitting there, and I look up in the sky, and this is when I've been watching the planets. Don't get it twisted at all. I didn't know what the names or what I was looking at, but I knew the significance of the bodies around me because I could feel it. I work outside every single day. I feel the pressures go up. I feel them go down. I feel the humidity. I am a part of the earth. I've been there. I mean, I operate heavy equipment almost every day of the year. I know there's a difference. I've been taking pictures easily since 2001, 2003. Recently, I had a computer have weird stuff happen to it. Like, this is unexplainable kind of things where it's like, whoa,
yeah,
what is that?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there on the deck and I look up and I see something that kind of looks recognizable. I'm recognizing the overall structure is a circle, but there's like a star in the middle, and there's also some writing that I'm starting to kind of see, like something's like a G and a L or some. I can see lettering that's too fine to not be what I'm seeing. Right? Wow. Are you listening? As I'm looking at it, it does it.
Wow.
Yeah. And I say, oh crap. That's that feeling. Right? So at the time, I don't realize it. The magic with that situation later is, at that moment, this was an experience with the long box cube.
Okay.
Because I didn't even realize at the time what I was looking at, but I knew what it looked like because they were repeat offenders. I had a repeat offender list in my mind. I've seen that before. I've seen that before. Yeah. So through this, I started to realize when the planets go out, they don't just go out, but they go out and they twist upside down to go out. It's like a roller coaster twisting upside down to go up. Like, how would I realize something like that? Sam, you know I ain't lying, right?
They rotate before us. They move in, and then they enlarge in size, and then they angle in and away, and then away from us. And it's a lot less now than it was a few years ago, and it's become a tighter overhead spiral. But yeah, the transition is pretty much regular. And a lot of what we're seeing, of course, is the smaller asteroids because they're easier to discern because the planets are so very large right now. If you don't really know the base clouds very well, you won't understand it as well. But there are so many objects up there, including, shall we say, the non-normal objects of the binary system, including the long box cube, the Texas cube, the Norway spiral orb / Empire orb, the very large triangular ships by the hundreds, and then the small drop-down craft, the lander craft that comes out of said huge triangles, and multiple support craft and space tubes, etc., etc. And there is an awful lot of them going on. And of course, we get this information sent to us from around the world every day, every week, every month for years now. They're really here. They are here, and I'm in awe that nobody even, Oh, speaking of which, was that you, Christopher, that did the "They Are Here" commercial of the short this week?
I don't know.
Oh, it was one I made. That was
one you made. Okay,
that
Rebecca made it. All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
and I suggest that you play that, Rebecca. And
I can. Sure. Let's go ahead.
Yeah.
It's short. All right. Let's get
short?
it here. Yeah, short. Okay.
But it's really a factual example of what we've been watching for years, and I'm in awe. Oh, by the way, every time I dare anyone on cube ships that are here with fleets of Star Destroyers and smaller support craft and a space tube and an Empire orb and everything else, and they're freaking here, and they're real. ET is here, boys and girls, by the thousands.
But
there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them up there. I mean, people-wise, or beings on these hundreds and hundreds of ships. They're real. They're here. What more do you want to know? We'll find out. Just look up,
that thing hangs out here like you won't
like
believe.
Job coming up here. I know. But,
destroyers.
We've been talking about this for years. Do I really
talk
talk
about
about
the clouds, man?
We'll grow to learn that they've been here for a very long time.
Right.
Yeah.
So just so I can finish up real quick. So after that, I kind of just sat and pondered, okay, I think I made out a couple of letters. So let me go and see what kind of jet would have the lettering on it. So I go on this, this deep dive, and I'm looking at new vehicles. And this is why it was funny a couple of weeks ago when you guys got on the topic of Star Trek. Because where my research led me was the Galactic Foundation. So, and then, you can't even make this up. So that night, when I went to my dream state, I was contacted.
Oh.
And this is when I come to the realization that lots of these experiences, as I was being told, I wasn't visited by a being, but it was more so entity with a voice.
Wow.
And he explained to me all these situations in my life where I couldn't explain. They were with me. Certain things that really stood out in my life where I really, were real foggy about. All this stuff was clear.
Wow.
It was clear. And when I woke up, let me tell you the funny part about this, though. I don't dream very often. And when I do, I don't remember it.
Yeah.
I remembered this, though. Totally remembered that. And I remembered all the times where I were in situations that I probably wouldn't have made it out of. That was pointed out during this interaction.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Sounds familiar.
Yeah, very familiar.
No,
Wow, that's awesome.
It was a couple of days that went by where I just kind of thought about it and just kind of sat on it. But then when I was told during the interaction that now I would start to see synchronicities that have always been there, and I've never paid attention to them. Boy, was he right?
Yeah.
Beyond right.
So how did you stumble across us?
Man, like I said, like I'll tell you this. In the early 90s, I stumbled across the book Behold a Pale Horse. At that time, they had this whole, without naming parties, they had this super thug act going on. So me being a 17 or 18-year-old, get introduced to the court like this, and ended up going to prison over something that 90% of people get probation for. But, again, later on, I find out, my interaction in that situation was preventative for someone else. Like, all these things were told to me to prove that I'm a chosen one.
Wow.
And the only thing I got to do is accept it because I've completed my mission, and all I have to do now is project my life. That's it. Because I've already done it. Everybody who knows me knows what I've done.
Wow.
I mean, it's an incredible thing.
Absolutely.
So, and you can't make it up. Like, so with this being said, I've chased religion. I've chased conspiracies. I've done my due diligence to a lot of things that, have happened on the planet. And my biggest thing was, I said, I'm a carpenter, right?
Right.
And I was a carpenter, and a good one from the beginning. So as I traveled in my older ages, I started to recognize architecture that human beings just cannot prevail with.
Interesting.
All over the world.
Yeah.
So then I started to realize, I get into the Sumerian text, and, to make a long story short, I see what I see in the sky, and it's like wormwood. This is about 6 months ago. Like, the close passing is like the close passings we've had in the last 3 or 4 days. So I don't realize, but I've drawn a picture of wormwood about 15 years ago.
Wow.
Just a random scribble. But like I said, I was told nothing that I've done was just random, right? So I've kept this piece of drywall that I scribbled this piece on one night all my life, right? Since I was probably 18, 19 years old.
Wow.
Right? And I've used it to put different musician pieces on, beat machines. It's always been one of my props. Let me tell you. And this is what it looks like.
Wow.
Cool.
Can you bring it a little closer, just a little bit? There you go.
Nice.
That's what it looks like
wow.
when it passes over.
Yep.
What?
Am I
Yeah,
kidding?
that's what the thing looks like when it flies over.
So nothing I did was just random in my life. So I've gotten a whole different, all my spiritual beliefs that were shattered by watching a Christian family values outside of the religion itself molded me into digging for a deeper spirituality.
Wow.
And what that spirituality is for me is not from this planet.
Okay.
And that's just the bottom line. And when people start to understand where they are and who they truly are, there's stuff going on right now in the skies. You can't make it up. You can pretend it's not there.
You can't.
But I'm not a pretender.
Try.
I'm not a pretender.
Try to pretend it's not there, but
we do a lot of pretending, and we've been taught and programmed to pretend. And it's just shocking once that shell breaks.
Yes.
Once that shell is broken, like you really become something powerful. And the establishment's scared of that, very scared of that. We should have love, peace, and unity blowing the darkness out of the water right now.
Yes.
Yep.
Because we have backing to prove it.
Right.
You can't get any more mystical. You can't get any more historic. You can't find a better show in the world. I don't care where you look. If this isn't interesting in you, you are beyond fixing. And you will repeat. You're just on repeat.
Rebecca, I just sent you a picture.
We have conquered. That's what allows us to see. We've conquered the darkness. That's what allows you to see. Everybody hasn't conquered the darkness. You can blow your horn as loud as you want if they can't hear it.
Right. I agree with you. If you can't find, if you can't see this and you don't want to see it, or you can't find the beauty in what is up there, and you just don't have any interest in it, then what? I don't know.
But
I remember I cried for a week. I cried for a week when I seen that first planet.
Wow. You got to take things into account, like certain signs astrologically are not meant to see.
Sure. Okay.
See, it's not just about this realm.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to take into account.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just one little thing that has 1,000 circuits.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to talk to people about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people are not willing to accept because they're not supposed to accept. Everybody's in the movie, but everybody's not going to be seen as a star.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
There's lots of people in the movie, hundreds, but you only know 4 of them.
True.
So, that's like Facebook. You only see 4 people's stuff.
But the thing is this, though, I'm told, and this is the last thing I want to say, and I'll give up for a second. The biggest thing for me is this. There's going to become a day where you will not be able to deny what you see. And it's very close. It's very close. It's close. So, people like us, we're like, whoo!
Yeah.
Come on, bring it on.
Bring it on, baby.
Let's go. Bring it on, bro.
Because consciously, you're able to bring light. Everybody's not consciously able to bring light. Some people are supposed to see, and some people are not supposed to see. You're only going to wake up 1 out of 30.
Yeah, not everyone is going to wake up to these time-proven facts, 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 because that's what we deal in. We're not dealing in supposition. We're not dealing in, oh, God, I've been looking for the last 6 months. No, we have 14 years of information and hundreds of thousands of matching, correlating photographs and documentation and numerous background shows and interviews going back all the way to the arrival date of 2010, 11, 12, 13, etc. And we faithfully gathered the information in the beginning of these planets when they were way, way smaller. And it's sad that a lot of people did not get on board with that as early back then, because they'd have a much vivider, holistic understanding of what we are looking at on a regular basis, like the base clouds of Nepenthe or the base clouds of Uri, or what the bottom of Attu looks like, or the fact, that Attu even has a moon, and et cetera, et cetera. And these are all things that we learned over that 14-year period. And that was through absolute member submissions from around the world. And that's why we've gained the legs that we have today, and how we know what we're talking about and why we're talking about it in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare, jump onto the abusive meat wagon or piranha pool, as you whoever wants to call it, whatever. But yeah, we wouldn't be out here doing this unless we absolutely knew what we were talking about, and it is happening.
So I was at the end of my rope when I found. I think I saw Rebecca on TikTok. And I was looking at some of the pictures of, then these planets, and I was like, everything looks familiar. So I went through this whole thing where I was like, oh my God, they have names for them already. But they're all familiar to me because I've been watching them. I'm like, most people are just late. My friends think I'm crazy.
Yeah, I've got that one for a long time.
Like some relationships been severed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't. Not a lot of not too many visitors come to my house these days, I assure you. And that's that crazy Nibiru guy.
Well, you become the planet that's repelling.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So we're so one in this situation, and we've been untaught that.
Well, all you have to do is a few times out in the public square, try to describe it to anyone and watch their facial reactions and how long they actually share time with you following. Once you tell them, about the binary system or the two stars or anything, which, of course, binary means two. Right. And, you try to communicate that with them, and they immediately, their eyes glass over and they start looking at the street signs and the traffic and whatever and go, okay, thank you. Have a nice day. And off they go, because it is so far fetched from the reality. And, the big thing, and I wrote my paper back in 1978, and to me, it seemed basically had to be. It was so self-evident and obvious because of our planetary structure of our solar system that we just had to have more than what we have or what we were being told, because it didn't work, it didn't fit. So therefore, if it's uncomfortable, you prove it that it's not right. You say, well, this is what I think. And, again, I've said this 1,000 times, but they don't come and bother you for being wrong. So here I get slapped with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And, had they never, ever even stepped in the first place, I wouldn't be sitting here talking about it today. But, being that they slapped me and threatened me and said, well, and then et cetera, with my little, invitation to the Langley and all of that crap, and my share of abduction scenarios that we've talked about in previous shows and other media as well, like Radio Wasteland, or sometimes I even discussed it on the Understanding the Sky series on YouTube. Anyway, to loop the whole story, it's batshit crazy, and people, I've had it described that it does frighten them, and they don't want to even ponder the possibility of these other planets, and yet the whole Sumerian, Egyptian, Greek, et cetera, I'll keep Mesopotamian, Hittites, and all of these cultures talk about the nearby gods. And even the Bible, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. And this is what we're doing right now through this close pass of the planets. And we pass by each other, through each other. Our smaller solar system goes through the larger one. They're tighter knit, we're spread apart. but we're yet connected. And the two stars, they pass places and switch places, and then they go into their spiral, and it's an oblong spiral that recreates every 3,654 to 4,000 years. We give that approximately because we don't have the full date. It's an average YouTube informational date. I don't have that chiseled in stone and handed to me by a Pleiadian, so I can't absolutely prove that to you. But I'm generically sure in our information because it all does match throughout history, et cetera, including the breakup in the Bronze Age, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So through looking throughout history and time, and from Graham Hancock to the Thunderbolts Project, cross-reference all of that crap into one big pile. And all of this information fits. You know, we talk about the Sumerians and their gods and how the kingdoms lasted for X number of years. The tablet or the stelae of kings, for instance, examples, how some of these kings lived for, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 years. And these other races we know do. So the interaction of the governorship over the early civilizations of man, producing the commodities of why we were placed here in the first place, all fits, including the previous civilizations prior to the Great War that changed Earth approximately 300,000 years ago, and other previous civilizations that may have existed before that, after that, and drastically prior to that, because there's a hell of a lot of room between 65 million years ago, the devastation of the dinosaurs, to today. So are you waving at me, Christoper?
Oh no, I was just
okay. So there's a lot of room between now and 65 million years ago. The last major interruption to many species on planet Earth, etc. So it blows me away that Western science and Western culture has a huge tendency to say, well, we're right, and none of that other stuff happened, when we have shitloads and shitloads of examples, from giant skeletons to giant cities and connective Egyptian hieroglyphs in Australia, and in the United States, in the United States. In the United States, in the Grand Canyon, and around the world, all of these cultures that went around and did things that they don't want to believe. And then they date it wrong, and not 6 separate scientists won't agree on any date on anything and throughout the history. And then you can even go back to supposedly back in the Middle Ages, where at some point in time they removed 300 years from the actual logistic roles according to the Roman Catholic Church. So there's all these rumors that, and if you take that 300 years away or re-add it, then it makes perfect sense. And a lot of the climatology and the answers and the missing holes and all the crazy shit that they're looking up around the world, from geological to ice core samples to coral infiltration, growth rings, and all of this around the world. And that gives that margin of error that, unbelievable how all of this crap works and how unbelievably misled we are in our current modern culture. And it's spooky what we've become. Even within the last, ever since 500 AD even, or 500 BC. There was this information age in 500 BC where these highly intellectual individuals around the world, from Buddha to you name it, to some of the Chinese people, to some of the Arab people, that were highly skilled in advanced mathematics and astrology and things that we aren't even, including the Incans and all of that at that same time period, where there was vast knowledge that has been completely lost, and even the use of. And there's examples of that all over the planet. And so we have to totally believe that modern Western science, as they refer to it, is just full of shit. Period.
Unfortunately.
We can talk about the Arab battery. The Arab battery goes back to, like 5,000 BC.
Wow.
Documented, and we have totally discounted the Muslim Arabic science level and they trained Egypt, they trained the Hittites, they trained the Aryans in India, the Muslims, the Moors, the Arab people, and they're all blending, mixing of cousins, depending on, and we also have to remember that the Great Sahara Desert was not the Great Sahara Desert.
Right.
Even modern science doesn't know how recently that whole area was completely different. If you take into account like the shields and crests of the Palestinians and stuff, they have cedar trees. And if you look, they're living in desert. No, they had a cedar forest. Their climate was different. Same thing with the Mesopotamians. Same thing with the Hittites. Same thing. And you could run back 12,000 years or even come even forward, which is like 3,000, or excuse me, 3 cycles. 12,000 years, which is, where the last ice age melt-off was. Now, remember, the entire planet was not covered in ice. Only the North Pole and the South Pole were in the ice age. And there was civilization that existed in the central troposphere, the tropical area of the planet, that continued from previous ages that had vast knowledge. And we discount the Malaysians and the Indians and all of that. And they have great cultures, and those temples, they say, well, those are 5,000 years old. Well, some of them are 9 to 10 to 14,000 years old, and they've just been worked on ever since. These people keep working on them. And, including the Aztec and the Mayans. It was pyramid built on top of pyramid, built on top of pyramid. And yet they only date the outside one. So all of this information has been crammed down our throats so that they have a level of control. And that goes all the way through Europe and all the way through Rome and Spain and Germany. And I'm not going to point fingers too much farther down that tube, but it's a level of control to keep us all in a level of fear, to pay tithing, and they get richer and we keep working harder.
I'm guilty of being part of the factory, guys, but I enjoy my work at least.
Yeah, well, you have to make it. You have to make it do something you enjoy.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
What's your friend's name you said we should look up?
Mighty Joshua.
Mighty Joshua.
Write it down.
Mighty Joshua.
Yep, got it written down now.
He's up for a Grammy right now.
I did.
Wow. Good for
He's
him.
being considered for a Grammy.
Wow.
Which literally scared the shit out of me, but hey, I'm always happy if that's what you're happy about.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Hey,
We drop a few F-bombs from time to time, and then Carol Ann comes in and gives us a small donation.
no.
To save our mortal soul.
For me, you guys were the grand finale to this extraordinary mission that I had been on.
That's incredible.
And like everything else, I went on my debunking mission, and it did not work.
Nope. You
Did not
can't.
work.
You just can't.
Like I got a life-changing experience out of this.
There's so much more to do yet. We have to hand carry some people across the swinging bridge to the reality that everything we know is now not what we used to know, and we are about to experience a whole new world of some drastic, dire climate change, and it's going to happen far worse than any of the scientists are prepared for, because they don't have the ramifications to make these equations, because they don't account for the binary system and that second big S star. The second star is frying us. That's why we did what we did this year. And we knew.
That's why they keep on saying Geo Wars. It's the Geo Wars. And
well, your average human wants to blame the government.
Metals.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're flying us.
Brandon, had you heard of Michael Tellinger? He talked about harmonics and frequencies in Africa, because I was in Cape Town and I'm in choirs, and we went to Stellenbosch to listen to a musical art festival there, and they were singing, the African songs, but they sing in a cappella and things like that. That is just incredible. And they had a stone that you could ping, and it rang like a bell.
Right.
You should look up Michael Tellinger. I mean, the music and the things.
I've seen some of that, and I also studied how in the old world buildings had the actual diagrams made into the windows.
The flower of life, and then the fake flower of life.
This was the actual notes that these cathedrals would give off. Like some might be E flat, some might be A, but the diagram of the frequency note is what is splattered all over these places. That's why they're all different.
432 or 528.
They knew all that stuff. They just didn't tell us.
Yeah, I seen it. Like friends of ours had little planes, and they had flown over a certain area in Zimbabwe. And if you look down on the ground, you could see that at one point the earth had been like squishy in that area. So the harmonics that the earth was giving up had actually created these puddles and these formations. And they're still there to this day, these formations. Wow. And they're all going like,
we're 2 clicks from those frequency technologies taking over industries for healthcare. We're 2 clicks away. Wow. We're close. Very close.
Harmonics to heal. Harmonics.
Those are old technologies that have been stripped of us using. Mm-hmm. Let's be clear on this stuff. All this stuff is old.
Oh, yeah.
Thousands and thousands. Who even knows how many? Maybe millions of years old. Who knows?
You just ask the Buddhists or the Taoists or the Hinduists, and they'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So music rocks, man.
So incorporating this stuff into your body, which has been tricked for the majority of your life, I can see where some people would be totally just not even capable of taking on new frequency because of past traumas. I mean, there's so much involved with this.
You self-elevate by just merely sitting down and pondering and self-reflection.
Sure.
Right.
Because if you
activating the music and the light inside yourself,
if you're
inside your body.
If you're running from the storm all the time and you don't sit down and stop, but you have to get out of the storm for 5 minutes and stop and ponder, like, what am I doing with my life? And I mean, what does my life really mean? And if you don't do that, because you're too busy with the guys, too busy with work, too busy running to the store, too busy doing this, too busy doing that, and you don't take that 5 minutes to self-reflect, then you're not going to gather the calmness and the reharmonizing. Because remember, in physics, sound equals light equals matter. And if you don't connect, and that's why I always tell everybody, go outside, take your shoes off, sit on your front porch, and put your feet on the ground. Right. Let the sun shine on you for 5 minutes. Learn about Om chant, 528, 432 harmonics. And speaking of which, you should see what the Schumann resonance is doing this week. Oh my God, which is the planetary harmonics. And that's part of what we're feeling, why we're all sick, or we hurt, or we're nauseous, or our ears are ringing, or we're dizzy, or we're grumpy, or we're sleepy, or your fingers hurt, or your shoulders hurt, or your elbows hurt, or your hips, or your back.
We didn't incorporate the diet yet. We didn't incorporate these diets people are running around with.
People have their diet has changed where they eat less.
It's bad.
And they're trying to go and continue to eat what they used to eat, and it's making you ill. So don't do that. Change your diet. You don't need as much now. And not only that, we don't need as much sleep either. Nope. Because everybody's sleep schedule is currently being screwed with. So you have to expect that. Don't take it as normal. If you're having trouble sleeping, just say it's part of the cycle. In the Bible, this is referred to as the birthing symptoms, the birthing signs. And ever since 2010, we started a new harmonic, because that's when the other planets came up within proximity of us. And now those planets put off sounds as well. And when the atmospheres rub against each other, we've heard the trumpeting in the skies. which is another sign that all of this is happening and it's real. One of hundreds or dozens or plethora. Well, plethora is 100, but anyway, I'm trying to not exaggerate and yet include a large number. A company, a shitload, a group,
buttload.
a buttload. There you go.
Yeah, buttload.
Yeah. Oh, that was good.
Yeah, we have a buttload of objects around us, and they're all making noise.
Yes, they are.
And that noise is affecting us. And you know, the sounds in the sky. I can't remind people enough about that. But that all started when those planets came up from underneath us, from under Antarctica. When NASA was pointing out the other crap going on over our right shoulder, something below us at our left foot was occurring, and we were watching the Neumeyer station and all the Antarctica live feeds, watching these planets come up for years. And then as of 2012, they were visible in the northern hemisphere if you look south, because they were still below us, but you could look south and see them, and it was awesome. And I got to, you know, for years watch the group of planets one by one get bigger and bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, you know, Montana Skywatcher had 80, 100, 200, 300 members, and people are going, you're crazy, you're out of your mind. And I'm going, no, they're here. You know, I'm telling you, here they are, you know. And people, they couldn't see them. And I was like amazed. And then finally, after many, many years of them getting bigger and bigger and bigger, all you folks, the experts who have learned from many, many sites, many sister sites, have all gathered together as a group to share this information.
Happy days, everybody. Happy days.
I know. Every time I see a new group formed, you know, I'm just like having a little celebration inside, you know, or like Christopher and his videos. I'm like, yes, finally, or somebody else making videos now. And, you know, that's an accomplishment. So, yeah.
I just wish more people would, you know, if you're gonna comment and you want to, like, you know, I don't care what anybody says, but if you don't want to, you know, like Brandon said, if you don't want to see what's actually happening, then, you know, try to debunk it. Don't just leave a comment and then, you know, a negative comment and then disappear into thin air. It's like, why even bother leaving a comment in the first place? You know, I just don't understand that. If you're gonna say this is impossible, then take the information and try to debunk it and see if you actually can. And you're gonna be hard pressed to actually come to that conclusion that it isn't happening.
Well, you know, again, you know, you have to be full of compassion when presenting, with the understanding that a lot of people will not even take the time to sit still for 2 minutes.
I know.
Right.
You know, and that's the biggest factor. We live in a society that's plagued by ADHD, and it's mostly because of the diet. You know, there's certain
calcify that
just can't touch on. It just can't touch on them.
We got
and also
cereals and feeding it to the kids and running
around. We would be remiss if we didn't include the fact that there was an intentional lack of education on purpose to keep people from
on purpose. Yep.
Yeah, to keep people from actually. And there's been an indoctrination of following orders.
Right.
And I am terribly sorry. I am
that too.
I'm the disruption in the classroom. There is no way in hell I can follow you sitting still while you tell me I can't do that, and it's not possible. And I will confound you to no end. That you'll send me to the principal's office. I promise you.
He was always at the principal's office.
Right.
Yeah, I've had a few battles with a few principals.
My work was done.
Yeah. We could get there with our eyes closed, you know.
I was bored.
Yeah.
Red carpet on the red carpet.
For the record, I was actually thrown out of every school I ever attended. Wait a minute. I was going to say my first school, which was Roosevelt Grade School, but I think I may have had the issue with them too. But anyway, we don't need to go in.
Right.
Bare my soul. And by the way, a lot of that crap is coming out in everybody too. Currently, we're clearing the shelf in our brains, and many of you out there may have noticed that these deep, dark, buried, long forgotten, possible regrets, little faux pas in our back history, some of our less than admirable character flaws, are sort of burping into our brain out of the blue lately and making us feel like crap. Don't take the big dive into guilt. Recognize it as a shelf clearing. Pull the lid off it. Smell that little mason jar full of your indignity. Get one good whiff of it. Put the cap back on and then throw it away.
Right.
Don't break the good jar because you don't want it in the bottom of the garbage can. But clear the shelf. Get all the crap that and a lot of people, those things that you learned about Nibiru on the internet, throw all that away while you're at it as well, and start with the real facts, the time-proven information that we've been sharing for well over a decade. Because we are not kidding. This shit is real. Another sip off my pop, excuse me.
I mean, if the majority of the people walking this planet didn't see those asteroids by the moon the last few nights, I'm just see-through.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm see-through. They're going in front of the moon, behind the moon, pushing the moon so far. Well,
NASA even talked about we have that asteroid that's in sync with the moon right now. It's the size of a small truck.
Chasing it.
And of course, that is minute compared to the reality that there's 4 other big ones, and then shitloads of smaller stuff along with that as well. And if you live in a flat area and you don't have the mountains like I do, spend some time watching the moon and watching around the moon, and maybe filming
What's
even
that
for your
thing
tripod.
Behind the moon, that big thing behind the moon.
Well, we've been sighting whatever that yellow, larger moon behind our moon has been for 5-6 years now, and I've seen it up here in Montana for many years now, and I keep talking about it, but nobody else seems to go on board with it. But I've been sighting a larger, yellowish object behind our moon, and if you go back through the moon history of the last 5 years, even, and they're always saying supermoon, 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 and then but they never told you why. Well, it's because there's a larger object that is also refracting the light, and it is making the size of it way bigger. So if you look at it by eye, you can, and this month, as a matter of fact, even we talked about this like 2 shows ago, I saw 2 crescents plus a 3rd crescent.
Yeah.
Just about 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
So up where the moon wasn't, it was just off the horizon, just above the mountains in the east, and it was slightly farther north than it normally would have been, because it's supposed to usually be due east, and then it used to be due east to due west in the normal cycle, and it does move over time, and it's not always the same hour of the day, I should say. But we've seen the fluctuations of the moon way deep south, way deep north in the sky, and it's not the moon moving, it's Earth rolling, the face of Earth actually rolling, because the moon is always in a constant placement orbit. It's called tidal locked. Anyway, I got a real cool picture of the dark side, or the back side of the moon. I can't say dark side because it was actually illuminated by the sun. But anyway, I got a cool new picture. I'll share it with you guys later. It shows the central ET base like I always knew it was there. Yeah.
Oh, cool! Nice. Can't wait to see that one.
And we, I saw that
Moonbase Alpha
in the far sightseeing right away. Then one of the first missions we were handed, we knew that there was a base on the moon, and we could see that there were ETs there as well. And that was one of the early short period of time I was involved in that. And I don't know how classified that is, but I think it's been talked about publicly before. So I'll venture, and I hope I don't get my door kicked in over that. But yeah, there's a base on the backside of the moon.
That's because I met when I worked in the library, when I was going to be the library scientist, and I did that library science degree for 7 years. Then I sat and read all those books that professor did, that I don't know his name, but I mean, I'm really grateful to him because he ordered all them books and I got to play with them too, which was awesome. But one of them was the face on Mars. in 1976 when they took that first picture of that face on Mars. And I showed my dad the designs of the D&M pyramid and the other stuff. He went, man, that's a building. Where is that?
Now,
Is that in one of them South
back,
American places? I said,
if
no,
you go
man,
back
that's
to
on
the
Mars.
stories from Sumerian texts, the gods talk about from the Sumerian clay tablets. One of the stories is that one of the governors here on Earth was exiled to a nearby planet. And I've always believed that he was exiled to Mars, per se, to live in, and that would account for having structures on Mars and et cetera, and the atmosphere, et cetera, being burned off at some point in time. And we don't know when that occurred, but that is belief of average science. So, yeah, and if you take into account the affiliation of the binary solar system and its cycle that it comes by every X amount, 3,654 years, and then we hand the tribute to the gods, the commodities that they require from us, which is why we were created and placed here in the first place. We give that to that society, and they come and collect it with their technology, and we're kept low. And then every cycle, there is an obviously normal disruption to our planet. And it happens with the climate change and everything else, breaking up the civilizations, climate migration. Knew this happens, and a whole bunch of people died. We start all over again. We become survival of the fittest, and our herd flourishes because this is why we're tested all the time, to make sure the herd's doing okay. And then after the system goes by, we'll pick up just like we did the last time, which was approximately 1500, 1600 BC, which is where the upswing of the Bronze Age started back over again, and the new civilizations like Ur and the Hittites and et cetera. I could keep going on and on and on, in India, and the arrival of the Aryans that moved in because their climate change forced them out of the Baltic regions of where the Rus, blah, 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 blah. And I could go on and on and on. And each one of these cycles creates a catastrophe that moves and changes things and reboots the commodities inside the planet. We remake gold through the shifting of tectonic plates and the discharging of electrical discharge between the water inside tectonic plates. When volcanoes blow up, they have all that lightning release. Well, that same thing happens underground inside of Earth when the ground shifts and moves, and you hear the boom and the bang and the earthquakes and the rumbles. There's a discharge of electricity. Wow. And in those quartz veins, where all that steam and the hot water and everything accumulates, it's also electrified. Now, modern geology does not take that into account. There is an electrical occurrence in those fault lines of placed quartz, which is fill in where all of the silicas and everything that's run between in this liquid.
Sam?
Yes, 1 second. Let me finish. They turn in, and then because of these moving displacements of all this pressure and weight, it discharges electricity, and the electricity, slag, is what forms and creates gold and copper and tin and all the metals from the sulfides. Go ahead.
Isn't there was a post, or somebody posted about the ground being more electrified, and they were talking about how they had taken some kind of picture or visual of America.
That was after the X9 class flare and the subduction of our magnetosphere and the inclusion of stellar material inside of our atmosphere, so that electrical stellar material actually ended up hitting the continent and sinking into the ground. It's radioactive stellar material that went through our magnetosphere because it was that powerful. And we're very lucky we didn't have a Carrington event, although that was just about what happened. And that might actually include and add up to part of the behavior that's going on within the Schumann resonance, is why all of a sudden it's changed during that same said solar cycle process that we are now going through. It's entirely possible we could be sent back to the Stone Age by another X9 or an X8 or an X10, God forbid. The X10 will just devastate our magnetosphere, depending on which part of the planet it hits, if it's in the back axis or the front axis or where the wave fiber is, or if it's directly facing Earth, or a glancing blow, or an octopus spiral arm glancing blow, and the magnitude therein. So it has many different parameters.
We've been so lucky so far. We've been so lucky.
Well, they are warning that we are in a brand new solar cycle, and this is the part that I'm fearing. And we even on last week's show, or it was the week before, we were looking at the pictures of the sun, and we all said, well, that doesn't look normal. And I'm thinking maybe they may be showing us as our star. We might be looking at red, because it sure looked different to me. And I don't want to jump to that conclusion, but I'm so strongly inclined to discuss it because it did look so uncharacteristically not normal in the pathways of the hemispheres of the rotation of the coronal hole pathways. I had not seen it behave like that in any of the previous solar cycles, and I've been watching that for 25 years. And I never saw what I saw a couple weeks ago. So I'm going, wow, that looks strange to me. So it's entirely possible that they might be actually filming with stereo A and stereo B, the larger standard red star coming towards us, and then trying to pass that off as our standard soul. Because they can't mention any part of that. They can't mention the asteroids. They can't mention the planets. They can't mention, the ETs, because it all ties together. How and why all this crap is all happening at the same time, including the Federation, which is separate of the Sumerian gods, which are the Nibiruans or Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. And don't forget, there are multiple factions here, not just one. Not just the Federation, but there's other factions as well. Smaller ones, bigger ones, higher tech ones, lower tech ones. Everybody's here to get their little slice of the pie, because this is collection time. This is where the big party, everybody meets to get, to have the gathering in the galaxy, because that ascension that is working on us is also working on them, because we're all feeling the effect of the two binary stars being close to each other is putting off unusual harmonic solar ascension for everyone. So it's a big festival, man. And it depends on, if you want to be Darth Vader on the Death Star, that's one thing. But if you want to actually dance and enjoy, and grow and enjoy the music and become enlightened, well, then choose that path, grab the surfboard, enjoy, step on the dance floor or whatever, and get out there and boogie. It's what you choose. It is what you choose right now. And it was earlier mentioned, because if you reach for that, if you open to what you see, all of a sudden you see more, you do more, you feel more, you know more, and it's easier.
Yeah.
And this is why I talk about putting your feet on the ground and doing om chant, om, and getting that tone, that vibration inside your body. And that turns on when you put your feet on the ground, you're getting 235 volts electricity from the ground, barefoot. When you wear shoes, 0.
Yep.
So you get the electricity from the ground. It goes into your body. You send it up through your feet, all the way through out the top of your head. Then you circle it back down around to your feet again, and you do that om chant, and you're turning on the unused portions of the human brain. You're turning on the rest of that gray matter above up there, so that you can become enlightened. And enlightenment doesn't happen in one step. It takes a couple of chunks, and then before you know it, this becomes easier, and that becomes easier. And my understanding of that was, wow, that was easy to do that. And hey, this becomes easy because I believe I can. And then you take steps, and each time you ground, each time you om chant, each time you help someone else out around you, because you're comfortable and relaxed, you grow. And that is enlightenment.
Start coming down.
Yeah, it's just everything becomes simpler, including languages. Yeah. A lot of people have different skills. A lot of people, one person will develop this skill, and then they'll excel at it. And another person will do this, and another person will do that. We're all different. We all have our own gifts. The people that are supposed to wake up to this information will. I was told that. I was told people would directly, automatically either believe me or not listen at all. And if they believed me, then they were supposed to. And this is where I started arguing with the Pleiadian. Well, I'm just me. How the hell am I supposed to do all of this shit? And what do I even know? Come to find out, apparently I know quite a bit. And a lot of this comes from enlightenment and personal, as you spoke in the beginning, personal, just knowing shit, and you just know it. And then over time proving it, and we've taken 14 years to show everybody that these planets are here, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, And it's insane. Yes, it's absolutely insane, but they are here. Completely out of our normal, but they are here. It's happening above us every day, but they are here. And this is why this was recorded in history. And some idiot sat there with a chisel in a big chunk of rock and spent a year carving it, to let you know,
Right.
because we were warned. It's just there's a lot of people trying to cover it up. A lot.
Yeah.
It's all about money.
Yep. And it's like, it took 20 years to carve that message in the rock. Wouldn't the message have changed just a little bit? I don't know. That never made sense to me either, with the hammer and chisel. And it's just like, how are we really supposed to believe this? Are we not going to question this at all?
Well, could you imagine the time and the intent that you got to collect this rock, you shape it to the shape you want it, and then you carve in your message. And that does not happen overnight. That's something you take a long time to do.
Right.
And
Great
they're
grandson might have finished it.
Yeah,
Right.
right. And the
like,
Hopis did it, and the Incans did it, and the Egyptians did it, and the Sumerians did it, and
look at the
the
pyramids
turning.
in like Cambodia. They're so
Yeah. Oh
and
my
in
God.
India too. The amount of detail and oh my gosh, how did they do that?
Hundreds of years.
It's
Yeah.
incredible.
They've been working on those temples, and they didn't suffer the ice age. Those
Right.
temples did not go through the ice age,
Okay.
and they are far older than modern science is giving them credit for. And they've been worked on by generation after generation after
Sure.
generation. And only when modern man came in to start, sailing around the ocean in 1200 and 1500 AD did we start destroying cultures and then rewriting history of those cultures. And a lot of them had to do with anyone that had any level of shamanic class, where there were these holy men or these wise men that dealt with knowledge beyond knowledge and all of that. Look at the Mayan codex. I think that's what
Right.
they call them. They were destroyed by Spain and the Roman Catholic Church. I hate to say that, but
Right.
Germany
It's
and
true.
Italy and Spain and Constantinople have been a domineering influence on the passing of knowledge and what was kept and what was destroyed. And it's truly sad. And as of the 1400s, we stopped. All the religions used to get along. The Buddhists talked to the Muslims, and the Muslims talked to the Arabs, and the Arabs talked to the Christians, and everybody talked to the Jews, and there was no problem. And they all shared information. And then as of the 1380 and 1440, that's when all the fighting started, and they stopped talking to each other ever since. And our religions have all gone askew. And especially between the Sunni and the Shia and all of that. And that's the breakup of the Prophet of Muhammad, etc. And there's other points of reference I could talk about, like what goes on in Spain, what goes on in Germany, etc. And the True Cross and all of that, and Constantinople and on and on. We could talk about the next 2 hours on that.
Right.
And even Kyiv, for instance, where the Ukrainians are, the capital city of Ukraine is highly valued amongst the religious community throughout the worldwide history. And people don't focus on, that's another reason why Russia would like to own Kyiv, because it's a holy site to them of proportion. Kyiv was basically the formation of Russia. It was before St. Petersburg, before Kaliningrad, all of that. The main holy sites are in Kyiv. Now they're bombing the shit out of it, or trying to. And there's an escalation there. I don't know if you folks have watched the news recently, but Russia is pulling a really stupid escalation. But anyway, look it up.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into too much detail or scare people in that department, but yeah. They're doing some no-nos. But, the whole thing's a no-no in the first place, in my opinion. But anyway.
Right.
But we lost
the factions, Sam, is that the factions actually messing with each other through humanity?
Well, let's just say one of Russia's allies has decided to stick their troops in place, which they've already been there, but now they're really sending more troops, as well as ammunition. Go look it up, guys. Go look up what's going on in Ukraine. It's not a good thing. Although the Ukrainians are winning.
Night, Alex.
It's kind of sad that people have to die for this. It really is. And blessings to both soldiers on both sides of that war. And I'm terribly sorry you have to be there. And blessings to your family and your mothers. Anyway, Rebecca's back. Have you got anything for us?
I'm back. Oh boy, we have plenty. So,
I started talking world politics. You got to rein me in.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I can tell Alexander good night. So,
Night, Alexander. Thank you for
Alexander.
your lovely work. I
thank
can't
you for
believe
everything.
you told us about the
I'll save.
the light
Sorry,
shining
I'll
through the
save-
atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, right? I'll save your second video for next week. So don't worry.
Is that the one with the cube in it, or did
we'll
we
get
already
that.
watch
I think it. I don't know what it is. I think it's a cube. You want to see
don't
it?
know.
I mean, I can show
let's
it
see
now
it.
if you want me
Play
to.
it. Play it, yeah.
Okay.
Drag him
Well,
back.
I'll go ahead and
He
show it.
won't be able to turn off his tablet.
Right. Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll play that, and he can watch it on the sidelines or something.
Yeah, I'll
So,
make a
I'll
little
put
short
my large
video
screen on
for
right
him.
away. Get it very big.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me get it pulled up here. Part 2, here we go.
Alright.
It's like, I don't know what we're seeing here.
Wow.
Site of Uri, didn't you say?
No, it's Tan asteroid and the spiral asteroid, and the red asteroid is going further over to the right. And in that mix, in the upper right is where the Texas cube is. In the upper right corner.
Yeah, you can see it.
This node sitting here is what earlier discussed, wormwood. That is the Tan asteroid going straight down vertically away from us. And that is the base cloud of Uri.
The base cloud of Uri.
Particularly
Wow,
nasty
look
looking,
at
I might
that.
add.
Okay. Huh. Wow.
It's right.
Seen the
It's
10
rising up.
asteroids moving like that either.
I mean, if you look back a year ago, we horizontally we didn't even see the bottom of Uri. Now we're seeing the bottom of Uri, and it's rising up and up and up and up.
So that triangle is the bottom of Uri.
Well, that triangle is the group of the Tan asteroid, Big Sister, the Rain, Poppy, all the smaller asteroids around it, and then up in the upper left is where the Skull asteroid is. So that's the side edge bottom asteroid group underneath. It's popping out first before Uri, which is the 180-day close path. Tan asteroid is just above the house on the middle left. And you can see the different variations in color here. It's behind, but it's there.
Yeah. Look at that. Wow.
And it looks like if you were to, it looks like a dragon flying at you if you went over the far right. We have pictures going back years ago when it was smaller. Now they're right there where that was the red asteroid dead center. There's the red asteroid again, dead center above the roof. That's the tail of the red asteroid right there. That is the tan asteroid again with Pappy in front of it. Pappy's dead center. Tan asteroid is behind Pappy. Big Sister is behind the tan asteroid. And Lorraine is the white blob in the upper middle. And there's a black dark blob in the upper middle. I wonder what the hell that is. That's an interesting something.
Yeah. It's like
another little buddy.
Oh, there's so much up there. It's spooky. I mean, I see this and I just go, thank God we've never been plastered by this stuff. This again, this is Yuri going over this stuff, and of course the tan asteroid is dead center above the roof eave in the middle of the picture.
With the stripies on it.
With the stripies on it. That is the tan asteroid and all the stuff behind it. Here again, it's going farther away from us, but it rotates in view here. Yep. And now you're seeing Yuri whiteout, where everything's turning white because Yuri's going over the top, which is what we refer to as Yuri whiteout. And that dark line edge next to the sun, that dark area left of the sun going all the way to the top of the picture, is the edge of Yuri.
Well, look right beside that, and you see a round. Really, is that the tan asteroid? Or I see something very round top left.
That would be where Matim would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see it, Sam? I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
I
a baseball. It's little.
Yeah, I do see it. It could be. It does have an ion tail going all the way up to the right corner, doesn't it? Yeah, it's an asteroid most likely. If it was a planet, it wouldn't have a tail. So it's an asteroid.
We need to name it. No.
Well, you know.
Okay.
It's one.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
know which one. It's a spiral.
Oh, really? Let's go back a little bit.
Yeah, it's spiral.
Okay. Wow.
Because remember, it's at the horizon.
That was just really obvious.
When the planet turns. Now we got probably 10 different sightings of it. Yeah, that's the spiral asteroid going away from us.
There it is again.
When the planets rotate, we sometimes see them coming in from the left, and then the planet keeps rotating, and then we see them coming in from the middle, going away from us, and then we see the planet rotate, and then we see them coming in from the right, and yet orbiting underneath Attu's moon. And it's sometimes, now a couple of years ago, that took weeks to occur. Now it's hours, or minutes, because the planets are over the top of us. Therefore, they're rotating faster. That way, we don't see the same facial out view because we're facially looking up underneath them, where we didn't before. So they spin faster because we're underneath them, watching them rotate. Attu's moon.
That one. Oh, wow. That is so good.
And that straight line going to the house eve is where the spiral asteroid and then the red asteroid have left. That upper left to the dead center middle above the roof eve is the asteroid pathway of those asteroids orbiting under Attu and Attu's moon. Now that bubbly blue area in the left corner, that big white patchy cloud area, that is Attu's moon. And then you have Attu behind it, and that is the blue area going in a semicircle from the bottom left corner to the middle of the right. And then behind that is Yuri. And if you notice on the right-hand side of the roof of the house, there's this little blip on the edge there. That's a dark, shadowy area. And that is the salamander asteroid group poking out of the bottom of Yuri.
Yeah. Wow.
There it is again.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Yes.
And behind it in this shot, all the way down right where it says A walls, if you see the greenish little stripe at the bottom of this whole mix, that is the bottom of Saru.
Okay.
Because you're looking at the edge of Saru, the edge of Yuri, the edge of Attu, the edge of Attu's moon, and the asteroids underneath it.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Right.
There's stuff in there, man.
And how you cannot make this shit up.
No.
Nope.
There it is. Ta-da!
It's like they're stacked like plates, you know. It's just
Yep, they are
so neat.
exactly. And that's out view. And you have to realize that these damn things are sky pillars. And once you do realize they're sky pillars, here again, another representation. Okay, it is past sunset. Keep it right here. It is past sunset. So it is dark. So right where it says A walls, you see that dark area? That's our
Yes.
sky.
Yeah,
That's the real sky color. It's dark. But what's that whitish, greenish, yellowish first band? That's the site of Saru being illuminated. Because Saru was a very big planet. And what's that next dark gray spotty area? Well, God, that's the site of Uri. And what's that dark blue edge area? Oh, that's Atu. What's this weird shit going on in front of us? It's the clouds of Atu and Uri combined, mixing with Atu's moon and all that other crap coming in right over the top of us.
And they're so beautiful. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, and look at their left horizon and look at the lighting. There again.
The colors on that one. You can actually see the different colors.
We've never had sunsets like this before. This is so
purple,
amazing.
the lilac just does my head in. It's so gorgeous.
Right?
And the point about it is the illumination. It's already dark.
Yes. Yes.
So this is stuff that is above Earth that is still being illuminated.
And everybody says, "Oh, it's sunset."
And the rain grabs hold of the lighting,
but
the lighting.
The light is too bright. It's like, and you
glowing.
can see how it illuminates all this underneath it.
And then you match it with 150 pictures a week that all from around the world that match time after time after time, and you realize that this is real. It can't be fake. It happens over and over again around the world. So they are not just clouds, because clouds in New Jersey cannot match clouds in Germany. And if they're a perfect match and they've got the same shadowing, well, that means it's way, way higher above Earth and not just local atmospheric clouds. And this is where the shadowing comes in. I mean, if you look at the left, there's that big dark shadow on the left-hand side. And over on the right where the sun is, there's this illuminated front of a planet. Oh my God, there's a planet there. This is why I always teach, look at the dark areas first, then work to the light, and it'll leap off the page at you.
Yeah, I think last week, Alex and Afan and myself, we all had taken a picture on the same day that looked almost identical. Like, at first I thought, is that my picture? No, that's not my post or my name. And then you look and it's like, they're almost identical. It's wild. How is that possible?
I see that 20, 30 times a day.
Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh. And these were like dead on. You can't, how is that possible? You know?
So Wendy is asking, what is creating the grid lines?
That would be sea trails.
I mean,
some of them. Some of them are asteroid trails, but when they're individuals and they're thin, like in the middle of this picture example, there's probably 2 sea trails and the rest are asteroid trails.
Just so they can confuse your eyes.
Definitely more there. Just based on what I see personally, you know, I will see 2 or 3 planes out.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3. Okay. And how many million lines, you know? I mean, so I think the majority of streaks are definitely trails from asteroids.
I think so too.
You know,
like the other day was a mess and there were no planes.
Yeah.
And usually where I'm at, the planes only have air traffic in one direction into Vegas and out of Vegas. They don't fly all over the place. They stick to one line in and out, and that's it. And if the winds change, then the air traffic changes, and that's it. And
Alexander said, no, that was not from planes. I have that on video.
Right.
Okay, excellent. Good.
So
well,
it's like,
in that case, it's asteroid
just all
trails.
these erratic lines everywhere, and I just don't.
Yeah.
Like, where did they come from? And they just appear out of nowhere. It's wild.
There were a lot of sightings of asteroids coming in and burning up in the daytime and at night over the last 2 weeks. And we are in a new asteroidal, what I think is the Pleiadian. It changes so often I can't even keep track of it anymore. I need to look that up. We're in another asteroid field, quote unquote, the ones that they can talk about. So it's going to be quite busy.
Right.
And as discussed earlier, the asteroid's going in front of the moon as well. There's a lot of stuff up there flying. So go
not
out.
the Orionids, is it?
Yeah,
no,
it could be.
I think Wendy Williams posted
the
name of it. This new meteoroid or meteorite shower.
But yeah, we're in
somebody
another
can
one.
give us the name of it in
we're
the
in
comments.
another one. All right.
I forgot.
We're in another one.
All right. Yeah, they've got to call it something, man.
Yeah.
It could be Andromedan. It could be Pleiadian. It could be Perseus. Perseus.
Yeah, there
Isn't
seems to
that
be
the
like a
Perseus?
lot of them that I don't remember there being.
Yeah, the Perseus is the Perseus.
Isn't it the
Perseus? Everyone knows
Perseus?
about
Yeah.
The Taurid.
and that will be
Taurids.
coming out of Taurus. Yeah.
Wow.
Taurid ones. Yeah, it could be them
Thanks,
too.
Wendy.
Yeah. Well, we have another one. I'm sure I'll come across it in the next couple of days and get glue it to my
that'll be
brain.
there.
I don't always grab every
I
fact.
didn't realize there were so many of the things. I remember the Leonid ones because when I was 16, we watched those. Some of them going over Cape
That's when
Town.
the
They
asteroid
were
comes out of the
amazing.
Leo belt, the Leonid, and the Perseus is, of course, when it comes out of Perseus. It has to do with the star pattern and the area of space that we're traveling through at the time. And I will comment on that is I saw Pleiades the other day, and it's the biggest I've ever seen it in my entire life.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
I see it.
The
I
Pleiades
see
is
it.
supposed to be like 9 or no, God, excuse me, I'm not even going to try and quote the distance, but it's many light years away from Earth, and yet it's quite large right now. And so that was
Yeah, but even during the Northern Lights, when we seen them here, you could see the stars were so bright, and the constellations are all kind of different.
And don't forget, we also have the box constellation. Well, not constellation. Our normal planets are in a box grouping right now. So don't forget to check where the normal planets are, because some of that is going on also right now. You can see Venus, you can see Saturn, Jupiter, etc. They're quite bright. And I occasionally try to remind myself where those are, just so I can stay fresh with that, because we don't want to take into account something that is one of the normal planets by mistake. But then our out view of them are so much smaller, we don't even pay attention to the small stuff anymore. So that happens as less frequently than it ever used to, because they are considerably smaller compared to these planets. So,
Is Tara coming on?
Mm-hmm.
She is. Pretty soon. I heard from her not too long ago.
and
Yeah,
I'm going
I
to go
was
get another drink. I'll be right back.
I was
Okay,
dragging my
see.
butt a bit now because of work, and I have to go to work tomorrow as well. It's like
Uh-oh.
double laundry shift.
I know.
weekend.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's crazy how fast it goes. We just started, didn't we? No,
Yeah.
it's 3 hours already.
It don't seem like we've been doing this for 3
It's
hours at all.
flying. Yeah. No, it doesn't. We barely got started.
Yeah, I know. I was
This is so
enjoying
cool.
listening to Brandon, and it just seemed to go really fast. But our choir is going to be singing at one of they call it the Universal Hall, but
Okay.
I just recently
Yeah.
joined a big choir, so
cool.
it's actually
Okay.
fun. And
Yeah, that's
there's
fun.
all the different harmonics, like all the way up from baritone to alto to soprano. Well, I'm in the soprano one, but currently you wouldn't notice that because
that was it.
I'm like that now because I'm tired. But
That was
the new choir master guy is something else. He knows how to blend everything. He does it a cappella, and it's so
Nice.
cool. And he says we're going to do 2 songs. But he was teaching us some kind of dance thing. To the coil goes in within, and everybody held hands and went round and round. And it was a song that was sung about peace. But I'll see if we can actually tape it next time.
Yeah.
But I was
Would
too
love to
shy
hear it.
to actually tape it. But it was in Domino Patri something, in Domino Patri, and then we sing something different all the time. But it's about peace.
Spiritus Sanctum. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but it's just,
Albert.
it came out so beautifully. Anyway, we'll try and sing that one again.
Hello, Albert.
Hi, Albert. And thanks again to Alexander for
Thank you, Alex.
part 2. So I love it.
Yeah.
I like
Especially
that.
that
He was
skull
pointing out
asteroid.
stuff with his cursor. He was saying, look at my cursor, because he was pointing, he was showing us what he was seeing. So I like that part.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I do see Laura is here. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Awesome to see you.
Yeah, I sent you lots of
Okay,
pictures,
so
Chris.
I see
I hope you
that.
can make me a video. Like I sent a heap of
Uh-huh.
pictures because I just kept seeing cubes, man. And that Star
I'm just trying to
Destroyer sat
say.
right on the top of some cloud that looked like the Sphinx. I thought, you cannot make this shit up. And how can people not see that? And I must
don't
have
know.
stopped. I was on my
Give me a
bike.
minute.
Yeah, like I keep trying not to be late getting where I'm going and coming back from where I'm going, but
Do you ever find
We won't
yourself
mention
leaving
what-
at like the right times when this, like you find yourself leaving at a time you didn't think you were going to, but then you see something in the sky and it's like,
but you know that's weird as well. And then you choose to go a different way, like by a random urge, and you suddenly think, I'm just going to go that way. And then you go
Yeah.
down by the beach here, and then you meet 3 people that you wouldn't have met had you not gone that way. And suddenly they start talking to you, and they're going, look at that rainbow
Right.
effect up there, and you take pictures, and then you go, oh, that was the binary effect there. The what? And then you just kind of leave it with them, like the thought. And it's like
Yeah,
dropping
it-
little seeds everywhere, but you really try.
well, I
It's
saw a lot of
interesting.
people this week actually taking pictures of the sky. Like we came out of the
Mm-hmm.
store the other day and it was amazing. And
Everybody's
I'm
really
just
keen
glad
and
I actually
excited
saw
about the
more than
Northern
like 3
Lights
or 4
just
people
now.
actually all taking pictures at the same time. I was shocked.
Yep.
I'm like,
Hey, Laura Mount. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Laura Mountjoy says the Orionoids this weekend, so they would be coming out of the
Orion,
southern.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I said Orionoids, didn't I?
Sorry.
Orionoids.
I
you
can't
can
help the
almost-
teacher thing,
I can-
Sam. I'm sorry.
I can almost talk this week. Yeah, the Orionoids, and that means they'll be
Orion.
coming from the south. So you'd look pretty much south mostly south by southeast. So if you
Yep.
look up there, that's where they'll come out of.
Yep.
So
Well, let's hope my new camera sees a whole bunch of those things. I can't believe how you can actually see the blue bodies in the camera.
Yeah, cameras will catch things your eyes cannot catch. So
right.
be ready for that.
Yeah, my new camera
That was-
thingy is actually seeing things. It's amazing.
I
I wasn't made for that.
I feel like on TikTok this week, I saw more sky photos than ever in the history of it.
Let's
Yeah.
hope.
It was
Yeah.
a lot, and it was a lot of phenomena. It wasn't just regular videos of the sky. There was lots and lots of stuff going on this week.
Definitely.
Well, let's just
See,
hope that
okay.
the word gets out.
Yeah.
I saved your pics, Jillian. So we'll show them. I don't have any music added, but we can at least see your pictures that way.
Cool.
And then I have a video of pictures from B Cope. So
Cool.
stay tuned. We got that to look forward to,
Ooh.
right?
Hey,
He takes
Y'all's pictures. Y'all's pictures.
that
I'll
would
see
be
y'all's
great.
pictures. Hey,
Once I
learned
get
to
them
see you all.
organized, they'll be better.
I can't even call him Brandon. I don't know. I know it's his name, but to me, he's
Right.
B Cope. Isn't that funny?
That's a good thing.
Or,
Oh my gosh. You
yeah,
gotta
we
change
got
your
a
name.
I
few of those
wasn't
that
sure
are around
if
here.
Peacock was a boy or a girl, so I thought going to be like, I really need to know if this is a boy or a girl. But, then you think that, am I being rude? Because now that I don't want to offend somebody, maybe they're not sure if they're a boy or a girl.
Right.
It's my brand. It's also my youngest son's brand as well. He's Brendan Copeland, and I'm Brandon.
5 boys, huh? Wow.
Boy.
Boys.
Oh, boys.
That's awesome. That is great. I had 3 boys myself. Yeah. 3, so that's a handful.
Yes.
Yeah.
It gets
Do they like to make music with you? Do they make music with you?
My youngest is actually producing and making his own music. He hid it from me for a while.
For him.
Thinking that I was going to put pressure on him.
How old is he?
Yeah. He's the only one, though.
But how old is he?
Brendan's 14.
Cool.
Kobe's 23. Dylan's 22. Jared's 21.
Oh, wow.
And Hilbrand is 24 or 25.
They're all close together apart from the baby one.
Oh, yeah. I was a busy guy. To say the least.
A teacher's dream. I'd just like to know that, when you can come back with another one next year. So look at that stuff, man. How can you not see that stuff?
I don't know how you missed the sun.
Yep. I think a lot of people just accept it as the normal sky, and because they don't take the time to learn the sky in the first place. I originally watched the sky nonstop for, I'm in Montana, big sky country, and B, as a painter, I always wanted to learn how to paint clouds. And that, by the way, dead center in the middle there is the red asteroid.
Yeah, it's like glowing.
Nice.
It was glowing. It's just
glowing. Well, the sunlight is behind it, and that could be the nose of the skull poking up and back there in the back. Sort of kind of looks like it's immersed in the bottom of that, but we'll see. And then the white cloud could easily be the spiral asteroid above the red asteroid, but it's actually closer to us. But because of the angle of the photographer, it looks like it's farther back, but it may not be. Anyway, and this is a repetitive pattern that keeps showing up and keeps showing up, keeps showing up.
And that just seemed to flare the sun. It would flare, but there's bits there on the left, bits coming in.
On the left is of course, Uri-side base cloud. Over and over and over again. And the light shining in between the 2 planets, so that's why it's flaring out that big. It gets that big because it's pinching between 2 bodies.
And the little blue lights, man. And the squids that look like ships.
Well, the blue, again, we know that the blue asteroid is immediately in proximity to the sun and crossing in our out view currently, has been for a month or 2, and or if not longer.
Looks like a Star Destroyer on the top there. Look at that thing.
I don't know. Okay, up on top of the white. I don't know. No, I don't really see it, but then we can't call it either.
Hey,
but
Jerry.
Thank you, Gillian. Thank you.
Jerry's going to Tenerife soon.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
He's going to be scoping out the sky. I think it's Spain.
Oh,
I believe Spain.
I wanted to go to Tenerife. Remember, I said it's called them pyramids.
Let's go, Gillian.
Look out for them pyramids, Jerry. Yeah, there's 9 of them. You won't miss them. So I was going there for about all of 30 minutes. Check. See.
That's pretty cool though, because he'll be up in a plane and he knows what to look for. So see, he'll be our eyes.
Now, always remember, if you film through a plane window, you're going to get, if not triple glass refraction. So you have to take that into account. And if you film live, Be sure to roll your camera around at the start and at the end and point out with your finger that here are the lens flares and here's whatever. And that'll help you in your single capture, and it'll prove any doubling as well. So filming through plane windows is not a great thing, but every once in a while you'll get a good capture.
But if you're not focusing so much on the sun, like Jerry, he has another capture where you could just see the atmosphere of another planet. It wasn't the sun. You could see the darker blue, a big dark blue curve.
Right.
That's
You'll get a better, larger capture than a smaller one. And remember that most likely you're going to get a glass double or 2 suns, if not 3. So, and we ran through that recently.
That one that got the 7 suns, remember?
Yeah, right. I was just going to say that we ran through that recently with somebody who had a capture, and it went viral all around everywhere. It went to TikTok, it went to YouTube, it went to Facebook, and everybody was sending us, oh God, I must have got 50 copies of it. And I went, no, lens flare, camera fail, So be careful and be prepared. And this is why I always just say, just don't film through glass. If you're in your car and you're driving, you see something cool, for God's sakes, pull off the road and then go to a safe area to stand on the other side of the guardrail so that you can film. That way you don't get hit by anybody else. So, and that shit happens all the time. And if you film while driving, you're silly because you could get hurt. Or you could hurt someone else, so don't do that. Oh, I had to just roll down my window and film. I couldn't believe it.
Helps.
Yeah, well, dangerous.
Unless you're a professional like Rebecca, then don't.
Unless you're a professional like Rebecca.
I didn't hear a word you said, Sam.
Well, at least you film through your sunroof.
Right.
Just get one of them things you stick on your head, and then it can.
I mean. Right, I'm not even looking at the sky. Really, I'm not. I just I catch what I catch. If I get it, cool.
If you're really brave, take your GoPro and get a really good clamp, and then strap it on the outside of the plane before you go. I'm joking, of course. Strap it on the outside of the plane so you get a good shot with no glass. If you're
is that a GoPro?
Well, could you imagine if you didn't have a really good clamp? And, after the plane takes off 5 miles off the runway, your GoPro flies off. Goodbye. That's why I'm joking.
Tragic, man.
GPS on it.
Get a drone and stick one on, man.
Like hanging out the car window.
I'd use a magnet, but if you use a magnet nearby your GoPro, it screws it up. So I don't recommend any magnets anywhere near a GoPro, because it'll turn your feed and all of that. And just ask Bondi Magnets. Anybody watch Bondi Magnet Fishing?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when he has his magnet in hand and he's showing people what he caught off the river bottom, the GoPro go and their phones go nuts. They flip out. So otherwise, I'd say get a really good magnet and put it on your GoPro, and then it won't fall off. But no, you won't get good film. So never mind. We've been talking for 3 hours, so I'm of course rambling about this point in time.
Okay, so how about
it's my orange juice, mango juice that I'm drinking that's doing to me. That mango.
Video.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, here are some pictures and video and just some, a collection of some things from Brandon Copeland. So B Cope. All right. So let's go ahead and play that. Here we go. Drum roll.
Nice.
Right? Wow.
That's the sun around 12 noon.
Side of a Saturn, Attu's moon right there, and Attu.
Wow.
The blue area is where Matim is on the left-hand side of the sun, and I get to look up Pisa. Sorry, I gotta dash to cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Oh, look at the little bubbly fire clouds.
Ah. Wow. On Atu's moon action.
Yeah.
And I Saturn. Wow.
Look at that.
Yes. Look at that.
Saturn on that side.
Repeat offender. Repeat
I
offender.
like that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ah, yeah.
Like that.
Obvious dark blue, light blue, all the asteroids right there.
Look at the halo thing.
Wow.
I'll tell you, living on the eastern seaboard, I mean, there is action
Yeah.
constantly.
Beautiful.
I had like 2 days last week where there was literally nothing. I could see some stuff in the distance,
Okay.
but it came back night before last like it was 6 months ago.
Wow.
I mean, so close. You couldn't even really take pictures and video.
I know.
Yeah, is that the little moon
Yes.
thing? Check the little moon thing.
Yeah, that's a mini moon. Caught that last
Okay.
night.
Cool.
Okay.
So whereabouts is it as opposed to the moon?
This is
Where's-
all. Most of my video is always southeast to southwest, and if it's
back.
different, then it's only because the sun's in the picture. But my best view and where I've had great footage is all in the south.
Okay.
I tried to get
Southeast,
back in a hurry.
southwest.
So I could see it. Now apparently I'm
My
not
new
seeing much.
camera's in the south.
I mean-
West.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Ever since I found you guys, I mean, it like intensified knowing what I
Yes.
was looking at. And like I mean, I've been totally blessed to see like so
totally fits.
much, like every day. You know, living on the eastern seaboard, you know, right here at the horizon has been like amazing. I mean, I've seen so much stuff. Like, there's not much that I see on TikTok that I literally haven't seen myself.
Yeah.
Like, it's the weirdest thing to be able to view so much stuff.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's when you jump up and down and go, oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Match.
That's the cut in
Nah.
of Yuri.
Yeah.
And of course, the Saturn is on the right hand side, the upper right.
There you go, Sam. Check that out.
Look at that thing. That looks like that triangle thing under Nipicity.
Wow.
But then there is something, there's a little,
And well, that right there, the three straight lines always usually means the Texas cube or the long
That's
box.
the
depending on where it
rainbow
was.
that I was trying to tell you guys about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
trying to, a few months ago, we were talking about this rainbow.
That is the edge of a body.
look at that. You can see it.
Yeah, because it's not a complete rainbow, and
Wow.
it would be.
Oh,
Wow.
that makes sense.
That's the atmospheric crescent of probably is Saturn.
Wow.
This literally
Yes.
lasted for about 20 to 30
Yeah.
minutes as it came
Yeah.
across the
Right.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
seeing the side edge of planet is Saturn, and it's being illuminated, and that's why you're there. It has a minor atmosphere. That's why it's such a thin rainbow,
Huh.
and that's why it's not a complete rainbow
makes
because you're only
sense.
seeing a crescent illumination. Yeah, and they don't make upside down rainbows either. That's the side. That's the side edge of a planet right there.
Okay.
Nice one. Golly. Mhm.
And of course, the sun is on the left. That's Yuri whiteout. Uri, of course, is in the upper left corner. That's the dark gray area in the round. You probably have the blue asteroid right there.
Hmm.
Let me blow that up a little bit.
It's got a little pip eyeball thing.
Get there fast enough. Wow, that actually kind of looks like the moon.
Reckon.
Yeah, I blew it up. It looks more like the moon than it does the blue asteroid. Weird. Yeah, that looks like the moon.
Yeah, if you stretch it up, it looks like the moon, yeah.
Yeah, this is when the moon was doing a now you see me, now you don't act.
Huh?
So that was at night? That picture?
No, it was daytime.
Oh, daytime
Wow.
with the moon. Oh, okay.
Remember right around when like right around a little after that eclipse, the day the eclipse we had?
Oh, yeah.
It was like the following week or a day before or somewhere in there.
Okay.
Around that time, the moon was really small. Here, anyway. Oh, look at that pretty star.
That's
The
definitely
light
the
beams
moon.
coming off it. Oh, look at that.
That is the cutoff refraction of Isatum Isatum's yellow moon cutting in from the right.
When you were gone, Sam, I told them most of these pictures are going to be southeast to southwest.
Oh, as long
with
as I
the
got
exception
the
of the sun pic.
Yeah, well, now that's an interesting.
Yeah, that one.
It's probably a misfire there.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I can. I can't. That's a very odd. I can't call it.
We just had this week where you could see all the bodies like going behind the sun, starting around like 11 or 12 in the morning.
This is the side of Uri. That last one was this, and you can see with the light shaft here as well. That's the side of Uri cutting into the left side of the sunlight.
That one here.
Yeah, see the rounded band on the edge of the left-hand side? That is Uri, and all of her
reminds me of
asteroids.
Alexander's. Like we just saw Alexander's looking very similar.
Look up to those black and gray dots. Those are the asteroids in the Salamander asteroid group, and then behind it to the upper middle left is big, huge, gigantico red asteroid coming in. There again is the side of Uri with Atu and Atu's moon in that one.
Hey, Michelle. Glad you could join us. Glad
Hello,
you're here.
Hi, Michelle.
I think we lost Christoper. Must be out chasing that nice warm sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something coming in the upper left of that. Now remember, we know that Matim is coming in from the left. It's a smaller round coming in behind Uri. And that could be part of the light refraction we're seeing in here as well. How the light is rounding and flaring because the edge of a planet from the left is coming in.
It looks dark down below.
Stuff in the way.
Stuff.
Sky
Lots of
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, there again, there's another side of the bottom of Uri and all the asteroids. Excellent. Yeah, the direction of the light shaft makes a big difference too. So you gotta take that into account what you're looking at.
Bye, Joyce.
And over time, you will learn how to tell what you're looking at and what to pinch off. And this is, of course, why we put out the monthly sight drawing. Or a quick reference guide to what you're, and then you can go back to, if you have a picture from June, you can go back to June 2024 and compare that and the sight drawing, and then you'll have a match. And that's what's really cool about that and why we do it also, because then we date everything and we take, we document it, and then we can, somebody a year from now can go, hey, I caught this picture in August of 2024. Does it match anything you know? And then I just grab up the drawing and go, yeah, here you go. This is what it looked like.
I thought that one was interesting. It's like, it's definitely something, it doesn't look like a regular cloud.
Cartoon character with a very pointy nose, 2 eyes, and a mouth and a beard.
It's like Barney or something.
It was Pearl.
You see it?
It's a
Okay,
gnome.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Sam,
It's a sky gnome.
he said it
The
first.
animal.
Sky gnome.
A skynimo.
Yeah.
Skynimo. We should actually create one.
I'm scared of it.
This light shaft
Animal.
is created by a cutoff into the sunlight. This is the side of Uri cutting into the side of the light,
Yeah.
and the asteroid's cutting in from the left.
Oh.
A sky gnome.
Animal.
Skynimo. Skynimo. See, I can make up words. Skynimo. Been doing that since I was a baby. Okay.
Well, Michelle, I want to try that too, Michelle. I'm curious how it turned out.
Oh yeah, making bread. Mm.
Well, the trick is that you just got to spend a lot of time kneading it if you want it to, break down the fiber, and then you get better bread.
I've heard people making bagels that way too, with yogurt and flour.
Holding in butter, you come up with croissants.
Shouldn't talk about food when I'm going to almost go to bed and I'm going to be hungry again.
You're making me hungry.
Look at that. Dark blue, light blue. Wow.
Yep.
That's
Look at the gray
way
blue.
All
That
right,
was
nice job.
Thank you for sharing that
Thank you.
with us. Cool.
Now I know what I was looking at.
Right. I don't know if Jerry is still hanging out with us or not, but I told him I would play his little clip from his airplane ride the last time he was on an airplane.
Oh, okay,
And
cool.
just so we could, talk about what he saw. He
I
could
hope he went
see
above the clouds.
an
so we can notice
atmosphere.
everything above the clouds.
Hey, I saw an electricity when I went to Iceland. Yep.
Yep, he went above the clouds.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
See that blue line above the clouds, that little dark blue line?
Mm.
That is the bottom of a planet. Everything above those little white blue clouds at the bottom and the horizon white line is planet.
Yep.
So
Look at the
incredible.
horizon.
Yeah.
That's the real sky.
yeah. He could see it. He knows.
Yep.
That's just
Yeah,
it.
we
The
get-
people that know that these planets are there,
Wow,
they
that's
can
like
help point
right
it out.
there.
Yep. They are.
Yeah, we got grounded for 2 hours and they said to us, well, nobody was telling us why we couldn't go
Mm-mm.
up. But I knew because if you looked out the window, all you saw was like a great big sky full of electricity.
Top,
So
the white
they
Pilots
were gonna let
gotta
any
know what's
plane
going
up there.
on.
the white tops of the cumulus nimbus is the top of our atmosphere, and they run averagely 35 to 40,000 feet, which is where the airplane is flying here. They're flying about 37,000 feet. And everything above that is thin cirrus to upper atmosphere clouds that you can see through. The cumulus nimbus clouds are the top of our normal weather. So every cloud you're looking at way above that in the dark area is not an Earth cloud. It is a cloud around the passing planets.
Mhm.
You can
They're
see the
miracles.
dark
They're just
line.
miracles. They're amazing.
You can see the dark line at the horizon where all of a sudden
Yes.
that dark line compared to the normal horizontal sky color changes. That is the bottom of the edge of the planet.
Incredible.
Mhm.
Incredible.
Yeah, look how thick and dark it looks up there. It
Yeah,
looks
that's
like a
Attu and
surface.
Attu's moon.
Looks like surface, man. You can
that was
see
it.
craters and that. That's craters.
Cool.
Yay!
I know, right?
Craters,
I mean, I
man.
think
Laws
in
of
that
one.
instance, filming through glass, that's like the only
Yeah, it was totally acceptable
Right.
because he wasn't pointing it at the sun.
acceptable. Right.
Not much you can do
Absolutely
there.
acceptable.
Any skydivers
Exactly.
in the group want to
He-
jump out
he-
of a plane
he
and
did
take some
say-
photos for us?
He left a
Skydiving.
comment. He said he'd see if they'd let him stand on the wing next time. If he could,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
he could be a stunt
Skydiver.
person, and he can.
Yeah, I don't
There
think
you
I'm
go.
gonna be doing that anytime soon.
Yeah, 5 or 6 shipping straps, and a can of oxygen,
Right.
and a scuba tank. You'll be fine.
I
Right,
would love to
for
go
the cost.
skydiving, but I know the second I get up there, it ain't happening.
Yeah,
You know?
jumping out of a perfectly good plane is not my
Right.
idea of a fun time. Thank
No.
you.
Mm.
No,
Right.
no. I
Yeah, we're
hate
not
it when,
superheroes out of Marvel, not yet.
I hate it when
Not
you know
yet.
when the Avengers
yet.
film over the edge of a building.
Not the
and they have to
Avengers
go down.
yet.
That's enough.
Wonder Woman with a cape. I was just like, yeah, remember that, Rebecca?
can
That's
see
what I
it
say.
now,
We're going to be
Gillian.
like Wonder Woman
There she
capes.
goes.
I know.
We're upgrading, but not that
For
fast.
Scotland.
We're upgrading. We're trying.
Not that fast.
Now we're those wee guys with the wings on their feet.
Yeah.
Mercury.
Sorry,
cherub?
I had to have a chuckle.
Oh, you mean cherubs?
It was Atlas.
Nah, man, who was that guy? That one that he flies all the flowers around the planet, man. What's he
Mercury.
called again?
Mercury.
No.
Yeah,
He's got,
Mercury.
he's got wings on his shoes.
FTD florist.
That florist dude, man. I don't know.
That was the FTD florist, and
The
he,
winged
he had the,
messenger.
right. He
The
had
winged
the
messenger. Yeah, what's he
or
called?
Hermes and
Hermes.
Mercury. Hermes and Mercury were the same.
It's amazing how many of those guys were the same, and they just kind of wash
Right,
over that
right.
one as well,
Well, when you stop in Greece, they call you one thing. When you stop in Rome, they call you another. You know how it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop in
By
South
the way,
America.
I
you
caught-
have a pizza photo.
And
called
when you get
Venus
when you get to
last night.
Sparta, you don't tell them your name because they'll beat you up. So go, yeah, I'm that winged guy, man.
Right?
I forgot my name, man. I've flown into too many walls.
Just another Peloponnesian story.
Ah.
Right.
Might have to love and leave you soon because I need to go to work tomorrow. So
Yeah, I know. It's 12:30 already. Gosh,
Look.
what happened?
Be
I
ready for your
know.
storm.
We wait all week. We wait all week for this day,
Right?
and it goes
Jillian,
too
just
fast.
get out your winter underwear.
Yeah.
Your
My
winter
woolly
woolies.
knickers, you mean? Yeah, my
winter,
woolly
winter
knickers.
knickers. Yeah, I
Knickers.
didn't know what they called them there, but yeah, next week you're going to need them.
It's all right. I went to Trespass and I've got woolly, what do you call them? Waterproof trousers, waterproof top. Oh, look at that. Wow.
Yeah, everybody now. Oh, look at that. Ooh.
Wow. Ching.
Lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon in front of a Saturn.
Oh,
Wow.
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 That's just another. I mean, I figured it was Saturn because of the angle of the curve, but
And
I
places.
can't say I've seen Saturn look like that before.
No,
You know,
that's
man,
different.
I mean,
like that. Wow.
it is.
Now you got to take
It
into
really is
account that
different.
lead asteroid is coming in front of the facial, so it is affected, and it blows me away that it's
Yeah.
that close, which is weird. I didn't
It's
ever,
close and it's
expect
gone
that.
over to the right.
but lead asteroid is so far front out. That's why it's called the lead asteroid. It's and only thing in front of it is the green asteroid because they traded places. Oh God, about 6 years ago.
Okay.
What's weird is it's so far in the outward orbit of Atu, and yet it's crossing underneath and in front of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon, and yet they're not connected. And it's merely out view, and I'm sure they're vastly separate apart from each other. But I mean, the size of lead asteroid alone, look at that. Oh my God.
Look at that. Wow.
Flame like that is probably the faceplate, the crab shell faceplate off of
Wow.
That's the
Saturn's
first
yellow
time
moon.
I've seen it look like that.
Well, it's
Yeah.
flame like.
Yeah.
It's a flame job, man.
That's a flame
Flame
job if
job.
we've ever seen one.
Man,
They used to do on sports cars,
I might have mistaken that for Star Destroyers or something. Look at, we hadn't
No,
been
that's
talking about it here on
look
the
at
show.
that, man. That looks
that
like
is the
cracks
base
in a
plate of
surface.
Saturn's yellow moon, and remember, it generates an ion tail around. So this
That
is the
looks like
generation
something you'd
of the
see
ion
in a
tail.
wall, like the finish of a wall or something.
Beautiful.
I don't know.
So now we know what the base cloud of Saturn's yellow moon looks like. That's this right here.
Ooh.
That's awesome. That's an
That's
awesome
like
photograph.
potato printing taken to a whole different level. Because I remember when I first seen this stuff, and I kept thinking I was obsessed with potato printing because
this is an old photograph.
It prints into our atmosphere, and you see like a specific detail that is so awesome. And then you see it all over the world, and you think we're seeing something. We're seeing a surface. We must
be. This picture is from 2021, 2022. This is the bottom illumination of Nepesity's open core. I remember this photograph. I have this. I have a copy of this picture.
Okay.
Okay, baby.
It's recirculating.
Yep. They do that.
Screenshot.
But I remember it. That's the cool thing about it. I remember all of these. I got hundreds of thousands of pictures stuck in my brain.
That's great, isn't it?
They're coming to take me away. Yeah.
You do that with music too. Like,
oh, look at that. Look, a flying hat. Oh.
That, of course, is the red asteroid again.
Yeah.
And I believe most likely the spiral asteroid in front of it. And if you were to look above, although it's in the mist compared to the yellow, you would have Attu and Attu's moon above that, because this is where the snail foot starts to create.
Okay.
I never thought about that before. It's like they build on each other. They build on each other.
Yeah, the cloud drops off and they connect because they have the ionization thread connection of the electrical universe, because we're all electrical, and we've got the magnetosphere. Remember, it's that big electrical circle around each one of these planets, and inside that electrical occurrence, when you have accelerated ionization, you get illumination, and you get the creation superhighway of the transfer between oxygen and hydrogen, and then you end up with water, which makes space clouds. This is why each one of these planets has this specific base cloud, because in space they have a regularly occurring separate planet pattern to each planet that we have learned over the years. I'm wondering about this. If Nepesity is overhead behind us, and we're looking through its finger clouds, I see this. So cool. It doesn't work. But I'm wondering.
I just wish I understood why the finger clouds are created like that. I mean, I know it's.
Well, it has to do with that same electrical.
Okay.
The shape of the electrical magnetosphere of that planet.
Oh, that makes total sense.
Fingering ion little pathways of how the electricity goes from the South Pole, meets in the middle, and comes down from the North Pole, meets in the middle. And the electrical pattern of these planets, because we live in an electrical universe, not gravitational, because of the shape of each of these planets' electrical behaviors, they put off that base cloud, which has a specific cloud type pattern which individually matches them. Nibiru has widened fingers with a really interesting sort of cloudy ion drop tail at the center of it, where Saru has this big, massive open core and very, very thick, illuminated yellowish base cloud. Nepesity has the thin base cloud with the fingers and the three rings. Uri has the huge bubbly base cloud with the asteroids in it. Attu has Attu's moon drag-off cloud and ion drop tail, which turns into a snail foot, etc. Whereas Nepesity also has the rotational snorkel that it drops and sucks up, because it's a smaller planet. It sucks up more outer atmosphere, and does because it rotates faster. There again, the white area is the asteroid field, and the blue area through most of this picture is the bottom of Uri.
Wow, that's a great one.
Yeah, that's the bottom of your very, very large Uri.
Almost looks like it was done with a paintbrush.
Right.
Look at it. It's beautiful.
And of course, dead center above that tallest pine tree on the left is where the tan asteroid would be. And to the upper right corner where that white cloud is in the upper left, not right corner, excuse me, the left corner is where the skull asteroid would be. Depending on when this looks like a semi-older or maybe a month or 2 months old picture. Yeah. That stuff.
Yep. Oh, weather alert from the Highland Council. It is.
It's so incredible too when Rebecca is able to take that picture of the salamander group and place it on some photos, and it lines up it perfectly. It's
I know what you mean.
and just like I don't know when you drew that one, but all year this year you've been able to. There's been so many pictures of the salamander group, and there it is, just perfect. It's so awesome.
Well, we've been watching them for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And they've come in and they've come in and they've come in every fall through the summer, from summer to, we watch them start off in the beginning of the 180 day, and we see them and like, oh, there they are again. And then they get bigger and bigger and bigger come September, October. Now, last year they were going full on all the way through December. We because they're over the top of us for the first time. Yeah, I remember this shot. There are people of opinion that is the green asteroid, and I am pretty willing to concur.
Okay.
It's the closest it gets. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the green asteroid, and it's leaving
It's
little
green.
ion tails behind it. And the little dots in it, we know that it has little dots, and that could even be another asteroid cutting into the face of it that's dark and unilluminated. But we know that there's a whole bunch of smaller stuff also with the green asteroid and with the lead asteroid and in front of the red asteroid and along behind. We've seen this week alone, or was it last week? Excuse me. Behind the spiral asteroid, there's a whole bunch of new little stuff that is now bigger. So as I'm suffering my orange mango juice here, trying to swallow it without too many vocal noises, I do apologize. Yeah. Thank you, JD. That sure does look a little square.
Yeah, it looks, yeah.
And gosh, it looks like there's a side orb right there.
Yep.
That must be those famous square side orb mechanical clouds that got here in 2017 that people park their ships on. It's the only cloud you can park on.
Oh, cool. Oh, JD took these himself. Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
That would be the long box cube.
Nice.
JD knows what he's looking for.
Yes, he does.
And he does have some. Look
wow.
at that. Okay, ask why there's an occurrence going on the left-hand side that's dark.
That looks like something at the Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
Because Uri is cutting into the left side, and that's why you're seeing the stripes that are illuminated on the left.
Wow.
Uri's cutting off 1/3 or 1/4 or 1/5 of the sun. That's why the illumination is on the right, because that's where the real thing is. The illumination you're seeing on the left is actually off the atmosphere and off the ground of Uri. Or, excuse me, there wouldn't be any ground because Uri's a gas giant, and we don't know how deep the gases around Uri are, or how big Uri actually is, or what it actually looks like. We only know that it has stripes that are horizontal, and they're white and gray and darker gray. And we watched that for over a decade as well.
That is really, that is an amazing photo.
You just gotta believe.
Yes. Cool.
Yeah.
Older
this is from Tony
photograph.
in Switzerland.
Older photograph by a month or so, I think. Or
It's
if it is
current.
new, is it? Okay. Looks like the bottom of
it is. Yeah.
looks like the bottom of Necessity.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
think, I
exact
think
ground.
Switzerland is
I-
another planet somewhere.
Yeah, I
It
think
has to be.
Switzerland is another planet. Yeah.
Right.
That's why they keep it
Right.
all to themselves. They're lucky ducks up there. Of course,
Yeah.
I think they freeze their butts off too.
Yeah.
I think so.
Like
Yeah,
we do up here
look
in
at that.
Montana.
I mean,
Hard to tell where the picture starts.
I know, right? Wow.
Is that real? Oh my word!
I
Look at
don't
it.
know.
Now, of course, there's a close pass of Necessity.
Okay.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Wouldn't like to be in that yellow part. And the Slurpee.
Is that the sun to the far right of that at the bottom?
Yeah, all the way back at the horizon. Yeah, it's sunset.
Okay. Okay.
Whoops.
Wow.
And the rainbow illumination is caused because the sun is shining on an asteroid field. It's fragmenting. The light in space is refracting into a prism. And I'm refracting off the particles in that asteroid field right there, which is at the bottom of Uri.
This one
Guys,
is
I'm
from
going to go to
a
bed,
fawn.
okay? I have to go to bed,
Wow.
okay?
Okay.
All right, good night, Gillian.
Good night,
Okay.
Gillian.
Good night.
Right there.
Nice
Good
to meet
night.
you,
Brandon.
Good to
Brandon.
see you
You
again.
too. Thank you so much.
Sleep well.
I will.
We'll see you
Night,
next
night,
week.
now. Okie dokie do.
Good night. You want me
Bye.
to help you?
That's all right. I think I
Bye.
found this. Found it. Tink.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, look at that picture. That's an
Okay.
amazing picture.
I know.
Send me that.
It's
Send me that
amazing,
picture.
yes.
It's incredible.
Okay.
Wow.
I will. Okay.
I need all of them.
I will.
Bye.
I got him. Oh, bye,
The flame like
Gillian.
faith cloud of his Saturn's
Yeah.
yellow moon.
Oh,
Or
it's
the ion
beautiful.
tail.
I'm in love with that new bottom that I haven't seen before. That's really cool.
Yeah, it looks just like that
Yes.
last photo we saw.
Like that other
I was
photo,
gonna
eh?
say,
Very cool.
it does.
Nice one.
It really does.
See how it's amazing how
wow.
you just see one and then another 5 show up at the same time.
I hadn't
Different
seen that
places
yet.
in the world.
Mm.
That's what blows
Anyway.
my mind.
Yeah.
Night night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good
night,
night,
Gillian.
Gillian.
Oh, flip, I thought I had the right
Okay.
little ding dong.
Wow,
She
look
did
at
it.
the color of that blue.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gosh, this is incredible.
I sent you another
It's a
older
A
drawing,
cloud.
Rebecca.
Just a cloud.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay, got it. Let me get that pulled up here. If I shared that on TikTok or wherever, there'd be definitely a handful of people that would just say, that's just clouds.
I know.
I'm like, but did you look at it, or are you just
Yeah, it looked like
thinking it's
flames or
clouds because it's in the sky? But
the top
anyway.
of Fleur de Lis or whatever.
I've never seen anything like that with my own eyes before. That's incredible. I would think that there is. I can't tell if it's solid or if there's depth to it, and it's just the composition of our sky and this atmosphere is completely different, and you can totally see it.
Okay, here is
Yeah,
the picture
It's
that.
screaming something's here.
Yes, absolutely. I'm
I'm
always
like, knock, knock,
I'm always
knock,
stumped
hello.
with my words. I can never when I'm trying to describe this, I can't because I just don't have the words for
Yeah.
it. I need to get a thesaurus out and start,
Yeah, I need a copy of this too.
incredible.
And I put
Okay,
away
Sam.
in the old the
I'll
Saturn
get it
files.
to you.
Yeah, those are flame
Okay,
like.
here's- All right, this is the picture you just sent.
Yep,
Sam?
that's the one I just sent.
Yep.
And that is what the occurrence off the yellow moon. It puts out these flame-like clouds. They're almost like wings. They go around both sides of his atom off that face plate, which is drawn in a black line. It was hurriedly drawn, and I do apologize, but I should have finished the entire Saturn planet in black as well, including Nibiru as well. It would have been a way better drawing. But anyway, it puts this ionization because it's very close to a Saturn, and it goes out on both sides. And we think there's a smaller moon on either side of the wings, submerged, because we've seen evidence of it. We believe that there are 2 smaller moons, so a total of 3 moons to a Saturn. And that is, the wings go around the much larger planet, the Saturn. We believe a Saturn is larger than Earth.
Wow.
And it is the middle-sized planet. It's the largest of the small planets because Nibiru and Saru are massive, and the 2 gas giants, Uri and Atu, are very large, but Atu is way smaller than Uri, and they never go anywhere without the other. They're always pretty much adjoined to each other. And then a Saturn is adjoined to the Nibiru arm of the 2-armed octopus, and Nepacity and Matim are on the other, in the tailing end.
Yeah.
And Matim has a completely different orbit pattern than all the rest of them. It's weird. But yeah, God, that's cool. So I think we can pretty much say we kind of know what the bottom base cloud of a Saturn is. It's very flame-like with a central patch, and we can see that the soft shell crab shell, or shield, or whatever you want to call it, that the faceplate of what a Saturn's yellow moon does to a push-down atmosphere is just slightly to the right and off camera here. But we pretty much know what it looks like now, so this is great. And we're going to be seeing the close pass of a Saturn for at least another month or 2. Boy, look at that.
Sorry. Yeah, ahead of myself.
That,
but
God, that looks like snail foot.
Okay, interesting.
oh, okay. Yeah.
Underneath Atu and Atu's moon.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Howie.
I
Howie is
can't
here
imagine
in
anything else doing
Jamaica.
that.
Right, you can
You know,
barely
that-
see
Well,
Atu's
I
moon.
wondered. I mean, how much of that is Yuri, by chance?
Uri
Or
is in the
asteroids.
back edge, but the blue area for most of after the sunset from the horizon up is Saru.
Oh.
So Uri would be the white patchy clouds in the middle, and then Atu and Atu's
Mhm.
moon are directly
Oh.
above and off camera.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
I can't think of
Howie
any
says,
rounding like that at the
asteroids
right
are-
middle
Yes.
center there that would be anything other than snail foot.
Did you see that, Sam? Just so you know, in Jamaica, that asteroids were magnificent.
Oh, cool.
So, I mean, I have seen a lot of what look like. I don't know if I have a picture of here ready to show, but I'll get it. But it looks like fireballs, like little ones, like a lot of them.
Yeah, I saw some that
Idaho.
were reported.
Yeah,
There's a
Idaho
lot
had
coming
a
in.
cluster. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just
If you got a
Right.
camera, it's worth watching. I saw a bunch of this recently this week. And I am going to say that this is the red asteroid creating a light halo.
yeah. I thought maybe red. Mm-hmm.
The light is rounding and refocaling outside, because if you look in the center, it looks like the red asteroid. And then it's like doing a punch cloud, sort of, but then the sunlight is shining way farther around outside of it as it's traveling
So-
away from us in the middle model of the rotation underneath Atu's moon.
So the asteroid is in it and smaller, and the
Right.
circumference of that
You
is
saw-
a punch.
you saw those captures that Alexander captured that you sent me, or I think Christoper sent me copies of them on
Yeah.
Content Stash of
Yeah.
that close-up of that asteroid.
Yeah, you asked for him last week, so I just
Right.
sent him to you.
Right. And that, I believe, is exactly what we're looking at.
Oh.
I'll never know what. I can't get back in Content Stash. You
What?
know that?
Let me grab
can't-
a copy of that and send it to you right now. then.
I can't be added. I can't
Yeah,
be.
well, that is a very good lesson to learn, that we have to have
Yeah.
more than one admin.
I didn't think about adding another admin for a chat.
Right.
I really
yeah.
never thought about that.
Well, we didn't think
People
that
think
that was
that's
going to be
like-
as
create a new
Used.
one and
Yeah.
have
It's
everybody
all.
just go to a new
I
one.
know.
And then once we do that, then we
That's
can
sad.
leave the conversation on the
Yeah.
other one. It's
Right.
doable. It's doable. Okay, what am I looking? All
It's a
right.
go rogue.
Right.
I can't even delete it. Yeah. Oh well.
Well, we can all just leave the conversation.
Right.
That's all, folks. Okay, Earth Brain. I know I got a copy of it here someplace, and I did. Oh, there it is. All right, I'm sending you a copy on Facebook, PM Rebecca, as we speak. And you can go back and forth from that picture to because it's moved, it's rolled in a different position. But if you look at the close up on this one and then his new capture, I'm sure that we'll see facial similarities. We can look for similar cratering and all of that.
Okay. Let me save it. Are you saying this picture has something to do with the picture that's on here right now? Or
Not the one that's on here right now, the one before.
Before it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, let's go back.
So look at the cratering on the object in the middle, in the hole, in this punch cloud.
Okay.
Look at the cratering on the shadowing, the spots. We see there's 4 lines on that one edge.
Right.
A couple of dots in the middle, one down at the bottom to the left. So we'll study the facial features on this. And then if you bring up that photo, we'll take a look at the right-hand side or whatever, and try to compare facial markings. Oh,
That's a good example.
Doom 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 do 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 do.
Okay, it's processing.
Da 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 boom boom.
Yeah. So
it does have 1, 2, 3, 4 markings on the right hand side.
Sure does.
They're a little skewed. The third one's a little skewed compared to the fourth one. If we were to tip it partially to the right, there are a couple of bloobs in the middle that look like the bloob in the middle on the other one. So let's jump back to the other one. Yeah, they kind of look pretty okay.
I could go for it.
I think that's a pretty close match. And they're in the similar area in the sky with the same lighting angle. And of course, even by the same photographer. So, I think he's getting good shots of the red asteroid. And we can definitely say that, well, we know the red asteroid is a red asteroid because of the shape. It's not round. Oh, boy, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate to jump into the old Texas cube, but boy, that sure looks like the old Texas cube. I don't want to scare people, but people really seriously, the greatest question is, are we alone? Oh God, hell no, we're not alone, guys, and you really need to know about this. And I asked that guy, that random guy in the gas station / truck stop. Well, if there was a major fleet of star destroyers and 2 giant cubes parked above Earth with a major invasion fleet from hell, would you want to know? And he sat there for, good 10, 15 seconds and thought, I don't know. And so I don't know if I'd want to know. Well, we know. And they're there. They're up there. We know they're there. I watched them. We watched them arrive. We watched them for years. We've had sightings every day for years now. Every day. Every day. Every day. Oh, I loved these. These are the asteroids orbiting underneath Attu and Attu's moon, going away from us in the central orbit model. They sometimes come in from the left. Sometimes they go horizontally away from us as they rotate and orbit under Attu and Attu's moon. You can see the horizon line color, and then look at the purple color between the two in the upper part of the picture. That's Attu. And that would be the it would be the tan asteroid and the red asteroid. The tan asteroid is the one on the right. The red asteroid is the one on the left. It also travels differently because Uri is above this shot. Weird. So this is a person in the north sky taking a picture south, I think, or at sunset. Weird. Hard call. Anyway, I will be right back. I have to go to the little scientist
Okay,
room.
Sam. Sure. All right.
A Coca-Cola and a big glass of orange juice are calling.
Woohoo. All right. That was the last one on that grouping. Oh, wow. Sweet. I have a question. Cope, I thought of something. I'm curious what your family thinks. Like when you tell them, hey, there's a planet and there's an asteroid right here. What about your family? What do they say?
For different astrological signs, what we discovered is an Aries can very easily blow all of this info off, as well as take it in and be completely drained and overwhelmed by it. So what they'll do is tend to kind of smooth it over, so not get into the detail, listen, but only very briefly.
That makes sense. My mom, my wife's mom's an Aries. She kind of does that. Like, that, not like that's nice, but she'll sit there and, kind of
the fake interested.
Yeah, and sometimes she'll just like have no interest whatsoever, and then the other times it's more like, she tries to get into it, and
Yeah.
Yes,
So I'm a Taurus. I don't know. Like, what does that mean? Is it
You're
stand out
stubborn.
to you?
Overwhelmed by it, but I mean, it's just a fact
That's
that
true.
different astrological signs that we're different people. We have
And they do have
interests.
behavior traits are pretty standard in your sign, and I'm a firm believer in astrological signs, and it's an absolute science. And there isn't a person that could convince me other, because Cancers are Cancers, and Tauruses are Tauruses, and Geminis are Geminis, and Capricorns and Aquarius are the way they are. And don't even get me started about a Sagittarius or a Libra. Oh boy.
Leo.
Leo.
Me and a friend of mine came to the conclusion that there's 3 signs that we'll never ever see. At least 3 of them.
Okay.
That what?
Which I
You
won't
said 3
mention,
signs that-
because it's just a educated opinion. Put it that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a couple of them
Yeah,
that you don't dare mention, because if you do, they'll come after you.
Oh, hey, you know what? I see Tara
being
is here,
wise.
y'all. So
Hey.
let's add Tara to the groups, to the
Yay.
conversation here, because
Your time to
I'm sure she
distract.
has some things to say. So okay, y'all, here she is, Miss Tara Nicole.
Scream.
Let me try it again.
Hey,
There she is.
Hey.
can you hear me this
Tara.
time?
Yeah.
We sure can.
Yay.
Good to see you. And
I'm using a phone, which I prefer my laptop, but and I got a new TV, so this is weird. I've got a big, huge TV in front of me, and then I'm trying to talk to y'all on the phone. So
Okay, you
we'll
can talk
little
here
phone.
quieter, and you'll be fine. You don't have to talk loud.
Oh, am I talking loud?
It's very.
Well, it's
Sorry.
It's all right. No
Well, I
worries.
think I've got the volume up. Let me try turning it down. Maybe that's it.
There you
Is
go.
that
That's a
better?
little softer. Yeah, thank you.
Ah,
That's better.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. You got your mics right there, so that's
Took me
No,
5
At
shows
least
to
it's
turn my
working this
microphone.
time. So hi, everybody.
I know.
Been trying to come on the last few weeks. Nice to meet you,
Shows.
Brandon. It was great hearing your story.
Yeah.
Welcome. We all share so much of the same
Welcome to the crazy train.
similarities. Yes. As
we'll be
most,
tipping you your tinfoil hat anytime now, and
yeah.
Of course, that's a bad joke. We don't cotton on them tinfoil
Yeah.
hat. Now Montana Skywatch
Thomas.
T-shirt's a different story, but yeah. Anyway, I digress into silliness. Glad you're here.
Thank you. As most
Yes.
of you know, I'm like totally psyched. I swear I got both the suns on one of my time lapses.
Cool.
It was a different time of the day than I usually record. It was like right before noon, about 11, I think it was 11:44 is when I started it. It was about an hour long time lapse. And when I first started watching it, because I thought it was a lens flare.
Mhm.
And the first like 15-20 seconds of it, you can see like a big flared out sun. And what I thought was the lens flare on the like top right 1 or 2 o'clock position. Sam, I know you tried. I sent it to you, and somehow Sam can't open it. I don't know why, but
Yeah, that's the one today that wouldn't open. Yeah,
I was like, man.
I clicked on it
See
and
there
it
in a
scrolled
second.
and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and then didn't open. It was like, wow.
Sometimes that happens. I think
Yeah,
So
it's
what
because
happened?
with Messenger, if you
Up,
don't
maybe.
open a video right away, I think sometimes it just gets locked out.
Really?
Yeah, because I'll have Gillian will send me videos sometimes, and like if I don't look at them within 5 minutes of her sending them, she has to resend it.
Wow.
It's a
I
pain,
wonder. It's good old technology at its best.
but- Yeah.
Well, I can jump back there and look again, but go ahead.
No, so like the first 15-20 seconds of it, I sent Rebecca. I don't know if you have both versions still, the original time lapse and then like a zoomed in version that I clipped. And
Oh.
then after you go
Let's
through.
play what I have.
Okay.
I'll play what I have, and if you want me to get a different one, I will. We'll track it down.
Shoot, I'm just going to turn this TV off. It's throwing me
I
off
may
and it's
have zoomed
lagging.
in. I don't remember.
So what happens is, I just want to explain, I tried for hours to capture so if you follow it closely, you can see, like, as they start to go behind the clouds,
Mhm.
what I believe is the bigger sun is usually exposed and too bright to discern the discernible small round shape, right? And then you can see it goes behind a light enough cloud layer that you can see the round white discernible shape of a sun that's not fully cloud covered, but enough that you can see it on that 1 or 2 o'clock position. And it's like they alternate, and if you watch them, they stay relative in position through the whole video until it gets past a thick layer of clouds that you can't see the last like 5 seconds of the video. But you can't ever catch both of them at the same time, almost. But when the bigger sun is out and bright, it's too bright, and
Right.
you can see the small one.
I believe that the standard red is outshining the smaller dwarf yellow, and that's why in South Africa and Australia and in the southern hemisphere, they're seeing at a different angle because they're lower, and so they're seeing them more visibly and less outshined because the angle is different. And that's why I think we got the reports from a few months ago moving up all the way till today and last week, etc. So, and eventually soon, I truly believe that we will see a discernment and a regular occurrence of this. But remember, of course, it has to do with intensity and size, placement, and all of that. Even Robert in New Zealand was asking, well, isn't that the Saturn's yellow moon on that side? No, it's actually too small to currently be a Saturn's yellow moon. It's actually too big to be the blue asteroid. It's too small to be Matim. Passing over the top, which we haven't seen. We would, that kind of movement we would see for a couple of months, so we'd know that was occurring. So it literally, because of the placement of it to the 1 o'clock position in the upper right, that literally has to be our direct under illuminated soul, because and unfortunately, if the standard red star is coming at us and on the right hand side, or on our out view, it would be on the left hand side in our out view. Coming towards us, it would be on the right, but coming from what we see, it would be on the left. If it is on the left, that means it's going to be proximity closer to us, or going to leave up above us. And I am concerned that it may come a little closer than 93 million miles. And if we have our standard red star closer than 93 million miles to us, then we are going to direly heat up. And we know it came out. It came in from below us on the left-hand side, under our feet, and I expect it to leave, off of our right shoulder, in the continuation of the same path. It's not going to change directions. It's going to do a continuation of its normal orbit model. So I'm concerned, but then we are now also entered into the winter orbit. That may change come summer, spring orbit, or summer orbit. So all of that, is an unknown, and so we'll go from here. But we'll keep, I'm pretty sure this is occurring, but we still need way more evidence and information to make a final judgment.
Well, I'm curious to see what y'all see. If y'all see the same thing I do.
Can't wait to see it. I'd love to see it.
All right, let's get it going. Let's see here. I'm curious too. Let's find out. Here it comes.
So here in a minute, you'll see it more before they go behind the clouds. I say that. There we go.
Yeah, I saw that.
There.
Yep. Yep, it is in the 1 o'clock.
You'll see them alternate.
Shaya.
Yeah,
That's H-A-Y-A. Yeah. I believe it's a she. I apologize if I'm wrong. It says, I have also captured the red dwarf star. It is not a red dwarf. That is a misnomer coming from internet information looking for a brown dwarf.
So you'll see it's up there, and then you'll see them.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you see them alternate. You can see the bigger star, their star, flash, and then you'll see them alternate back and forth.
No, I've been for weeks now seeing a secondary illumination in the 1 o'clock position.
You can also catch this at sunrise if you're at the horizon. Look.
Yeah, and
actually, I think
several times.
That's my zoomed in version. I almost think my original version might be better, Rebecca.
Oh, okay.
There you go. It's right there.
I see it.
I've definitely been following this.
Oh. Yeah, the standard red is bigger than our dwarf yellow soul. It's called dwarf because it's a small yellow, right? And that doesn't. You have to learn the difference between a gas giant. A dwarf.
There you go. You see them separating there.
Yeah.
If you go slow through it.
And we're not seeing an augmentation of blue, so it can't be the blue asteroid.
Okay.
So we're not talking about that small orb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, to the right.
It's Sol.
1 o'clock position. Mm-hmm. It's about the size of.
Okay, that's what I asked you the other day. Okay, well, go ahead.
I believe it's being outshined. I believe that our smaller sun is being outshined by the larger red.
When they both go behind the clouds, though, the bigger sun actually doesn't look much bigger. It's just it's flared out. It's being flared due to whatever's pushing it. Because when they alternate and you can see them both, it's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and they're in their relative positions. But the bigger sun does shrink down. Like there's Sol, and then this video is not showing it as well because I literally was dragging it frame by frame to see it more clearly.
Yeah, that flaring comes from when it cuts in between planets and then it flares out.
So it's not really that big.
No.
It's bigger than ours.
The nickel, but compared to a pencil head.
So you can see Sol up there, and the bigger sun's just still flared out bright, but it's not showing. I need to send you the original. I think there's benefits to seeing the original versus the zoomed in version.
I'll probably sit down and do a hand drawing too.
Did you already send?
There you go. We just passed it, so you can see it where. So there you go. Like, see that flash right there? That's Sol. Mm-hmm. That's the bigger sun. That's the bigger sun flashing. And if you follow that closely, here in a minute, you'll see it shrunken down. You'll see the discernible shape of it. There you go.
Oh. Huh.
So you can see both of them just like this to each other. It's just you have to drag through it very slowly because this was a time lapse, right? So it was sped up. I was like, dang it.
Okay.
But I've seen other people post videos and they show things rolling behind the clouds and they can see it. They can see the two different light illuminations, and I'm like, man, I see it now.
Yeah.
Well, I can take this, Tara, and I can slow it down for you too. So I'll do that after the show. I'll put it in this, the video editor, and we can slow it way down. That way that way we don't have to sit there and click it frame by frame to see what's actually happening.
I tried so hard to catch both of them, behind cloud cover, but where the bigger sun was shrunken down to its normal size, not flared out, and I could not catch both of them behind light enough coverage that you could see them both in their smaller, discernible round shapes. But when you drag through it slowly, I'll send you both versions. I think I did send you both versions, Chris, the original and the one that I zoomed in. So Sam, you're of the mind that I did capture both?
Quick.
Yeah, I would say it does illuminate some of my confirmations. Yes, I'd say you do. Yeah.
Wow.
We're still watching it, but it's only going to get better.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was midday for me. And I don't usually do time lapses. I usually do them early in the morning or late in the afternoon, close to sunset. I haven't gotten another one yet, but you bet I'm thinking this is my angle from where I am here in Texas. And I'm about to try to get some more, see if I can.
Here on the eastern seaboard, the first 15, 20 minutes of sunrise, you can catch that every single morning.
Really?
Every single morning.
Well, then please get us a recording if you can. Please.
Yeah.
I will. I'll make it my mission next week. It's kind of hard to capture because it's just so bright. But what I've started to do is not look at the sun, but actually look at the phone and kind of block everything else out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then you can catch those moments in between. Yeah, I've seen that several times. I might even have videos of that right now.
Dude,
you never know. You never know.
I have it, Tara. We'll play it here in a second.
Oh, you found the original? Awesomeness.
Yep, I got it.
Like I said at first, I thought it was a lens flare.
Like, Sam, how do you tell? I know I asked you this earlier, but the difference between that and an asteroid, that small orb.
Well, the asteroid is not going to be equally as bright. They will be. Okay. They'll have shadowing. They'll have facial markings. They'll have color. They'll have refractions of light coming around them. Coming from like a stellar material coming from the sun off and around the object, unless it is self-luminescent, and then it will be almost equal to the star. And you can tell the difference between the asteroids going across in front of the sun because they're not as illuminated. And that's what, we've watched this for years too. We always know the difference between an asteroid going in front of the sun and two suns. Because we also remember when the second star got here and where it came from, where it first erupted in the sky, where we could first see it, which is why the sun started coming up in the northeast sky in the morning all those years ago, back in 2011 on, because people automatically assumed that the sun that was rising was our star when it was actually the standard red star, and it was out illuminating our smaller dwarf yellow soul. And people mistook that, and then they didn't even realize that they over time got closer and closer and closer through from 2011 to 2012 when the standard red came up behind the dwarf yellow, and they had the back blow CMEs of 2012. And I suggest everyone go look that up on the SETI A and SETI B records logs of in Aprilish, etc., or hell started just January of 2012, back below CMEs, and we have pictures and captures of that going back all those years ago. But anyway, which completely changed the solar cycle, and then they were going, we don't know what's going on with the sun, we don't know why, and this is when at the same time radioactive decay equations no longer functioned the way they were supposed to, and we don't know why, and our climate model math doesn't match how fast the oceans and the planets and the pole and everything's getting heated up, we don't know why. Well, in 2011 we got a second star, and everything in our solar system tipped. All the axes of all the planets, the normal planets, Jupiter, Mercury, Uranus, Neptune, all of them tipped, and they all started warming up. And you can go and look that up too for free. You can Google that or go to NASA, and it's all out there.
Jeez.
For free. That's the neat thing about it all. And I want you to check and look up stuff. I say, fact check me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You catch me, let me know. I mean, if I make a mistake, I want to, look at it. There it is.
Wow.
You can see it pretty clearly before it gets behind the clouds.
Right at 1 o'clock position, there's that upper smaller blip.
And it just, the bigger sun just looks so big because it's flared out because of all the activity around it. That's when you can see behind the clouds at certain points that it shrinks up.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of fingers pointing that this is definitely occurring.
Oh, wow.
And I am, this is the part of me that is fearful, because if it's on that side, that means it's headed toward us, not away from us. That has been my entire concern as of 2012, 13 on. Where is it going to exit? How close to Earth does it come when it leaves? And then let's look back at 1650 BC. What kind of climate change happened then? What was the ice record and the ice core temperatures and all of this? What happened to the planet in 1650 BC and 1700 BC or 1550 BC, a 100-year period following within, a few years, give or take, on either side of the spectrum. So the point with it is if you want to know the future, just look at the past. And hey, Thomas, nice to see you're here. Our friend Thomas in Germany.
Yeah, he was here, and I think he left. But yes, I know we haven't seen him in a while. It's good to see him.
I just noticed his name. I apologize. I had
here's another. Yeah, here's another video that Sam and I were looking at earlier.
Yeah,
that coincides. Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
Let's say lens flare.
It's not a lens flare.
It's not, because the lens flares are moving.
There's two of them too.
Yep. Look at the size difference of the lens flare. Look at the lens flare sizes.
Yep. For each sun.
Bingo, 1 o'clock position. It matches.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm stoked, y'all.
Yeah, this one confused
I got
us.
goosebumps.
I've got some video of this too.
Well, we've been seeing that blip on the upper right-hand side for 3, 4, 5 weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept looking at it. And then we had the reports from South Africa, and we had reports from Australia. We had reports from South America. We've had, and then a repeat report from other people as well in South Africa. And so it's like, okay. And it took me a couple of days for it to dawn on me that they still have, in some cases, and you can ask Jill, of course she's gone to bed now, but they have a different out view than we do. They see things we don't. And when the planets came up underneath us earlier, they had better reporting than we did. And this is, of course, why the SETI Alpha group with Dr. Harrington and everything moved to Australia to set up their study, because they knew they were coming up from underneath us.
Yeah.
And it all fits, and it all fits, and it all
That's
fits.
concerning.
And we cannot argue with the information that keeps coming in.
Right.
And this is how
I had no idea.
science works.
I had no idea that I knew there would have been other sightings of both, but I didn't know that the whole 1 o'clock position was kind of commonplace.
This makes sighting 7 and 8. We have had 8 matching sightings that have all shown the same thing. And it's not where I want the second larger sun to be. It's not where I expect it to be. I want it to be on the other side of our sun. I want it to be leaving, not coming closer to us.
Right.
Or let me rephrase that, we to them, because the star is placed. The star doesn't move. The star's in the lead, and it's placed taking its travel. It's us, the rotating winter-summer orbit people, on this spinny, tiny little rock, full of fleas, that is moving. So let's pray we don't get any closer. But this winter will tell. This winter will tell us what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
curious to see what Brandon's got. He said he's got lots of captures.
Yeah.
Of the same.
Just in there smiling.
What time was that, Tara, when you were filming?
It was about 11:44. Like I said, it's not a normal time for me. I usually do most of my videoing like early morning, late evening, late afternoon, and it was midday. It was like 11:45, I think, when I started. 11:44 when I started the video. And so, like I said, my mission this week, I didn't get to this week, but my mission this coming week is to catch some more around that time of day and see if I can repeat it.
Yeah, perihelion for, the best time to see the planets is first thing in the morning, mid-afternoon, and before, during, and after sunset.
Shocked the heck out of me.
Donation. I just saw that, Tara. Thank
you. You were showing. Y'all were showing pictures.
Something.
You're welcome.
Did not know, but definitely we appreciate it.
Always, you guys.
Wow. Okay. Well, okay. I'm blown away, actually. I just kept thinking, how many years have we been looking for that second sun now? And it's like,
and it's
2
there.
videos tonight. We're seeing it. I'm just like already feeling hot just thinking about it. I don't want to get
hot.
I know.
I'm
I don't want that.
Well, we got to remind. I'm going to remind people of the Cappadocian tunnels, which is in modern day Turkey, where people, their families, their animals, their everything, they dug hundreds and hundreds of miles of underground tunnels. And I'm sorry, you don't do that just for the Romans, especially since most of those caves are far older than the Romans ever even existed. And then of course, what really blows me away to this day is the startup of most civilizations is immediately after the passing of the last cycle, because everything got wiped out, or everybody moved, or they had to move because their climate, the planet rolled or whatever. We don't have all the details, but we know that everybody had the climate change. It's the end of the Mycenaeans, the end of the Minoans. They vanished, and history knows that. And that's all during that period of time. Now, we also have to take into account the Mediterranean and Santorini and Mount Vesuvius and all of this, and all of these other major catastrophes that were literally, I believe Santorini blew up right at the passing of the last cycle. Wow. And it wiped out the I believe it was the Minoans. It might have been the Mycenaeans. I always switch those two in my head. But there was also a great tsunami in the Mediterranean that is never discussed, and that was when Santorini blew up. I guarantee you there was a mega tsunami that went along with that. So, and a great washing away. And not only that, since the melting of the last ice age, the water level in the Mediterranean has over the topped most of the great archaeology that is existing right now in front of our faces underwater. And people don't, they don't do a lot of undersea archaeology. And I guarantee you, like, for an example, Alexandria in Egypt, it's underwater.
They've got cities underwater 9 kilometers off the shore. So
Wow.
yeah, and there are these great cities with great statuary and buildings and all. Graham Hancock did a bunch of diving on those cities. I mean, he does a whole bunch of stories about that as well. So yeah,
I can only imagine what's hidden down there. We don't know about.
I like scuba diving very much. I've done a little bit of it until I get to murky water or sharks, and then it's a different story.
Yeah.
You know, I have dived with sharks. I don't like it. I have dived. I've been more scared in local ponds than I was with sharks. In some murky ass water that you can't see what's going on 8 feet behind you, and you're waiting for the boogeyman to jump out and bite you,
or a snake to come at you. Yeah.
Well, we found a dead horse one time under a bridge, and that was pretty gross and gruesome. And
yeah,
you never want to find a submerged dead animal. It's kind of spooky and nasty and gross, and I can Chris's face alone, yeah, they turned all these little particles under, and you get it in everything, and you come up and it's in your mask, and it's in your suit, and it's in your hair, it's in it's in your shoes, and so you want to, you don't want to.
No, that's not
that scene from Dances with Wolves where he sees that deer in the water or whatever,
and it pops.
Oh,
yeah, I've actually seen that happen in real life. My little brother threw a rock on a dead steer that was in the ditch one time.
Yeah,
and it blew up
where you're at too. I mean,
it blew up and it covered him in goo. He cried all the way home, covered in the worst rotten cow stink you ever seen. I still remember that. We were little kids, man. He throws a rock and he hits this big ass bloated dead cow in the ditch. Big, Montana steer, huge horns and everything. And he threw it and went, no. And then I turned away, and that thing went boom, and guts and everything. I mean, boom, and they flew. We're talking 15, 20-foot radius of goo, and he was covered from head to toe, and immediately starts crying because it stunk to high heaven.
Right.
And we had like about a mile walk home, and the poor little kids crying the whole way, going completely covered in rotten goo. I can't even imagine what my parents thought. I'm not even to this day. But yeah, I know what that means. It's like, sorry, I went out completely off topic to an old story, but yeah, scuba diving is cool. Now, if you were in the Mediterranean and you had mostly clear water with less major riptide currents, then yeah, diving off the coast would be cool. I just hate murky water. If you can't see it, it's not cool. But besides ROVs or the shape of the future, little water drones. Archaeology, most of the archaeology about our planet is underwater, including Sumerian, because that whole Mesopotamia thing between the two rivers and all of that. Centuries ago, all of that was way farther out into a delta where people lived, and they had to move as all these climate change happened, as Jordan dried up, as Egypt dried up, as Palestine dried up, as Turkey dried up, as all of the south eastern Baltic region dried up. That was the cradle of Adam and Eve, and this is where Göbekli Tepe and all of that, Tepe and all of that that's where all these old cities that are they're 5,000 and 10,000 years old, that they're finally doing archaeology on now, realizing that the cradle of mankind was there, and that greatly had to do with the removal and the draining of the ice age as it went farther north. But that was right at the edge of the ice age, and then as that melted and got farther up, people started doing more hunter-gatherer. And I don't think they've laid out the farmer aspect of Homo sapiens quite well enough. I believe we've been farming wheats and grasses for 50, 60, 70, 80,000 years, where modern science or Western science says we've only been doing it for 25 to 30,000 years. And I don't think that's true. And if you take into account the passing of the Nibiru planets and the disruption of the cycles and the disruption of the Bronze Age, it all fits perfectly.
That's what's, I mean, there's evidence here, disruption of the Bronze Age. It's like, okay, what big factor could possibly disrupt man making bronze? Because the cities are no longer, trade routes are no longer, people are no longer, normal's no longer. They don't have food. There's a dry up. There's a climate change. Civilization breaks. They start war. They attack another city because they didn't have a crop of corn this year, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And if you look at all of these factors, it all plays into the passing of the binary system that most normal science does not take into account. Anybody talk? I'm going to get another cough drop.
Right.
What you got going on behind you, Chris? I see something behind you.
Oh, I'm just walking around the neighborhood.
But I see some sky stuff behind you.
When there's really no clouds out.
Look behind you.
Yeah.
There's
asteroids up there. I mean.
Bingo.
Yeah, definitely asteroids. I'll walk across the street and see what we can see. But most of the time when there's no clouds, like right now, you can definitely see the refraction of light as the sun sets. If you catch it just at the right time, right before, like a half hour, 45 minutes before the sun sets, you can see them on either side of the sun. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I have
sometimes I can catch it with my phone. Sometimes I can't. And definitely you can, that's why I just like taking a walk at this time of night, because like right before sunset, you can't catch it with your phone. At least see it for yourself,
Well, yeah, that's the biggest thing about being a sky watcher. It's not really the pictures; it's that feeling when you're watching.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Never relate that or explain it. Some of the passings, it's just
it moves you. It moves you.
You cannot quantify it
like
because
your feet are vibrating, your ears are ringing. Like these things literally affect our human bodies.
Yeah,
it's transcendent to me. It's transcendent.
It is.
I'm supposed to mention the Wyoming fires. Is that where all that smoke is coming from? I've been looking around. Look at that. I'm trying to figure out which one that is. That almost looks like the spiral asteroid in that new cluster of smaller stuff that we got last week we talked about. Yeah, but we've had new smoke up here. We didn't know where it was coming from, and I couldn't look anything up in Montana. Maybe it is Wyoming. His spelling. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Is my cursor? Is it? Yeah. Okay. My cursor made it look like the spelling was wrong. I spell it far different. I spell it Wyoming. Why? Why? Oh, Wyoming's a beautiful place, but damn, is it cold, and no wonder nobody lives there. I like. Well, I'm not only that, but its governor was not on my liking list for a very long time. I have a problem with them good old boys, but anyway, me and authority, you know that thing. They don't like me. I'm a smart ass.
Yeah.
Okay, we are talking with Ricola cough drop number 3.
Well, I was gonna say, what's your record? How many? Well,
3.
Do you have a record?
3 is my record. I think 3 is
the
my
record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
and
impressive.
well, I stopped doing the halls because the halls cherry mentholyptus because they're round and I would try to talk with them in my mouth and choke. So I went to a square Ricola and I have yet to choke on one of those.
Okay.
Although I put them in my mouth.
There you go.
You took the thoughts out of my mind. I was over here worried about that for you, Sam.
Well, you know me. I'm already, so close to death here. I'm joking.
No, don't say that.
You kids stay off my lawn. Yeah. Anyway. Hell,
Well, I have
my
a video of
my kids grew up. Look at that illumination behind Chris's head. Stop and look at that illumination to the left there.
Yeah.
That is an asteroid
Yeah,
being
look at that.
illuminated directly from the sun. And there's more
Neat.
behind it. Hey, is that the skull?
It's crazy. Is it?
Is that the skull?
He's looking at you, Chris.
He's trying to get over to the parking lot.
He's-
here.
He's
It's
trying to
really
get to his
loud.
lookout
All this
spot.
traffic.
Okay.
See the black area in that cove of white?
Yeah.
It's like a C, a backwards C that is encasing the black area in that
Right.
white.
Hmm.
And am I looking at the skull?
I don't know. I mean, to me, I don't know what it is. It keeps changing.
Well, I
Yeah,
can
I
tell
mean,
you it's definitely an asteroid. That's
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. It's an asteroid. And the dark area is the asteroid. The white cloud is the
Right.
cloud around it.
Wow. Yeah, and this
The
one's
dark
moving
to
really
the left.
fast. It was just over, more to the left about
And
5
look,
minutes
it's
ago.
the only prominent cloud in the entire sky.
Right. You know that
And
it's not, and it's
Look
not
at the
normal
direction of
looking at all.
illumination. Okay, do you see the blue behind it
Yes.
compared to the horizontal light blue at the right of it?
Yes.
Mhm.
There you got a planet behind it. And that's
Wow.
the bottom illumination. Probably Uri, but
Yeah.
okay, show me where the sun is.
Right here. I thought I'd make it before.
Okay, yeah.
I thought
Okay.
I'd make it before the sun actually got too low, but
Well, right after the sun, it's doing it right in front of our view. Right after the sun goes behind the equator and cuts off, if you look to the right and to the left, you should see the side crescent illumination of either of the planets that are on the right or left
right.
or above. Right at the dawning of sunset, after it cuts the line. So keep watching for the next few minutes. Yeah, and look at the normal clouds. That's the normal clouds.
Yep.
Those white ones in the background are suspect right there between the poles.
Mhm.
Those
Yeah,
little
a
white,
little bit.
They look like
Um,
asteroids.
they
all of
almost look like
this-
star destroyers.
But back
Yeah.
here,
Between the two poles to your left, right to the left, that four light and that telephone pole right there. Those look like star destroyers,
look at that.
don't
They're
they?
just flying by.
Yeah, multiple
know?
different directions, some up, some down, some horizontal, vertical.
Right.
Yeah, those look like star destroyers right between the high tension poles on
Right.
the
And
left.
definitely, there's maybe a big one right here.
Well, look where the sun is. That would be where the
Yeah.
Texas cube would be above the sun on the right. I mean, excuse me, on the left. And
Wow.
that matches what Alexander caught in video the other day.
Yep.
On the same spot, on the same side, only a couple of days later. And boy, those do look like star destroyers.
Yeah.
Okay, and see that straight line at the horizon that almost looks like the spiral asteroid or an asteroid at the horizon above
This
the
is
trees.
the same one we were
Yeah,
just talking about.
The only clouds in the sky are asteroids or ships, or the ones on the right-hand side are at the low base horizon, and those are normal clouds. Yeah, you can see another asteroid right by that plane right there.
Yep. That's the first one
Another
we were talking about. How much it's changed.
Yep. Those are
Wow.
a bunch of asteroids under Uri.
Cool.
And Uri and Atu are going farther to the north sky now. They are going beyond us as well.
Mhm.
They're all leaving, guys. And then here in a month or two, we'll start seeing a facial illumination on the side edges of these.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We
That's
yeah,
gonna
we,
be cool.
we saw the stripes on Atu last week. That was really neat.
Right. Right. Well, you got a lot of air traffic. There goes another one.
Yeah.
He's in Vegas.
Yeah. They
Hey,
got
what's the
everybody's
story
telling
on
you to
the
get rid
sidebar?
of their money.
What's the story on the Tropicana? Did you go see it?
Oh no, I've seen so many of those buildings get demolished now.
Oh, but they put off a
Tropicana's done.
fireworks show and everything.
Yeah, they had a huge show for it.
It was unbelievable.
What they're gonna do? I guess they're they're gonna build it's gonna be a multi-billion-dollar sports complex that stretches from the strip at that corner where the Tropicana was all the way to the airport.
Well, that's a good place to put it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they did need a central, and I don't know how many times I walked by the Tropicana, so yeah, it's centrally located.
Yeah, it used to
That'd
be.
be
I mean,
perfect.
that was a big deal back in the day. They used to have really cool pool.
Yep, I remember. Yeah, you forget that I'm one of those old guys. Yeah.
Oh,
The last
yeah,
time
there's
I was in
nothing-
Vegas,
There's nothing left of Vegas really that.
yeah, the last time I
that
was in
was
Vegas
original.
was
I
in
mean-
the like 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so it's-
anything that's left is just dilapidated and, should be condemned at this point.
Oh, like Mexico. Okay, I apologize to the Mexicans. If you ever go on vacation at some of these resorts that you look up online, and you see the tropical hotel pictures, and then you fly down there after making your reservations, and then you get to the hotel, you realize exactly what you just said about Las Vegas, is that they're ocean washed and rotten and 20 years older than anything of the pictures that you see, and it's kind of a letdown.
And the
You know
newer hotels are just crazy. It's
Expensive.
there's this one that got totally pushed back because of the recession. They couldn't afford to build it. It just stood there as this building, unfinished building for the last, I don't know, since 2008. They just opened it this year. And the room service, it was like, somebody was complaining it was like $60 for a bottle of water and a sandwich or something like that. Or I don't know, just crazy
gosh.
prices. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
Well,
You need
I'm.
to come with some cash. That's for sure.
Well, don't even get me started about what it cost me at Burger King last week to buy our normal meal.
No, I know. It's nuts. You can't go anywhere, and it's double and triple what you used to pay. It seems
my
like.
internet bill went up $10 this month.
Oh man, it hurts when it hits you from there, here, there, and everywhere, all around.
Groceries are out of control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, $7 for a bottle of sauce. Remember the small peanut butter versus the large peanut butter? Remember we didn't buy the large Jif because it was $7.50. Well, now the small peanut butter is $7.50.
$7 for a jar of peanut butter. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You start liking things you never liked before.
Yeah, well, people, we need to start growing our own food and learning how to do shit. And while we can, even if you can, God, you should see what's going on with, the Colorado River, the Yellow River. I got a list here that's just, unbelievable what's going on with the rivers. Where is it? Yeah. I took a bunch of notes this morning. Of course, now I can't find anything. Yeah, the Indus River in South Asia, the Amazon River, the Yellow River, the Colorado River, etc. That's just Mississippi River. We are water short, and 50% of the Colorado River goes to growing crops.
Yeah.
And 18 or 20% goes to wetlands. And another 18 or so percent goes to other water consumption through all other cities. But people, we have to rethink how we're doing things. And because of the second sun, we are looking at evaporation rate that is off the charts, which is why the Amazon is running dry or the Mississippi is running dry. And we are not going to, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We're not going to get shipments of food. Oh, by the way, the Panama Canal, for example, is out of water. And that is where most of the shipping on this side of the planet goes through. And they're having to slow everything down. So we're in trouble. And I keep reminding everybody, this is climate change. This is climate change. That this is Halloween song.
I know. That's why I started to hear that. Keep singing.
Yeah, Halloween. This is climate change. Yeah, we are witnessing a worldwide catastrophic change event.
It's not the climate change that they're pushing,
Right.
as far as
Yeah.
geoengineering, not
It is
that
partially carbon
climate change.
sequestration and pollution, etc. But all the planets are heating up in our solar system. All the planets' axes, the way they used to be, and you can look this stuff up.
It's incredible.
Free on Google. All of the axes and all the planets tipped when that second star got here. And you don't even hear anybody out there at all on any of the other Nibiru anythings or science this or weather that or scientists so and so talking about anything about the binary solar system, that we have 2 stars, 2 sets of planets, and we even give you the planetary names. And folks, we did
Once
our
you know
homework.
them and see them over and over again,
Yes.
there's no
It's
denying it.
incredible.
And 83.3% of all solar systems in the universe have 2 or more stars, and we're not the exception.
That's one of the facts that really did it for me when I was first learning about all this. I was like, And then the whole mini moon, of all things, we're in this our what, every 3,654 year pass, and we randomly get a second moon during this time. I mean,
because it happens all
blows
the time.
me away.
Right?
right?
It
What blows
does.
me away about that is the
They
A,
just
that
don't
they
tell
mentioned
us.
in the first place. B, that this thing is 15 meters across. So why would
Right.
you even call it a mini moon? Because it's an asteroid. And then they're not mentioning the other 4, which are bigger.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Much
And they're
bigger.
on the lookup list. And I gave out that information like 3 shows ago, and I passed it on to my bucket of information. I'll have to look it back up again. But go to the NEO, Near Earth Object list, and start watching some of that stuff, because there's so much more out there they're not telling you about on a regular basis. And they give you that tiny little 5 meter across thing to pay attention to rather than all the rest of the shit. So you'll automatically go, oh, okay, it's the donut on the plate they told me about, instead of you actually seeing the buffet and the dessert table and the rest of the restaurant that is going on over our heads. I know, crazy metaphor. I must be hungry. Donuts and buffets. Yum, yum, yum. Anyway, I didn't have any pizza tonight. It was too hot. Anyway, sorry, I digress into silliness at 4 hours, 46 minutes, 47, 48, 49 seconds, 50 seconds. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody
We're just
talk.
getting started.
Somebody talk.
Yeah, we're just getting started, right?
Yeah, orange and mango juice.
Right.
Yeah, we are.
I do have a video of Tara, some of
Do
her
it.
captures
have another
one of
and
mine?
whatnot.
Yeah.
Why she's here.
Yeah, I do.
She's like, did I make
So-
another video?
I sure do. Yeah.
I'm like, I don't even know what I did this week, Sarah.
I forget sometimes, I'm telling you.
Hey,
This-
I still
yeah,
like your
this is-
Beavis and Butthead, Christopher.
Oh God,
I love that. And I like how
thought-
you made it, Beavis or Butthead, I can't remember which one, is watching the Saturn's yellow moon in that crescent side
Yeah.
illumination. That was well done.
I did.
I love it.
That's the first thing
Uh-huh.
that came up in the video that I chose. I don't know how I put it together, but TikTok usually, when you're scrolling through TikTok, they'll give you ideas on what to do, with the video editor, CapCut or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And that one just popped up, and I thought, should I do it or not? And I just I just
Do
put it
you?
together. And,
I
You
like
know-
your groundhog, telling everybody the binary solar system
yeah,
is
that
here.
was fun.
I like that. Do more. Do just a hair longer. And don't forget get your cartoon logo in for you to promote you. And why don't you tell everybody how everybody can join and subscribe and like your YouTube channel for these guys who are
Yeah, it's
listening right now.
Yeah.
Nibiru System Skywatchers, and it's YouTube. We got our Facebook group, and it's on TikTok too. It's all the same name. So
I'll
it's
pull it
where
up here
I
so
just
people
put
can
all
see
the
it.
videos I make of my skies, and I've been going through like older comments, trying to find better examples of stuff and trying to put it together. So like, just so we can explain things like that backlit crescent flare video. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I liked it.
Go.
There you go. And you know, keep a copy of your logo and use it and promote it.
Yeah. He's already got 54 videos uploaded to YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I suggest if you're new to listening to
collection.
Chris or new to us and our YouTube, and you don't really want to weigh in yet, but you want to join a group, and it's kind of hard to get into my groups because I'm slow. I added a whole bunch of people. It's hard to get into Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. Go ahead and join Christoper's YouTube page or even his YouTube group, or excuse me, Facebook group as a new person, because there's not very many older people in there. And you'll have the opportunity to grow and start out fresh along with a whole bunch of new folks, and there won't be any criticism. So it's a good place to go and start up your journey on the binary solar system and the close passing planets of the Nibiru group.
And
grow up together.
Some new people that have signed up. I tried to write like a welcome note explaining everything that, this is, basically my site, and, please follow Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and this is all information from Samuel Hofman, etc. So just
make it your
sure
own,
that
though.
they understand where all this information comes from.
Well, be sure to add.
We're not talking about the normal Nibiru, Planet X. I didn't even know what half of that stuff was when I met you guys. So it's the amount of all that stuff on the internet's wild.
Right.
That's another thing that gets me too, is that they tell these half truths, these twisted versions.
Yeah.
That most people knew what Planet X was, or I'd heard of Nibiru. They talk about this other planet, but they lie and they say it's millions of miles away, and they don't mention anything about.
It's red, and it's got wings and all of that. Yeah. Christoper, on your site, be sure to add a secondary admin so that you can get brought back in case you get booted. Rebecca had that happen. I've had that happen. So be sure to add a one or two safe, trusted admins. You got to be careful.
Anything just to back you up.
Moderator, if you don't want to hand admin out. I've had admins turn bad on me too. So
a moderator cannot do a lot of things. They cannot make somebody an admin again.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Only
you really do need an admin.
Right. Make only somebody you really trust an admin. That won't
at
go
least
against.
one other person.
Yeah.
Or just make a backup account. But yeah.
Right. Luckily you guys have done this for so long now. You know all the ins and outs of what is possible with the moderator and the admin. I would have had no clue where to. I wouldn't have.
Okay, here's some more admin advice.
Right.
The Conan the Barbarian series.
Yeah.
His big double-handed sword. Sharpen that sucker up.
Yeah.
Because when you get people who absolutely annoy the living shit out of you on your site, chop their freaking head off and get rid of them right away rather than tolerate it, because you will learn. And as Rebecca has learned equally, over time, you try to be nice to some people, and it's just literally, it'll drag you so far down. I have tried through people for years to get everybody included, and I very rarely, and I've been accused of it 1,000 times, and I very rarely block people, completely. But I have booted quite a few people, the flat earthers and all of that, and there was one today that was just saying that we were out of our minds, that we were nuts, and we didn't have any marbles rolled in the right bag, our marble bag, and all of that, And goodbye, thank you, have a nice day.
Goodbye.
You don't take it personally, just move on.
I don't understand those people. If they don't agree, move on. They're like nobody's forcing them.
And if you really want
follow,
Sarah, if you want to debate this, take the information. And do so. Do something with it. Don't just leave a comment and just
Vanish.
roll on by and
Right.
never come
I like
back.
that answer. Right.
Like people leave
That's
a
the best
comment and
answer.
then I'll say something to them and then never hear from them again. It's like, okay, well, thanks for the, nice comment you left. Have a good day.
Yeah.
See, you do that man on the street thing so well.
Yep.
That is definitely your role. And I like your work. Your work is good. I like your music. I like your the amount of graphics you're using. I still think you need to promote yourself first, immediately within the first 5 to 7 or 8, 9 seconds. Put a thing saying this is me, and then people who know you will go, oh, here's another one of Chris's videos, and then zoom, you click right into it.
Yeah.
You got to have a standard awareness. Hey, there's my guy. Hey, there's my guy. Hey, there's my guy. And
A brand, so to speak. Like
over
his
time,
brand.
yeah, right, a brand. And over time, here's an example. I watch a guy named or a group, a YouTube site called the Petherics, and they're rebuilding this old convent. I like watching rebuilding movies and stuff like that, and ancient architecture. I love architecture. Anyway, so I started watching these guys, and I didn't really like the guy at first, but over time he grew on me. And so this is the kind of thing where if you want to get more views from more people, realize that over time you will grow on people if you have a recognizable standard that you go flag, and then you get into your topic. And remember, get into your topic within the first 10 or 20 seconds to start up on YouTube, because on a smart TV, it'll play about 20, 25 seconds worth of the beginning on a smart TV. It sits there with the cursor on it. So that'll drag them in to watch your video. So it's start up the hook for the information, and then you hand them the information you want to give them.
Yeah, that makes
on your short.
Good. Right.
I'm available to help. Hit me up.
Okay, cool.
And I've been kind of I've been slow lately, but I need to share and repost and stuff as well.
And again, Chris does a lot of work for other people. People send him his material, and then he
let's back him up.
Good work, and congratulations on that role. And Brandon, you can do that too, and put your, now that you know what to look for, and do your thing and find your spot. And you'd be more than welcome to be a regular contributor.
Cool.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
That'd be awesome.
Like being home.
Excellent.
Yeah, we all grow our own job here. Rebecca started out. I originally threw Rebecca out of Montana Skywatchers because she was posting all this religious stuff, and she kept breaking the rules.
Oh man,
breaking the rules.
I probably waited 6 months and maybe at least 10 requests, to rejoin, and I'd wait a week or two and it get denied, and then I'm like, dang it, and I apply again. I just kept applying. I'm like,
yeah. We had a bunch of the same friends. We had a group of friends that were around. 20 or 30 or 40 people that were regulars, and they all said, well, she's been trying to get a hold of you, and I went, oh, okay. And then I decided, okay, this person I'm going to take to the side, and I'm going to coach her out of her religion. And her and I are both very religious, but I asked her to put her religion to the side and add to it. But we would go to science, and we'd go to what we did. And then she didn't get it at first, but then she started doing the comparisons. And she was taking her pictures, her information, and she was trying to compare it. So she'd taken that step across the step into science, where she was doing a journalistic comparison, and then she would do these layovers.
Which is awesome.
And off she went, and now she's number 2.
Honestly, what started that was, so I would scour the comments in your group, looking for what did Sam say today? What did he comment on? And he would, type out, what something was, and so I made a comparison for me as a flashcard, basically, just to help me remember what he said that was. Yeah, that's really where it started. And then after a while, I'm like, I should share these with people. That'd be helpful for others. If that's making sense for me. So
Right.
here we are now. So meant to be. But yeah, but as far as
sometimes relationships have growing pains, right? Like things happen for a reason.
Exactly. Right.
Things happen for a reason.
He didn't block me. Yeah. I'm glad he didn't block me when he removed me or something. But yeah.
I mean, so many of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Rebecca. I know I wouldn't. Most likely.
Guys, yeah.
You're what led me here.
I got
I would pay attention. I would pay attention to what she was posting, and then I would correct her. And see, not everybody takes correcting well. A lot of people get mad.
It's a hard thing, yeah.
Yeah, and she suffered through it and was very patient. And I, the same thing. Jesus had a little bit of minor issue with me at first as well, and a lot of the guys' ego issues come into play when I'm running Montana Skywatcher. And then he also learned that if you put your ego aside and you actually just try to put your head to the wind and take your own captures and do your own comparative, where you've stepped across that scientific question why. So you're seeking the information, you're willing to learn. And this is why for most of these years, I've always tried to hint to everybody and not just hand out the answers, and yet allow you to seek them on your own. Because when you find the information and you see it for yourself and it's your epiphany, you will remember it. If I hand it to you for free, you won't remember the details. I'll be dumping 18 pieces of information on you, and you'll maybe hold 1, 2, 3, 4 of those tidbits. So the discovery is your growth. And she did that. She did the discovery, and then I corrected her, and before you know it, I didn't have to correct her anymore. And that's where our relationship, we started sister sighting, because she's been just an absolute trooper on the workload. And she made my job twice as easy.
Awesome.
Because I didn't have to get this picture and that picture, because she'd already done it.
Yeah.
And I just grabbed copies of the stuff that she did for me, and I would use that, which would allow me to answer 3 people instead of 1 person in the same time period, because I could grab the picture, hand it away, grab the picture, hand it away, grab the picture and hand it away, because they're all 20, 30, 50 sightings a day come in, and they all match, because they're all the same, because everybody sees above the planet and in the sky what's really out there. So they all match time after time, week after week, month after month, year after year, with the minor exceptions of how the planets move from right to left on approach. And that has to do with spiral and out view and color and light and darkness. Oh, shit. Anyway.
Placement, latitude, longitude, where you are.
Yeah. And
elevation.
And we watched them come in since 2010, 11. And when they were these tiny little dots way up in the sky, way out there, my camera could see it, but I take the camera away and I can't see anything with my own eyes. But I put the camera back up, and oh my God, there it is, And that was always all the way back to 2008 and 9. And, and then Google Space Blackout and all of this stuff fits in, and the 2 stars and the planets and Nibiru and
I can't believe the Polaris thing. Like I wasn't on live with y'all last week, but that's craziness. That they just show it right there, right in front of you.
Oh, the
don't
space
talk about
launch,
it.
The space capsule. That was awesome. That was really cool.
Oh, I think I had that one. Let me get.
Well, most people don't look anywhere other than what the topic of the subject is. Most people don't watch the background. Only after you start to learn the rules of sky watching, where you start to look at what's going on that you don't normally see, searching for that dark object that you can barely see, and knowing it's out there, and not paying attention to what they want you to see. And then recognizing the pattern recognition of the advanced humans that are on Earth. The people who are supposed to see these planets will. The people who are not won't. and they'll also think we're batshit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's labeled Polaris. I don't know why it's labeled that, but okay.
Then they say he's always been crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
You're,
Yeah,
All right.
my
I'm gonna get
recommended.
that.
I'll
Go
send it
ahead.
to
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Okay.
No,
You're gonna go
you
ahead and get that.
you.
Oh, I was gonna say I was gonna be silly, and I
Uh-huh.
was gonna say my brand new recommended video for the week is the Duck Song number 5.
Oh, my
Okay.
daughter loves the duck songs. Oh my gosh, she'll play it
Hey,
on
there's a
repeat.
new one out. Duck Song
There
number
is?
5. Duck
Oh
Song,
no,
yeah,
I'm in
Duck
trouble.
Song number 5.
I'm in trouble. I have to tell
You're
her
gonna
now.
have to fill me
Hey,
in.
it's
You're
the
gonna have to fill
moral.
me in.
It is finally the moral ending to the story.
Really?
Yes,
Mm,
that is why it's my favorite video of the week.
okay.
They finally got here after Duck Song 1, 2, 3, 4, and now Duck Song 5.
I think everybody's else might be going duck song. What the heck, duck song? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
it's more
I'm
viral than I
waiting for
think.
somebody
Hey,
to like
Hey,
explain.
hey, got any grapes?
What does that mean?
Uh-huh. Maybe you have to have an 8-year-old. I don't know. It's a viral videos about this duck singing annoying songs.
Duck walked
Like
up to a lemonade stand,
Stan.
Okay.
and he says,
Oh
"Hey,
boy.
got any grapes?"
Yeah.
And we're
I don't
leaving
have it memorized like Sam does, but I know it.
Yeah.
And the lemonade stand guy goes, "No, I sell lemonade."
And he keeps going
Yeah.
back and forth.
Oh, the duck goes, "Okay," and duck walks away from the lemonade stand
Stan.
and comes back the very next day, and he says, "Hey,
Hey,
got any grapes?"
got any grapes?
Oh,
Oh,
watch
yeah.
to see the rest of that program. You got to go to YouTube and type in Duck Song number 5.
No, I'm excited to see the duck song
Okay.
number 5
Yeah,
now with
it's
my daughter. I'm
it's
going to watch it with her.
After got a decade, it's finally got the moral conclusion to the song. It took a decade.
It's a series.
Is it a cartoon?
Yeah. It's a cartoon.
It's a
Kinda,
cartoon.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've seen people live action it though.
My when I started Montana Skywatcher, remember my children were in diapers, and Nova turned
Yeah.
18 in February, and so the Duck Song, it was a favorite of theirs, and so
Makes sense. I have an 8.5-year-old, so yeah.
How could I not be in touch with that? I don't know. I'll have to check it out.
Wait, do you know who
I
Bluey
mean
is?
I mean, Bluey.
Bluey is awesome.
No,
Bluey.
Bluey. No, man.
It's probably my
Over the
favorite
hill.
cartoon. Well, no, it's probably my favorite cartoon. They're Aussie too, so like they're crazy.
Huh.
It's one of those good ones for the grown-ups too. It'll make you laugh your butt off.
Or Blue's Clues, or
That I do know.
Adventure
Yes.
Time. There's one
Yes.
for you, Adventure Time.
Adventure Time's crazy.
Tell Taylor
Mhm.
about Adventure Time. He has to learn that one.
Surely
Yeah.
he knows.
We
right?
have all of them on disc and DVD. I have all of the entire Adventure Time series.
Adventure Time. Okay.
Yeah.
I know
it's
that sounds
really,
familiar.
really twisted.
That one
It's
does sound familiar.
very
But-
2010-ish twisted. It's wow. It makes my brain hurt, and yet at the same time, I still laugh about it.
I didn't think about that. Wow. Goodness.
Yeah.
See things in a different light.
I see the little cartoon there. I've never seen that before.
Yep, that's the Duck
I
Song.
don't know how I.
You got to watch
Okay.
it. You got to watch it. It's
I
a
will.
mandatory adult metaphor for life, man. I'm telling you, it's cultural, it's cosmic, it's enlightening.
Okay. Oh boy. Here I'll play
It's a
this first.
metaphor.
This is that video y'all were talking about.
And the reason I brought it up is I meant to actually post it on my page today, and I never got it up there because I saw it just came out and I watched it and it was like, they finally got to the end of the damn song a decade later.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know.
Yeah, just
Okay.
Write it down. Duck
We
Song
are
number 5 on YouTube.
number 5. Oh, there's several. I
Duck
see.
Song number 5. Yeah, it took a decade to get there. It's the same darn
Okay,
1 through 4 is pretty much the same with different drawing. That's all it is. And then the 5th
And
one finally
then-
changes it.
Adventure Time.
Yeah, for Taylor. I think Taylor would like it very much. Yeah, look at all the stuff look at all of that illumination that's
All
going
that.
on.
Yeah.
That white stuff. Our eye would automatically ignore it and pay attention to the capsule.
Because you can't tell. It just looks like fuzziness out in space, right? Like, so you
Right.
might think it's glares or
Right.
glares from the light,
Lens
but
from the-
we
from the
know
glass.
better.
They're filming
Uh-huh.
through a window. We automatically say, and look, by the way, there's a Star Destroyer in the middle left, right above Earth. There's 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them. Let me blow this up. There's Star Destroyers there as well. Wow. And they published this. Amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Star Destroyers. The side of Uri, exactly. OCG. The Saturn, Yellow Moon, exactly. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, and tell me that's not there. And the light cut off from the left, from Uri cutting in. And below it, you can see a light blue green side of Matim underneath. The side of Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand side. That shit is there, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And you're paying attention to the rocket. You know, I mean, no.
Uh-huh.
I'm amazed that they actually let this go out. I am shocked.
People don't see it because
Yeah,
they
they
don't
would
know to
assume-
see it. They don't know to look at it.
I
They don't.
want to watch the rocket, man. I wish that glare wasn't there.
If you think about all the data that they collect, they know people aren't seeing it.
Well, yeah. Well, because right, you're exactly right, and I think we bypass that issue on a regular basis. That's a very prudent observation. Thank you. We are being, we've had it in our faces. It's in our television commercials. It's in our movies.
Oh my gosh.
For over a decade now. And anytime you watch the Green Giant commercial where they're talking about the can of green beans or peas or whatever it was, and then you look at the background scene, and there sits freaking Uri, and plain as day, and it's in the damn Green Giant vegetable commercial, and the political ads where Bozo's fishing in the Bozeman River or whatever, and you look up there, and there's Attu and Attu's moon, and I see it in TV, and I see it in Time Team from the UK, and I can tell you what year it was filmed, because I remember where everything was and how everything was all the way till today. And, that's 14 years worth of shit that's glued in my brain. Which is why I'm that crazy guy in the corner laughing to himself going, yeah. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I see it on my screensavers, on my TV, see it in commercials, and it's nonstop everywhere.
It is. It's everywhere. Once you memorize it. Yeah, once you memorize the pattern and you watch it year after year, it gets glued into your brain.
I can't imagine, because it's only been 7-8 months for me, and it's like that. So I can imagine for you guys who've been watching it the whole time that it's there, it's ingrained.
And once you see them, it's life changing. You can never go outside and look up ever again in the same way that you could a year ago.
Yeah.
Even at night. At night, I can sense when there's shadows up there. I can sense when there's certain patterns, when I can see certain base clouds, when stuff's above me, and yeah.
Or when all of a sudden the crickets shut up, and all of a sudden it's dead quiet. And don't even get me started on the activity of spirits. Oh my God! Since the planets have gotten here, ghosts and Other paranormal activity is tenfold on the increase.
Mm-hmm.
And I see them. Well, I mean, we had some kind of a ghost blob that was playing with the cat, where me and the children were sitting and watching it for like a half hour. No kidding,
Wow.
in our living room, and the cat's playing with this dark blob, and it was the shadow blob. The cat was playing with it, and we all, so much so, I went and got the kids. I brought them out of their room. They were on their PlayStations playing video games. I said, "Oh, you got to see this period, because there is a blob there, and it is moving, and it is playing with the cat." So I brought them out, and we sat down in the living room, and we watched the cat for about 15 minutes after that, because I watched it for about 5 minutes. So it's somewhere about a 20-minute period of time of watching the cat play with this black blob that kept running around the floor, and then she would chase it, and then they rolled together a little bit, and then she'd chase it again, and it would run in circles. It was just, and the shit's real. None of that. I've seen them all my life. I am me, and I have abilities, and so I'm not going to try and brag about it, but it's always been my life anyway. Which is why I'm the seer that I am. Which is why I got recruited by the government for my physics test scores, my IQ, my bloodline, my ghost seeing abilities, whatever you want to call it, far seeing abilities, which is what I was recruited for. And you can look this up, the Far Seeing Project. It is declassified now. It was run by Major.
I had heard of that a long time ago. Yeah, before
right.
even
Look that up,
yeah.
And that's the project I was recruited for, and I participated for a minor amount of time, only to find out I was being lied to. And we talked about what we first saw during some of the sessions was the dark side of the moon, and the fact that there was an alien base back there, and it's like a high hide, and that's a Star Trek reference. And et cetera, and they basically taught me how to do more than what I already was able to do, because I knew that we had to have 2 stars. I knew we had to have 2 sets of planets. I just knew it, because it didn't make sense the way Einstein was laying out gravity and dark matter and all this other stuff. So anyway,
Sam, I don't know. You may have already mentioned this before, but I know there's a lot of people out there talking about there's going to be open contact soon, like on a massive level. Are you of that mind?
Well, there already has been.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have been
Did you listen to anything I told you?
Well, I mean, I haven't had any direct contact, so I haven't had any personal experiences like that, but I believe it's coming.
You may not know.
Absolutely,
you may not even know.
already happening.
They have been abducting people since the mid 40s.
That I do believe. Yeah.
And I'm stretching into information where I can get in trouble for, but I will mention this. They had a license for a number of abductions.
I've heard that, yeah.
Okay. And of course,
they were disallowed.
There was a treaty, and both sides have broken the agreement, and then they had another agreement, and then they both budged on that, and now we're doing the thing, and then we'll go all the way to the other end of the spectrum, and then the Norway spiral occurred, and out popped from a wormhole an extraterrestrial intergalactic craft with an orb that had a central eye that all the government in Germany saw, and they realized that their technology level was none that we could evolve any stable defense against, and could not argue with, and must give them the tribute to the gods. Dun dun dun. And I mean, I can tell you, and 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 do people listen to me? I get 600 views. Or we. It's not just me. It's not me. It's Rebecca, and we don't get enough views. And this is verbatim shit that we've studied. And I'm not pulling this out of my backside as a supposition. This is shit that we watched happen.
What were you saying before about having a mark on you that's that's white or like non-pigmented?
It's a teardrop shaped scar tissue area. In most cases, it'd be on your left leg, because abduction observation tables are right-handed for the Greys and for other races. And so therefore they have your left leg facing them as they're standing next to you in the table, and they will take a to mark you with a alien locator tag so they can find you anywhere on the planet at all times. They jam this, it looks sort of like a wooden handled crochet hook, where they jam this thing into your leg and it grabs a wad of skin out of your leg.
Ooh.
And then it encases the marker, the tag, the electronic device inside your own skin. And then they can surgically or through other means insert it into your body in a number of different places. And that way does not reject from the body. That way it's encased in its own self. And then the body doesn't reject it. And what it leaves behind, because it is a burn, the device actually cauterizes the sample area instantly, and you will have a teardrop shape, white, never tannable mark on your most likely left leg or arm or buttocks or whatever.
I have a small spot on my left arm. I didn't know. I had to tell if
yeah, arms are, could be construed as sun, but most of us don't wear shorts, and most of us still wear long pants. And it's an area on the inside of your left leg, and it's teardrop shape, and it will not tan, and it'll be there for years.
Did you ever get a smallpox vaccine, Tara? You might not be old enough.
No.
No, I got my big one in the shoulder.
No, I don't have that. I know what you're talking about, the big, huge, round scar.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Carol Ann. Thank you.
Hey, happy birthday.
Here.
Yeah, happy belated birthday, Carol Ann.
Yeah.
I'm glad she made it.
And, I
mean, we're only 5 hours in. Not that far.
So, I was one time
She's
talking
happy too.
about removing a location tag device, and then I got revisited during the conversation, and so it was one of the most spookiest things that ever happened to me my entire life. And I've talked about it on previous shows, but basically I was in the middle of talking to a lady in Hawaii. It's about 3:00 in the morning, and all of a sudden I'm feeling like spider webs on the back of my neck, or my hair on the back of my neck is standing up. I don't know what it feels like a spider dropped down on me from behind me, where you feel this thread, spider web thing going on in your back. So I turned around a couple of times and didn't see anything. And then it happened a couple more times, and I was like, what the hell's going on? I looked around, nothing. And the next thing I know, something grabs my arm, my left arm, and depresses the skin. And I'm sitting there in shock looking down, knowing that my muscles are not flexing in any way, and my hand is sitting on the desk while I'm typing, and I knew I wasn't doing that. And the next thing I know, I got instant free ride to the face with the keyboard, and something grabs me by the back of the head and slams me face first into the keyboard.
That's not good.
And it was not gentle. It was like, almost chip your teeth sort of thing. And so at that time I was using a small little purple computer chair with wheels on the bottom of it, and there used to be available at Target by the millions. But anyway, so I used my legs to push out of whatever was holding me face down on the keyboard.
Oh my
and pushed away, and I ran away and got up, and I ran out of the room, in the computer room, which is where I'm at right now. And although the desk was in a different spot than it is right now, but anyway. So I ran across the house, and by the time I'm 8 feet from the chair, I reach up to the back of my head because something is itching me. And then by the time I get to the kitchen, I pull my hand away from my head, and the palm of my hand is completely blood red. I mean, my whole hand is red. By the time I get to the other end of the kitchen, through to the bathroom, because I'm heading for my gun. By the time I get to the gun, the blood is running off of my elbow, and I've left a 5-foot long trail of blood from the kitchen all the way through the bathroom into my bedroom. I grabbed a whole wad of toilet paper, put it up there, soaked that up, threw that in the toilet, grabbed another wad of toilet paper, trying to stream the amount of blood that was dripping off my arm, and yet have a dry enough hand to cock my handgun. and semi-dry. Semi-bloody hand. I load a round in the gun, and I go back in, and I can smell the greasy, oily smell of this invisible intruder, and I know they're there. I can feel. I could feel them.
Can sense it. Yeah.
Yeah. You can feel them electrically, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I knew what it was and didn't know why they were there. Kind of had a good idea, but had I not bled all over like the house like a stuck pig, I would have probably written it off and never believed it actually occurred. But I mean, careful what you wish for when people say they want to meet ET. Yeah.
I only want to meet friendly people. That's it. I don't think you have the choice.
I mean, yeah, those facial and scalp lacerations are like one of the worst possible places to get cut on your body. You could just bleed.
So I think I was either being sampled or they were trying to re-tag me.
Oh,
because I was in the middle of having a conversation about having actually physically removed one of the devices.
Right.
Yeah. I was right in the process of talking about it online.
That's too crazy.
So, yeah, and it's like it makes you think like, are they actually listening to what I say real time?
All
like
the time?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they tell you that you're never alone.
Oh, I don't presume it for a moment anymore. Not even when I'm in the car. It's like I am both talking to the reptilian faction, the gray faction, the Nibiruan faction, and the men in black all at the same time as I drive down the road. And by myself, I expect, and I say this on the shows regularly, guys, go get some coffee and a couple more donuts. I'm going to get boring from here. And we haven't been blurred out lately.
I know. I thought you read my mind. We haven't glitched out. Like,
yeah,
cool.
Maybe they gave up on trying to block me out and realize, maybe they've realized that I'm not intentionally trying to share any classified information. It's not what I want to do.
Right.
I hold back a lot of information on purpose. I got kids at home. I don't need the men in black to kick in my door.
Yeah.
And I have no hostile intentions towards any government faction.
Right.
Not toward the lizard race, not toward the Nibiruans, not toward the Pleiadians or anybody else that I don't know.
Well, it's a shame that we really don't even have freedom of speech.
right?
Yes, it is.
Well,
we really don't have it because there's
They tell us we do.
for certain freedoms that you mentioned.
Well, you have to realize also that we are a constructed creature, and we are embedded with a level of greed that we are supposed to have, because otherwise we're not going to crawl down that mountainside and move 5.5 tons of gravel to find 8 nuggets of that beautiful shiny gold.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that is, in my opinion, original sin, is that we are supposed to be this way, so that we greedily gather and possess the commodities necessary that we have been programmed and bred for to acquire at each of the returning passings of the demigods who created us, because God did not make us. That race on the other solar system, our big sister solar system, made us and put us here to mine factory planet Earth. It's that simple, and that's the logic, and I can't sugarcoat it. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings religiously. But that's what I was told, and my information comes from off planet. And I don't know Rebecca, how many people do you know that share off world info?
You're it, Sam.
Former insiders. Yeah.
Nobody else. I don't.
Yes, professionally and credible or not, freely trying to share this information without, I'm not trying to, sell you tennis shoes or hats
the new Nepicities.
Nepicities. There you go. They're green.
Right.
They got many holes in them.
The new air Nepicities.
Yeah, and they leak lots of water out of the bottom of them.
Right. Exactly. Oh man.
Boy.
Right.
Look at that. You can see that stretch of red just barely on the horizon, Chris.
Yeah. I
I see
don't know
it.
if you
It's
guys
very-
can see how purple it's totally purple.
I can see how purple it is.
And then,
It-
of course, this band over here is totally red.
Yep, it's atom red on the right,
Yep.
purple on the upper left. The orange off in the distant background of the sunset is the base color of the base core of Saru, which is orangish yellow at sunset.
Wow.
That's where that comes from.
And refractive color, of course, from red is Saturn.
Yeah, and then you can see the dark shapes and the rounding. And remember, at the horizon is the real color. Everything above that is planet.
That's what's freaky, is that we are in the middle of them now. We didn't used to be in the middle of them. And everywhere you look, 360, 360, do the parking lot 360. Everywhere you look, there is a planet around us now, above us.
Wow.
And that didn't used to be even 2 years ago. They were in front of us, coming towards us, and then going past us on the side. And then the next day would come, they'd come at us and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then go on the side, and they'd go away. And now they're doing the same thing, but they're now over the top of us and beyond Earth. And some of them are being facially illuminated because they are going beyond Earth, where we are seeing the light illuminate past the sun beyond Earth. Because for the last few years, we've been seeing nothing but the dark sides of them and the cutoff round corners and the crescent flare illuminations and all of that. But now they're going beyond Earth, and we're seeing their facial, like Nibiru. Oh, God. And what was it the other day that we had the land masses on that was really...
Yes. That was from Nicole von Tempsky. Am I saying her last name right?
Yeah, Von Tempsky.
Yeah, that was a really awesome photo.
Yeah, she sent me some work.
Total landmass. You could totally point. You pointed it out, and then there it is, plain as day. It's like, is that real?
Once you see the land masses,
yeah.
Once you realize that, oh my God, look
Right,
deeper.
it's not
Oh my
clouds.
God, those are land masses. And Nibiru is that damn big. And we just wave to the people up there. Hi, big, huge, gigantic Nibiruan people. I figure they're bigger because their planet is so much larger, and their air mass is got to be, their barometric pressure has to be so much greater than ours, that they would be giants, and their oxygen level, because their planet is a water type planet and covered in water. So their barometric oxygen would be way higher. And when we're at like 22, 25% oxygen around the planet generically. But when we were at 35 and 40% oxygen, our animals were giants. Mammoths, mastodons, humans. We used to be giants, and then Neanderthals got smaller, and then we got smaller. Just like the elephants went from mammoth to mastodon to elephant. Or giant sloth to little sloth. Or, camels are originally from the United States.
Wow.
Yeah.
So much is so twisted like that, and flip-flopped and backward and upside down.
Direwolf,
It's crazy.
saber-tooth tigers, and there's so many civilizations that have been around, and most of the occupation of the giants and the Neanderthal was developed around mining and collection of these commodities, and the great giants were also doing mining. There was all these huge stone hammers in Wisconsin and Michigan laying all over the place. These big square rocks with a hammer handle inside them. They were giant. They were huge. And they couldn't, and there were thousands of them laying all over the place, all over these two states. And they, we've got to point out that, remember the legend of Paul Bunyan. Okay. These giants have been mining Earth for millennium. And then the Neanderthals were miners as well. They had carts with wheels. Not kidding you. And then we mixed in with the Neanderthals. A huge, like 70% of us on planet Earth have Neanderthal DNA inside of us. And then there's another huge percentage of us that have what the 23andMe would call other. and they haven't defined that yet. And that I know the answer.
Anunnaki, Nephilim, yeah.
No, there's more than that.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, there's more to it. Someday, somebody standing across the campfire, as I often say, I will tell that to their face what the answer to that is, but I can't publicly release that.
Which is why we have to do a retreat as soon as we can. Like, I want to meet everybody.
Yeah,
I was so low to do that.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to get a little more famous and get a little more money because, we can't go nowhere. I'm too poor to own an R on the end of that word.
That's why I'm saying people, like, we should do a retreat where everybody pays like $100 for a weekend retreat or something.
That'd be worthwhile.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a camping gathering, but it's about to be too cold, at least around you. I know.
Yeah, not only that, we'd have to do an RSVP and we'd have to plan it months and months ahead of time.
Yeah.
And this is why we've been talking about maybe doing a Comic-Con, but we were hoping that we were going to get a little bit bigger than we are currently, and that may yet happen. We were hoping a little more viral, and that way we can get $5 donations from people to even just pay our bills, because neither Rebecca and I are getting enough money to actually pay for this. We don't make enough, and it's direly needed, and it keeps us going, but we don't get enough to actually pay for this.
I speak for myself, but I would easily pay a $5, maybe even $10 a month subscription. I know at one point y'all were working on a website, and there was like some kind of partnership with somebody that didn't work out. I think around the time I came around, and that was going on. I didn't know you guys then, and I was like, well, wait, but I would now. And I mean, I know times are hard for all of us, but I think
the
most
idea
of it
was we were also worried about credibility, not wanting, because people, oh my God, they're going to charge me every month, and I mean, and we should repeat the same thing over and over again. So it's hard to charge for this, and we would just ask the people, like they say on PBS, especially, this is made possible by viewers like you. So if people out there have the opportunity to mail Rebecca or myself or both of us a $5 bill, and we get several people a month that will do that, then we've got some augmenting, because like I said earlier, they raised my internet costs another $10 this month, and I've
seen Rebecca's charges. For everything she does, it adds up.
I'm on my 15th computer, and I pay $175 a month now for internet that I could never afford in the first place.
Good God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's hooked to my landline because I don't do cell phones because I fry electronic equipment, and I've had a problem with that, and I can't wear metal, and I can't wear a watch, and I can't play with this toy or that toy. And here, let me look at your new computer.
You guys don't have any option there for internet anyway, right? Like, it's not like you can choose between this
limited
company or that company or
right. Yeah, and we have pretty much one company that will hold both my landline and my internet in one spot, rather than me splitting it to another company, which would be cheaper. But then in the long run, I'm still going to be paying for my landline and all that blah, 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 because they deregulated it. And now it's going to be a pain in the ass. And so they're just also raising the cost. It's like, you can't win no matter what. Somebody's going to rape you.
Right.
Do you know that's a flag word on YouTube?
I was going to say, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You said that.
You said grape. Grape.
They'll grape you. Yeah, they'll grape you. Yeah, you're right. I know better. I must be getting tired. Well,
it just came out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Carol.
Now I'm curious, Rebecca. Do you still have that video you said you put together of mine?
Yeah, I do. I sure do.
Did I start talking again? God, Sam, shut up.
Oh my! Here we go. Hang on. Let me get back to it. Yeah.
It's like talking to my friends on the phone.
Good ones in here.
That's what it feels like when I'm here.
Tara, there you are. Okay, y'all.
Atu's moon.
Perfect.
Saturn's yellow moon over to the right. Long box cube upper right. Saturn's yellow moon. Saturn. Yeah, you can't argue with the Saturn's yellow moon. And over there is where Uri is back. Excuse me, that's Nibiru right there. Why did I say Uri? Weird. Earth, you brain not work no more.
I mean, my sky was just covered right there. I mean, just everywhere.
Yep. Well, we're right underneath all of these planets.
I feel like I got the same shot right there.
Yeah, we
Clouds
do.
and everything. I think we just watched it like not long ago.
Didn't we see somebody else? Yeah.
I think it was mine with the exact same.
Well, it's the stuff over the top of, people all the time, they go, where'd you get this capture? And I go, Earth.
Right.
Because it's all the same sky.
Well,
That is Uri and Attu and Attu's moon right there.
That's the thing. When you start seeing this stuff from everybody all across the world, you cannot deny it. I mean, it's too crazy.
last week
in your
I felt like during the day, like the planets were just like sitting in one spot.
But they do move slowly over time.
Like in the late afternoon, they got into action and just started rolling around.
It seems like they do that to me too. They slow down. It's like they go slower.
Like they were like dormant during the day. It was weird.
I've not had a good picture day in like, at least 2 weeks. Like
it's coming. It's got to be coming.
It has to, right? I mean, I had a little bit of clouds this morning to look at, and they left. That's it. Nothing like this. Nothing. I've been patiently waiting every day. I look out the window.
Look at all that.
I want to go take pictures.
I think
Wednesday,
Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe Thursday of last week, I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Now, that was the
Nothing.
first time
Right.
since July or June for me.
Wow.
Like I see something every day.
Right. Normally, yes, at least for a little while or something. No, nothing. Just
there's asteroids right there galore.
Yep, and a ship or two as well.
turn my air.
Texas cube is in the middle of that, the middle upper right. On this side, the long box cube is in there in the dark blue upper right. Side orb and all. That is the edge of Uri and the asteroids out in front of it. Axis tip and all. There again, those are the asteroids from Uri on the lower left. The rest is normal clouds pretty much. Those are asteroids from underneath Uri, as Uri onset is going over the top of us. The white central illumination in the middle of the picture is Attu's moon, with Attu and all the clouds underneath it, and it's that bright because Attu's moon is white. This is the bottom of Uri. Notice where the sun is. Notice the cutoff facially. It's retracted. This is also the bottom of Uri. That is Saturn's yellow moon, and the long box cube is the corner. They're doing a bit. That's again the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon with the flat face. Mostly normal clouds and a couple of asteroids. Again, mostly normal clouds and a couple of asteroids. That is the bubbly, patchy
blue bottom of Uri.
Oh, wow.
Those tiny microclouds are all around Uri. Again, to the right side, see the cut in on the right-hand side of the sun? That's a Saturn cutting into the sun. That's the Saturn's yellow moon again, on the right-hand side of the sun. The ion tail coming off the Saturn's yellow moon. There again, the blue area in the upper right corner is a Saturn. See the difference in blue.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think these clouds are?
They look so close, but I know better now.
None of these clouds are ours.
And you can
These
start
are
to see the
clouds.
patterns.
Yeah, these are clouds that belong to the other planetary system. There are no clouds in our sky.
Look at the curvature there. Like,
Yep.
is Rebecca back yet? She's not. Is
Look
she?
how small they are and how they're shaped and how they've got like they're going someplace. They have eddies, they travel paths.
Some of my time lapses, you can really see the rotation up above on the top layer.
Yep.
Above everything else.
I love those when they rotate. Oh God. It's like, how can you not see that planet rotating? You know, it's just, wow. All right. I'm going for a new record, Cough Drop number 4.
Well, Rebecca, when you come back, thank you for making that. That was awesome.
Ricola. They better sponsor us soon. I give them a commercial every week. I wonder if they get mad at me. We don't want that guy to talk about our cough drop. That guy's batshit crazy.
Cough
Talking
drop
about-
of the binary twin solar system.
Yep. Come in every
The
continent.
recommended cough drop.
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
And it's
Thank you,
all natural.
Rebecca. That was awesome. Thanks for putting that together for me.
Now remember, if they can sell it in Europe, it's far healthier than the stuff they sell in the U.S.
I don't know if you heard me. Thank you, Rebecca.
Sorry,
awesome.
Tara. Yeah,
That's okay.
You're welcome. Yeah. All right. Had to check on Mittens. She wasn't feeling too good today.
Oh,
You know, she sick to her stomach this morning and not eating.
climbing on that
and-
tree, man. There's some bad.
Yeah,
bad juju
I
to that
don't.
sap.
But she's up walking around now, so she'll be all right. So, yeah, now what? Where are we?
Yeah. Now what? Where are we?
I don't know what happened to Chris. Make sure he's not in the hanging around. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Hey,
Nicole,
I made it back, Chris. Yeah.
Good for all Nibiruans
Ooh.
and
Hey,
Lincolns,
Abraham Lincoln is back.
right?
No, but what I was gonna say earlier is it's annoying that there's so much misinformation.
Oh,
But
God.
we gotta remember that door has to be opened somehow.
yeah.
Because when I first became into this knowledge, it was Planet X. It was the
Mhm.
Planet X system. I
Mhm.
knew nothing about
Yeah.
any of this stuff when I found that out. So that's what took me down the rabbit hole to start, going back in history and,
Yeah.
getting to ancient Kemet and the Sumerian text. All these things were sparked from Planet X.
Right.
So we got to keep in mind that these things are great appetizers as well as frustrating and annoying.
Well, that's
So
where I
even if
started
it's
out.
false, it can lead you down the right path. Yeah.
I read
Exactly.
about it in 1978. Isaac Asimov and all of this, and the NASA worrying about the aberration in the orbit of Neptune and why that was, and they were seriously believing there had to be some other outer body that affected the orbit of Neptune, and that was a base premise of my original why I wrote my paper, was because when I came to understand the structure of atoms and shell structure, there, one proton, one neutron in the first ring goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. And it can only handle this absolute mathematic equation of compounding, where, if you have 3 protons in the first ring, well, one of them automatically gets bumped into the second ring. And then that's how that building structure, which will then become a different chemical element, compound, whatever, where you take a natural thing and then you move it into a compound, from an element to a compound, by, adding or removing a blend of protons and neutrons and shell structure. And in that same premise, I understood that to be the basis of chemistry. And so I knew that the rule in subatomic chemistry also had to work out in space. And that's why I never believed in Einstein, because he had no unification model, nor did the Heisenberg uncertainty principle of 1880 and all of those people. And everybody's piggybacking off Einstein's equations to this day. And they don't know, well, why doesn't it come out? Well, excuse me, the basis of chemistry and astrochemistry should be the same. Yeah, there might be minor gravitational influences, but most of this is electrical, an electrical chemical compound construct, because it has to be. It can't be anything less or anything more, which is why I learned about the paradoxical Planet X rogue thing that's out there in the darkness all by itself. And that couldn't exist, because if there's anyone living on Planet X, well, automatically they have to have a star. They can't be intermittently using ours as they pass by briefly. Out of the darkness of space comes Planet X. No. Out of the darkness of space, behind a very large gas giant that's so big that we can't see beyond it, comes another star with 7 other planets that's attached to us, and we bypass every 3,654 years without paradox, meaning we are balanced and connected, and not Nibiru the destroyer, although the passing of the planet groups and the transition does affect our geology, our volcanology, our weather, our climate, our population, our chemistry, our back again to geology, and the compounding inside the Earth reboots Earth, so that when they come back to factory planet Earth 3,654 years from now, there will be a brand new supply of the shit they need. And it's non-paradoxical, which means this all works. And
is it far-fetched to say that this go round we've been given new technologies?
Well, there is a promise. There is a decree. I was told this is off-world information. There is a decree to the demigods, lesser demigods from higher demigods, that some of Earth's humans should be allowed to evolve up and out. And this is part of the ascension process that many of us are involved in today. And there is a bunch that won't. I'm sorry, I don't want to go us and them, because I'm not the finger pointer that, them versus us, because I'm not going to do that. But that's the thing. And that decree has been in place and growing for generations to us, and mere single lifetime to them on average. So remember that, what took many generations for us to get here, the same guy that wrote the first paycheck might be coming back to write the next paycheck and to mankind. And so, they live for thousands and thousands of years. And so, they were going, oh God, I wish they'd hurry up, and going, tapping his toe, expecting us to grow up a little bit by now. And they're back, and they're wondering, and they have full control of the herd, and they know many, many things we don't know, because they live for thousands of years, where we think we're wise at age, 40 and 50 and 60, and think we know everything at age 18.
Right. Of course.
So, and these guys live for thousands of years. So our premise of thought is very basic to them. And there's a huge, huge system that's
we're just little blips. We're little tiny blips.
We are the fleas upon planet Earth, and Earth is fine. It's just the fleas that have to worry. You know, remember the old Raid commercials? Raid, get bug spray.
Mm-hmm.
All right, which leads me to my new question, Sam.
Go ahead.
So, the James Webb Telescope.
Yes.
Are you inclined to believe that this is literally the Anunnaki? Or not?
Well, the Anunnaki are described by the Sumerian texts. And they talk about the descriptions of the red planet and the coming and going of the gods. And this all fits into the fact that we are genetically petri dish clones, because our 24th chromosome is clipped, like in a lab, and that does not happen in nature. And we were not created by quote unquote God, although I do believe in prime creator and many gods in between, many other higher races in between as well. And I'm, from my concept of what I know of the universe, there's a lot of room in between that, and a lot of different races, etc. James Webb has just recently discovered that human Western science is full of shit, because they have just recently discovered what they believe, and this is just on a nearby event, while they're trying to, buffer up that mirror, used to what they're looking at. They've discovered
555.
They have discovered a 12 billion year old star, and that breaks everything they consider for the age of the universe, the universe. And they think it's 8.6 billion years. We have just found a 12 billion plus year old star, so that breaks the model of everything they believe. And the thing is, there was not just one Big Bang, and that's their stupid human presumption. They think everything's the same age, and it's not. There are galaxies out there that are vastly older than us, that have races and technology level that are billions of years older than we are. And I met a Pleiadian from the future, and I don't know any other way to tell you guys. I'm not trying to put a sticker on it like, Dole Bananas or anything like that to make any money off this. The point with it is I met somebody from the future off-world that came in and gave me this information. And it has led to everything that we're doing today. And they told me I would be doing this. Not exactly this, but he said I would be the only one that could do this. And you guys, you tell me, am I the only one doing this or could do this?
Yes.
Well, I was recently told that I would be in the forefront to help with the movement. And here I am.
Be the change you seek. Be the change
you're told by someone outside of yourself that you're on the right path and to start paying attention, it really changes who you are.
Yes, I hope it does. I hope it does.
It really does.
And and you're welcome.
And it's a visible change that people around you will see easily. Yeah. And Sam, I don't know why your eyes are blinking on this picture.
Well, my favorite reaction comes from Jesus to this day. He says, "Sam, sometimes you scare the hell out of me."
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. Do I scare you anymore, Christoper?
I'm just in amazement with some of the things you do, especially with remote viewing. How accurate you are with your drawings. It's I think the first time I really was able to see that was in February when you drew your Isatum Jello Moon crossing over the upper right side of the sun, and then within hours pictures started
sending
pouring
pictures
in from everywhere. And I mean, I didn't know that was going to happen, and I think I captured that happening even the day before you posted it. Had no idea it was going to happen, and then for the next maybe it lasted longer than a month. Kept seeing it just crossing right over the sun, almost
which
every
was
day.
rare
It was
because nothing else
incredible, and
usually did that.
I thought there was no way that he was able to do this, and then all of a sudden, does he have a line to all these people prior to hold off on your pictures? And no, there's no way you could have pre-planned this in any way, or this is all, it's all real. And once you realize the magnitude of everything, the planets, all of this stuff, I don't know if it's scary. It's just
it's surreal sometimes.
It is surreal.
It is.
Like I said earlier, sometimes I don't have the words to describe it at all.
It's
Sure, yeah,
by the way,
I think I was scared a little bit in the beginning.
Christopher,
I have to admit.
44 years later, I'm
Right?
still scared shitless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
That's understandable.
I have traveled along with these asteroids in my mind since I was a child.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel better to not be alone with it anymore, though, Sam?
Oh, yeah. Well, I am no longer suffering from excruciating extreme migraines like I used to.
Oh,
I used to have we're talking laying on the floor in your underwear.
I
and
had
a full
the
body
worst headache
sweat
of my
screaming.
life this week. I was screaming the other day. It was so bad. Like,
I'm sorry.
I was just like, I had to go to my neighbor's house. I had no Tylenol in the house or anything, and I couldn't get.
Next time that happens, swallow an ice cube. Swallow an ice cube.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I can teach
I mean,
you
if
about
gasoline
50 different migraine remedies.
Drank it.
I spent years with migraines. When I knew, I had an argument with my post-abduction scenario, and because I was A, abducted by the U.S. government, and I was B, abducted by aliens more than once, pretty much throughout most of my life, even as a child. I remember walking home in my pajamas, holding my pillow from a block and a half away, being put back, but not being put back. And so I've had this my whole life. And during the process of trying not to overthink, you become an obsessive compulsive because you want to make sure that you're in control.
Sure.
You don't like to be taken.
It's understandable.
Beyond your control. And I'm a chronic hand washer, and I like very clean, and I used to put things square. Thank you, daughters. My daughters have cured me of that because they don't let me live in the house I want to live in. Anyway, they take the scissors. They take the scissors out of where the scissors belong, and then when they're done with them, they're on the counter. Right. It's like, why couldn't you in that same reach put them back where they came from? But they can't do that yet for some reason. Maybe someday. Our children are a pendulum swing away from ourselves. I promise you, they're different than we are. But anyway, I digress. Years and years of suppressing and trying to weigh through the abductions and weigh through the information out. Even the post-Pleiadian thing took me a very long time to remember. I had pieces of it. I knew that we were missing time. I knew that what had flown over the top of us. I knew I was telling my friends. I knew where we were when it happened. I knew how I felt the next day afterwards. I pondered it for many years. And then in 1997, 98, it was like somebody opened the floodgates. And I absolutely remembered the entire encounter from abduction to release and conversations in between. And he told me a bunch of stuff that I don't even publicly share. But it took me 25 years of chewing or ruminating, trying to chew my cud till I could actually swallow the realization of it. And when I first started talking in 2010 publicly, I would literally sit here and peel off my shirt and be sweating in a full body sweat, just trying to share some of this information. And it took me a long time to open up over like years before I became as public of a speaker as I am today.
I can imagine it's nerve-wracking.
Oh yeah, I still worry about it every I watch.
You probably have a fear of being wrong too, like because people criticizing you and judging you or not believing you. Yeah, like
I can't say it's a fear of being wrong because I do my homework, and you can
maybe that's a way of saying
No,
it.
I
But
am absolutely afraid of being wrong to a point, but I do my homework. And another thing that I have learned in the 14 years that I've been doing this, if you don't know what the hell if you don't know what the hell you're talking about, don't say it.
Right.
And that way
Yeah.
you're not wrong. And the shared
Uh-huh.
information that we have collected has always been empirical science collected, and the summations and the information that we share absolutely has to come from site member submissions, and we don't use any of the gossip off of the QAnon for far extreme, or we don't use any of the gossip off of YouTube, or like the Miami ET sighting. We talked about it, but we didn't come to any summation about it, although it's still being debated, and maybe in the years to come we'll see even more information come in that makes it either real or just claims it is a hoax. We don't know, but and this is why we stick to the information that we have as proven information. And we have a mountain. Ask Rebecca. We have a mountain of information.
It's
and
incredible the amount of.
That's why I'm still very hesitant to say what I'm still hesitant when I think I know what something is. Half the time I'm wrong. There's certain things that I've gotten down at this point, but until you guys confirm it, I don't even yet feel comfortable saying, "Oh, that's that for sure."
Found the best way to phrase that is phrase it in a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because the people go, "Well, I don't want to ask a stupid question," and we always say there is no such thing as a stupid question. What is stupid is not asking.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's silly. And if you make a comment and you believe, well, I think, or is it may be, or could it be, and then you put your comment, then you put your opinion in, and then you form it in a question, and that way no one will remove that.
Right.
Yeah.
When you talk and you're wrong, and the admin or moderator sees that as possible disinformation, then they have to remove that. And so, as long as you phrase your opinion in a question, then it'll stay true.
But I was going to say, oh, go ahead.
Is Nibiru coming back to close passes again?
Nibiru is beyond Earth. It is very, very huge. It hasn't left yet. It's just, it's beside us, over the top of us in. Okay. All right. Say, for instance, you're looking due east in the morning, in the AM, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., whenever the sun rises on the East Coast. At that point in time, if you're staring due east, Nibiru is over your right shoulder in the south by southwest, and you should see facial illumination of a very large sky-filling planet.
Still there.
Yeah, I remember about 6 or 7 months ago is when we were really getting those views of like the land masses.
Right.
And you were starting to see like those patterns where, is that a freaking road? Is that a boat? Is like I was seeing that.
We saw some sightings for a while about a year ago where people were going, are those city lights?
Yeah.
And hey, I might want to catch a ride.
Really?
Yes.
I miss those. I want to see those, man.
Nibiru's got some action on it.
Yeah.
It's
serious action going on Nibiru.
It's huge. It's gigantic.
So clear, obvious civilization and
mountain ranges, lakes, trees. I've seen it all on there. I can't wait to see it again.
Yes.
I'm going to grab, Rebecca, on Facebook the standard closest picture of Nibiru that we have. And it's many years old, and I will send it to you. I don't think we share this enough. It's one we rarely share, as a matter of fact, but I don't think we share it on our shows very often.
When I first started following you guys, I wasn't making it known or anything, but I was like hanging around in the cracks. This is when I think it was probably about 7 or 8 months ago. Oh man, Nibiru in the evening.
Oh.
I mean, it was coming over the horizon. I mean, humongous. And you could literally see. You could see things. That planet's developed.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is. Like,
Okay,
Wow.
and now I'm going to grab another one if I can find it.
I was just gonna say it still trips me out that there's crop circles that
Yes.
documented crop circles that map this out too. Like,
Yes.
And those are
and
laid
that
out.
line up.
Yeah, those are laid out to the people that they've already contacted, the seers, the people who have already been elevated, who can actually read the crop circles, by the way.
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, and I know of one personally, and I've gotten really good at reading crop circles over the last 14 years. God, I just flew right past it. Where are you, picture? I know you're here someplace. One picture out of 10,000. Excuse me, that's right. I have 10,000 in one file alone. I have to rephrase that, like 100,000 or more.
Oh,
So
easy.
one picture. All I'm looking for is one stupid. Ooh, come on, not stupid. It's not a stupid picture. Oh, of course, it's not there either. Darn, wrong file. All right, I'll still keep looking. Rebecca, take that one picture I just sent you.
Oh, we lost Chris again. Yeah. Rebecca.
And let's see. I think I know where that picture is now. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. All right, and then this picture. If you would, please.
I'm trying to hitch a ride when it comes back. Hey, don't forget me this time.
Right.
Shoot, I might want to join. Golly,
Well, the
get us
thing
off
with
this
that,
crazy ball.
you'd have to be prepared.
That's the one I thought you were going to show. Man, that's
You
an
have to be
awesome one.
prepared for an entire culture shock. You'd be smaller than everyone around you. The oxygen would be tough to breathe. It might be better. It might be you might get bigger or healthier, or sick. We don't know. They wouldn't have any of the cultural foods or celebrations of holidays or anything that you use as cultural norms in reference to.
Everything would be different.
Yeah, everything would be, And I
We're not worrying about any of those holidays. And
yeah,
stuff,
I tell
man.
people
We're
you
not
don't
here.
really want to go alone. Now, if you went as a group, on a tour guide group, then it'd be a little bit more tolerable. Somebody who speaks the language, to translate for you.
Well, I'm not
All
going
right,
to
everybody, get out your vacation package tickets. Here we go. Yeah.
Planet touring.
And this is one of the
Travel in
better.
the future.
Okay, I'd like to point out to everybody staring at this picture in front of you. I bet you anything none of you noticed is Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon to the right corner. Lower right is that big dark blob in the lower right corner above SH. Is this Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon right in front of our faces? I stared at this picture for over 3.5 years until I saw that. Never even dawned on me to look at that. I was looking at the land masses on Nibiru and the oceans. I never even looked in the right corner, lower right corner.
Wow.
Like, I might be
Audrey's
crazy,
like a champ.
but I'm pretty sure I saw trees on Nibiru.
Audrey's the champ.
Oh, and then there you go.
Know.
This is
I'm
2012.
impressed, Audrey.
This is the middle of the afternoon in 2012 when I was first watching Planet Nibiru go by.
Wow.
And watching the land masses when nobody would listen.
Look at that.
And I, 100 members, 300, 800, 1,000 members. And I'm trying to tell everybody, here it is, here it is, here it is. And, I don't think I can see the date. Yeah, but I know it's 2012, but no, the date is blurred out because of the pixelation of our potato quality screen capturing way back when.
It's amazing how much it changes in just a decade, right? Like, nuts.
15 computers later, and we went from Windows 7 to Windows 11 now.
Well, that's what I've been thinking about. When you start to look at the technologies that were implemented in the 40s, it's kind of like, looking at this AI thing now. It's like, did we get some more info from somewhere? Because it's like AI they talked about it for a while, but suddenly it's just rolled out.
Yeah.
Now we can blame everything on it. We can use it for us, use it against us.
Use against us, exactly right. Yeah, and it can study us in ways that they're way faster.
It
and the
just
quantum computer.
It feels new, though.
Yeah, well, it's dangerous too.
Very, very, very dangerous.
Well, we could talk about all those traffic lights they put all over around the world, and in the United States especially, that they're all connected to. You cannot. It's got facial, and ask Walmart.
Facial recognition. Oh my gosh, it's a trip.
Yep.
See you driving
every time you go into Walmart, your local Walmart, there is a file on you specifically.
I believe it. When you leave Walmart, you feel drained as well.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh,
place is an energy sucker.
It is. It's like the Twilight Zone.
It is.
We are living in the Twilight Zone. Hey,
no doubt.
We're wingers. I'm not going to say right wing or left, because when I grew up, right wing was the people that were hippies, and the left wing were the conservatives. And now all of a sudden it's the opposite. So
wow, really?
Somebody switched the mirror on me on that one. Now all of a sudden left means liberal. So we are the liberal, non-crazy conspiracy theorists who are right. And, where do you go with that? And, people just chalk us up as batshit crazy that this is even possible. And, why would you even want to talk about this? And look what's really going on. And years from now, I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, it's so hard living in a society where the majority claims to be Christians and they don't even follow their own Bible.
Oh, God, no kidding.
And even still, it's all backwards.
If you're a
Hallelujah,
Christian,
brother. Yeah.
And you've really studied your Bible, your head would be stuck in the sky right now because all the signs are there. Everything in society, in politics, in everything, it's all corrupted the way that the Bible tells you to be.
Did you fall into that thing that went by with the last eclipse? How that was the great awakening of the opening of the first steps of the Antichrist, and this is when he will, and that was the last freaky eclipse, because you mentioned the eclipse just went by,
right?
And how the religious community just jumped on that, and it was actually a date that was written in the Bible, and so we can't say that they're wrong, but there's an awful lot of
I think the interpretation is off a lot of times.
Yeah, but it all actually does fit in, depending on your point of view.
That's all I'm saying. Whether it's a man-made cause or the cause is of natural, it's still occurring.
Yeah.
And that's to be questioned.
Well, now we have to also take into account the word Christ.
Well,
the word Christ is a state of office. He's not the Messiah. The Messiah is a different term than the Christ. Now, the Christ is a state of office of the leader head of Rome. That was the official religion of Rome, was Jesus, Christ. And that was the only place. Now even the people, the Jews, had an entirely different Messiah, who supposedly died at Masada in that battle between the Romans and in the Battle of Masada. You can look that up. It's on Google too for free. Anyway, or YouTube. So, it's all points of view about what the Antichrist is, and that means the disruption of the Church of Rome.
Right, exactly.
And it's been attributed to men or individuals like Napoleon and Hitler and God knows who else throughout history. But so one has to take that term with a grain of salt and look at the overall message of Revelations and everything. And if you if you go to like the Colburn Bible, for instance, and you take into account the binary system, And then you go back and reread the Colburn Bible. All of a sudden, little puzzle pieces start fitting together, and you go, wait a minute, look what they're mentioning here. The passing and the coming and the visitation and this occurrence. And they're talking about transition rather than stability of heavens. And let's even talk about the Christmas song, We Three Kings. We three kings of Orient are bearing gifts. We travel so far. So what are they doing? They come in from the desert. They're following a star. A coming star. How many stars come here? Welcome, coming star.
One. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one.
So, okay.
And where,
what?
which means the coming star is the bringer of the Christ child, or excuse me, the Messiah. So the coming star brought the Messiah. That's why the kings followed the coming star to find out where it would be over the top of, to find, Nazareth and the manger and all of that.
Right.
So you've got a legend that's wrapped up in a truth.
And that's like all across the board.
Yeah, and it just, and let's talk about China and the dragon. This is the year of the dragon.
Right.
And what's going on over the top of our heads. And the reason that the Chinese were talking about feng shui and not offending the dragon, because prior and during the visitation of the original year of the dragon some 8,000 years ago, according to their documented history, which is 2 cycles ago, they had the great flood followed by the great dragon. And that's what they're going through again for the last 2 years. They've been flooding like crazy in China for 2 years now. And those poor people, I feel so horrible for them, I could scream. And they're all probably starving to death this year as well. And next year it's going to even be worse. And everything, all of their shit's been flooded out over and over and over again. And it's happening around the world. Mm-hmm. And all of these legends have a basis of truth. And when you unwrap them and find out what the chocolate bar on the inside's all about, it's all connected to the passing of another system in the planetary exchange and the tectonic plates and volcanoes and blah, 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 and people dying out and climate change, and it all fits. That's what's scary, changing of dog land, changing of the ice age, etc. It all
that
fits.
Is when it fits. When it doesn't fit is when you're stuck in one spiritual place.
Right. And
that's transition. The only time it doesn't fit.
And the early Egyptian dynasties and the transition of how Egypt changed and then suddenly fell. And that has to do with the first dynasty, second dynasty, third. And there were 31 Egyptian pharaohs. So, and if you go back in that history and you see the coming of the secondary star, then you've got all of a sudden where they dump the state religion of Aten, and then they go to Anak, and then the star, the single sun god, and all of that. And that's because of the coming of the planets and everything, to honor the coming of the second star. And the Greeks knew about the second star, and blah, 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 blah. Right, and it goes on and on and on throughout history.
Right. Amazing.
And our basic history has been telling us this for generations, including these stone slabs, and the one that the stone slab of Marduk, where he's cursing at the gods, and that's I think it's like an early Greek carving, and maybe before Greece. I don't know who carved it, but he didn't sign it at the bottom. But part of it's broken off, and I think that information probably showed the planet Nibiru on it, along with the star, and they broke the Nibiru planet off and left the 2 stars on top of that Marduk carving. And I have a copy of that, Rebecca, if you want one, so everybody knows what I'm talking about, if you'd like. Give you
Are you
something
wanting to
more
send it to me?
to
You mean?
do, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I can
that's
send
fine.
you a copy of the Meriduke statue
Uh-huh.
that I'm talking about. Okay.
Make sure
I pretty much know
everybody's on the
where it
same
is.
page. Okay.
Right.
So-
People are going, what's he talking about? What the hell is he?
So
Yeah.
is the old myth that speaks of the moon being knocked out of the sky and causing a flood when it hits the bottom of the ocean, is that the same as the Chinese dragon story?
I don't know the hitting the bottom of the ocean myth at all. I've never heard that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd
caught
never
the
heard that
tail
one.
end of it. I'll try to look it up and see if I can find that again.
Okay, all of a sudden my brain went blank. Oh, Meriduke. Okay. Eebity, don't lose it, Sam. Well, I am getting on in age these days. Stay off my lawn. Oh, okay. Yeah. I love that old grandpa joke where they start screaming out in their yard to tell everybody to stay off their lawn. You know you're in trouble when. All right. All right. I hope this is the clearest copy of. I found it, but is it the clearest copy I have of it? Yeah, it's a good copy. Gonna also send you another pictograph from the Hopis in same reference where we're always talking about these rock carvings that different races throughout history have spent a long time carving. And if you analyze some of them, knowing the binary solar system and seeing some of these patterns over and over again, and then relook at them, it can be quite shocking at what you can find. Okay, I'm still scrolling. Where the hell is that picture now? I just saw it a minute ago. Where are they? Right next to Meriduke, and I can't even find that one. So this is the carving of Meriduke that I sent you, Rebecca, and you're probably
Got it.
are probably getting it just now.
Yeah.
All right, it was right here someplace. Where are you? Hopi symbol, Hopi carving. You're here someplace. I know you are. You cannot hide. God. Now I'm not finding it.
What happened to Christoper? I know he dropped off a
I
little
don't
while ago.
know.
I don't know if he
Yeah.
came back.
Oh, wait. There he is.
There he is.
Sorry, Chris. Oh my gosh. I don't know how long you've been there.
Hey,
Boy,
I'm
thank
chilling.
goodness for
I'm hanging out.
Tara.
They need to put a doorbell on the green room,
He's just
man.
been chilling
I know,
backstage.
Ring, ring.
I didn't hear a beep. Yeah. What? Oh, okay.
God, I'm
Oh,
not
the pictures. Okay.
finding it. I am not finding that second picture. Follow-up
Let's
picture. Come
see.
on. I just saw it. There's Meriduke. Where is that Hopi carving? Probably looking in the wrong direction. It's probably below instead of above.
Good night, Audrey.
Oh, she's
Audrey's
still
going
here.
to bed finally. It's like 4:30 in the morning.
She hung out there
She's
late.
Yeah. She's my kind of lady, though. I stay up till
Right.
like crazy hours like that
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So
Mm,
yeah.
me too.
I stay up when I can. Generally,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
around 12:30, and I get up at
Okay.
like 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
me too.
Lately,
Yeah.
I've been having that 3 a.m. wake up.
Yeah,
Oh,
that one's
last
weird, isn't
month.
it? Yeah, exactly. I've been doing the same thing. The weird 3 a.m. wake up, and there's no reason for it.
No reason. No matter what time I go to bed, early,
Right.
late, it doesn't matter. And first thing I do
Bingo.
is go run to the door to see what I can see.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Oh God, where is it now? Come on.
yeah.
I'm seeing your. Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Okay, I sent you the second one. We'll talk about that one after we talk about the first one.
Okay. All right.
And I will come back to streaming. I apologize for. Yeah, there we go. Now, if you look at the left upper part of this stone
It's broke off.
compared to the right side of the stone, somebody has chipped off the left side.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And you see this all throughout history,
Mhm.
where artifacts have been destroyed,
Yes.
certain portions of them.
And this is the giant Meriduke yelling at the gods over a dispute in the sharing of the commodities to the gods, the tribute to the gods.
Wow.
So you mean to tell me they were paying to live here too?
And here, they were sent down here to govern the giants and the offspring of the gods, the demigods, were sent down here to govern us. And
so
then
this
you may
has
have heard
always been a factory planet.
No, we
No?
we were taken over and things changed about 300,000 years ago.
Okay.
Um,
Jeez, you got so much info, Sam.
Man. That's a big number too.
Yeah, well, wait till I start
300,000
telling you about
years.
God and the universe. Well, anyway, Meriduke and the governors got greedy, and they wanted to hold more tribute back for themselves personally and have a larger slice of the pie. Now, you have heard of certain cities on planet Earth that have somehow been blown up by a prehistoric nuclear explosion.
Yes.
And you probably heard about 15,000 years ago, there was a great explosion above the North American continent, which wiped out all life from Canada all the way to middle Mexico.
Wow.
On North America, but didn't impact in North. It blew up above North America.
Okay.
Which changed an entire species regime, including the end of a lot of the saber-toothed tigers and blah, blah, blah. And a great deal of, that was part of the major change of the larger animals towards the smaller animals, etc. Now, there's many different theories. Of course, you can't believe everybody. So anyway, this is the Hopi great, huge, very huge rock drawing. I would like you to look at this for a moment and tell me what anyone pipe in. What do you see?
Two stars.
Multiple things up there.
Well, you
Two.
definitely see two bigger bodies, but there's like multiple.
Yeah.
Okay, and on the left, there's this line of a pathway of things like signifying movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that big white blemish on the left in the middle?
Yes.
It's like
You notice that it's illuminated like the lead asteroid?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It can't even get any closer than that. That is crazy.
And they're showing you two stars on the right, and then the solar system is the second one on the left. And
I
that
see.
up. Because we know that the two stars could join, and then they're showing you other spirally illuminated things in the upper corner, signifying
Different shaped creatures.
Okay, there's large giants, and then there's small guys.
Right.
And it's all right in front of our faces.
Wow.
And everybody looks at that white illumination as if it's a water stain. They blew that chalk in there on purpose.
Wow.
Showing you the lead asteroid, Wormwood, object cluster group, whatever the hell you want to call it. Apophis, the dragon, Quasicotl, whatever you want to call it, whichever civilization. And there it is. And we know, and I'll hand you the lead asteroid, that regularly used lead asteroid picture on Facebook, Rebecca, one we've used for years.
Are those beings people or?
The larger two in the middle are giants, and the rest of the smaller ones are normal people who serve the giants. The early American Indians worked with the giants, and that's why The God that said bluestone turquoise is so famous, and why it has such wampum medicine among the American Indians is because when you separate copper from gold, one of the byproducts. So the formation of turquoise is part of the great mining experiment that's been going on this planet for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, cycle after cycle after cycle. Anyway, I'll send you this picture. And then you could just imagine laying this picture over the white area on the Hopi drawing. I want you to compare this real picture to the Hopi drawing, if you would, please, once you get it. It's sent. You have a copy of it.
Rebecca, did you get those pictures I sent to you of Maria's? She captured something she wanted to see what Sam thought.
Okay.
If we have time, if y'all have time.
I'm sorry, Maria. I did not check the messages for you today. I apologize. It was a little bit. I've been dealing with.
I think she just sent it. She just sent it to content and asked me if I could get it to Rebecca.
Okay. I normally check everybody, but I did wasn't that thorough today.
While I get this picture, here, I'll show you. This is what she sent. So here it is. And we'll zoom in a bit more.
And that could be the Atlas Comet.
That's what I was going to say. Is it the comet?
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like the Atlas Comet.
So cool.
Pretty cool.
Right? And so clear in the daytime. Wow.
It'll be around for a few more weeks.
Right. That's bright.
Yeah, during the day.
That coma tail is supposed to be a million miles long.
Skyward illuminations. If you could get that picture up, Rebecca.
Yeah.
To the Hopi.
Yeah. Now, is that remnants from Halley's Comet?
Oh no, I don't know.
No. This is an entirely new comet that they've never cataloged.
They've never,
It was just discovered this year by someone in Japan and then somebody locally in the U.S., I believe. There's two names. I could look it up, but yeah, that is the comet. We got a bunch of pictures in today. I have bunches of them.
Do you think that has to do with the binary twin solar system being here so close that's why?
Actually, it's opposing direction.
Okay.
So it's a separate. Okay, this
separate thing.
Yeah, this is a 2013-2014 shot of the lead asteroid, the red asteroid, the tan asteroid. The green asteroid is not in here, but that illumination at the bottom, white light in the background, is also part of the salamander asteroid group underneath Uri and Attu. But that self-illuminated shape, look at that shape that you're looking at where the white area is, and then compare it to the Hopi picture.
Same thing.
Oh, yeah. See it.
If you could go back on that Hopi picture, Rebecca, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
See the shape?
Same thing.
It's right there.
Yeah.
And I stared at this picture for like 2 years before I even realized, and yes, my brain automatically discounted it as a watermark. And it's not. That was blown there on purpose. That is the asteroid object cluster group, Wormwood, whatever you want to call it, those close passing asteroids that go by Earth every 3,654 years, including the 2 stars and the extraplanet group right here, right before you, a legend. And they took the time to carve this message for you. And there it is.
The fact that chalk lasted that long there.
So Anissa Arabians is asking if you could repeat something, Sam, that it cut out about the separation of gold and copper.
Oh, sure. Turquoise is a byproduct, an afterleave. When you separate copper and gold, there are certain things that are left behind, and in part of the geologic equation is what creates turquoise. And so turquoise was always viewed as great medicine to the American Indians when it was those that served the giants would have been gifted turquoise. And this is why we have these large cities in the United States that have these built up mountains of dirt that they can't imagine people would actually move. Well, if you have giants moving what they refer to as cyclopic stones, that's how you move those 10-ton stones that nobody can figure out how they took them 200 and some odd miles, is because they were hauled by much larger beings than us. The American Indian population worked for them, and they got along with them, and they shared things, and they, fed each other and protected each other. And there was all kinds of colossal constructions of giant cities and stuff all over the planet that we don't even know about, and we've been lied to. And all the giant skeletons from 30-foot tall down to the 12-foot tall suckers that the Smithsonian has been, look at these stones.
Yes.
Fit together perfectly. Excuse me. If you have a giant carving that stone, it's easy. If you have 8 guys that try to do that, it's hard. So we have to, there's technology here that we don't have. We can't do that today. And everybody, I chuckle. I watch the geologists or the archaeologists talk about these stones, and they always wonder what those protrusions are. And those of us who have ever driven heavy equipment and ever want to pick anything big and bulky and heavy up know that you've got to have a strap hold. Yes. And if you don't have that strap hold on the bottom, your load is going to shift, wiggle out of the banding, and drop to the ground. Those big nibs are strap holds. Basic, easy. And yet, why don't archaeologists know that? The city of Petra.
Incredible.
This isn't the treasury. This is the what they refer to as the chapel, or the this is bigger than the treasury, which is at the gateway. This is way up on top of the mountain of Petra, and this was carved in approximately 500 BC.
We literally can't do that now.
No.
I know.
It's carved right in the bedrock. I mean, it's
in your face too.
Incredible.
So obvious that we have technology
at the extremity of the city of Petra. You have to climb a long way to get to this. This is one of the featured main places, but it is at the end of the road away from. It's way high up above Petra. And it's even bigger than the treasury thing. When you go in Indiana Jones and he gets through that valley, that's the treasury room, which is massive in its own right. But this is even bigger than that. And what you're looking at doesn't even do it justice. I mean, this, just doesn't. That thing is massive.
So crazy how there's other worlds on our own world.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit that lasts. Yeah, look at these stones. We carved those. See those H stones?
Yeah.
We didn't carve those.
These are stones that the biggest excavator that you have can't pick
Couldn't
up.
move it. Yeah.
No, we don't today have a crane that can move one of those.
It's nuts.
And that's when it really clicked. And it didn't really click in my mind until probably about 10 years ago that there's stones all around the world that we do not have equipment to move. Period.
And
yet they're here.
You go to the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, and you see what they refer to as cyclopic stones, and you look at the cornerstone of the base of the I think it's the earth to brain. I think it's
earth to brain.
The southeast wall. And that one stone is so big alone, and then there's architecture that goes on in different phases. You can see the technology level changes. Other people who are less skilled built upon that. But all of those places are like landing zones for no matter how high the water is on planet Earth. All of those are at the same height, and they're all around the world. That way they can come down, collect the commodities, monatomic gold, whatever. And you'll notice that most of these sites are located within regions of gold and monatomic gold, and like the Dead Sea, etc., King Solomon's mines, Jerusalem, all of this are commodity-related cities that were developed around the world for mining of factory planet Earth.
Makes sense.
And, they talk about, in India, they talk about Shiva bringing us all these plants and fruits so man can live and eat. Well, they have genetically proven that wheat does not come from Earth.
Right. And the wheat we have now is not what they had then.
Right. Wheat does not genetically come from Earth, and they have proven that down to the genome. Yeah, it was provided by Nibiru.
So they probably have us believe it came in an asteroid or a comet or something, or meteorite or something.
No, what happened was we got plopped down here. They changed us. They took ape or whatever we were. They changed us. They put a workforce in place, and then they gave us something to eat. Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so much easier for us to live down here and mine this stuff for ourselves than them to send workers here that struggle with our atmosphere.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
But since we were part them, they had to give it. Maybe that's part of why they gave us food from them, too.
Well, we have to live. We're self-replicating biotools. They don't have to buy spare parts. Nobody has to fly down here and fix them when they break down. And we live a short time, so we're totally controllable.
They did.
We have an
DNA down too, right?
Oh yeah, we're not the first version.
Right.
We could be the 18th or 200th version. We don't know.
Wow.
Well,
How many civilizations can you plant in 300,000 years?
A lot.
An uncountable.
Hi, and welcome to the Matrix.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all point of view.
There's a whole idea of everything existing all together all at once that really just,
we are limited in view. We are limited in age, not age long enough to actually understand much around us other than our immediate world, and hopefully gain a modicum of wisdom. But there is so much more going on than modern science is allowing us to believe, and educating us to the possibility therein. And I absolutely believe there is a campaign to dumb people down.
Oh yeah.
I thought everyone knew this shit.
Exactly. How can you miss it?
Yeah, I tell you, and look at, who sits there and carves this? This is Cappadocia. This is underground Turkey.
Yeah.
Who sits and carves this shit out? Those are toilets.
Wow.
Yeah, those are public toilets, and that goes back pre-Roman, so that would be before 500 BC.
I'm curious
Would
how
this link up to when you're talking about they went underground?
Yeah, right. Because it got too hot, they had to.
How did it get? It'd be too dark. Like, did they have electricity or what?
They have light stuff, they have air tunnels, they have lanterns, they have oil.
They knew how to use mirrors and reflection.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Crystals. Hey, man, they had night vision scopes, man. No, I'm joking.
Wow.
Well, you tell me that they did this with copper tools.
You can see the way that there's illumination. Unless it's man-made, but
Yeah, it's electric. They
okay.
Yeah, they got to get the tourist dollar.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look down that tunnel, the tunnel is probably illuminated from outside. If you're digging underground and you're moving this much gravel, you're doing it for a damn good reason and with a whole lot of people. And it's really hard to get a bunch of people to do the same thing for no reason.
Right.
Either that or you have to have a lot of beer. Hey, everybody, we do today's work. Nobody drinks beer until after work.
Right.
You move all this dirt, and then I'll get you the beer. And that's, grain is where it was also provided, barley and beer is highly important in our society, like you wouldn't believe. Not only that, it purifies the water, keeps you from getting cholera. When your stupid friends don't know, Well, when your stupid friends don't know not to pee in the water upstream.
Oh.
Yeah, that's when society starts, when you have to start controlling the people upstream of you. Please don't let your cows poop in the water. Yeah, and then you'll end up with bacteria in your water when you're at the village, and your daughters are going to the nearby village stream, and they pull out a bucket of water. And if Farmer Jones 3 miles up above lets his cows walk in the river, then you're going to have a problem. We know about that up here in Montana.
Oh.
Yeah, Virginia, we barely have any farmland anymore.
Wow.
I know it's terrible. Well, hey, people,
you rarely see a cow or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's all houses. Last time, and I haven't driven East Coast since the 80s. But literally, once you get to Iowa and you drive east, we are in the city until you get to New York and NYC.
Wow.
There's nonstop houses from Iowa to New York City, and you don't see any broken up farmland anymore at all. They've got it filled up. There's too dang many of us, and I hate to say that, but there are. We could actually, if we all spread out, there'd be plenty of acreage, but unfortunately,
there's a lot of land that's not that comfortable to live in too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's all give a prayer for the Siberians. Those wonderful folks in Siberia who are unfortunate slaves to actually the Russia. And they want independence. They absolutely do. But we never get their news. No. You have to actually go search this information out. And, I feel terribly sorry for anybody who's living under a dictatorship. I'm terribly sorry. God bless you all. Because you have bigger furry coons than I do.
Right.
Yeah, what a world. Hi and welcome. Now we got alien ET here by the we can't figure out our own darn problems, and yet we have an invasion parked over the top of us, threatening us, and I can't, I'm not trying to say with any level of animosity, because we can't win, we can't beat them. Their tech is so advanced compared to ours. We have no choice but to be conservative and actually do diplomacy. That's the only way we're ever going to get forward. We cannot beat the system here. We have to work through it and evolve into it, and then be wise enough and maybe chosen enough or smart enough to become part of it. And I don't know if it's going to happen in our lifetime. I sure wish they would have started in 1980, like I thought we should, until they slapped me with a non-disclosure. And I truly believe to this day, if they would have told everyone in 1980 that the planets were on the way and that there are people on those planets and that we do live in a binary solar system, I think we'd be in a whole different place than we are right now. But I think it's been controlled for money, for greed. And I'm terribly sorry to say that. And I wish I could speak better of my human brothers and sisters out there, but I think greed is a huge thing going on right now. And I feel horrible for you because it's so much cooler without it.
Right.
I've had money a few times, and life is not worth. I mean, God, you turn into a horrible person when you have too much money.
But how much of it is money, and how much is it for? Like, I feel like money is just for us, not for them. I mean, I feel like they're more into it for energy, electrical, like for batteries,
resources, natural resources.
Yeah, I feel like money.
The aliens technology, they have all the free electricity they want. They have all the resources they want. They don't have the basic building blocks. Because Earth is in a special place.
Right.
Earth is of a soft metals group, and our configuration of our solar system produces commodities not available in nearby regions.
Incredible.
And so we are in the Goldilocks zone. We are just right. Not too hot, not too cold. We're perfectly in the right spot. And our little rock produces soft metals. Zinc, copper, gold, silver, etc. And that is rare. Sure, there's planets out there with copper, and there's asteroids with this and that in the mix, and it's really valuable stuff. But Earth is a
Plethora of it.
stable reproduction zone.
That's
where
mass production, yeah.
Right, and I think it reboots. And whereas if you mine an asteroid, you mine it once and it's gone, and then you have then you have a possible paradoxal going on within your orbit. Whereas Earth is growing and always reproducing because it's electric. There's something special about Earth, and I think they knew that. That's why it was invaded 300,000 years ago, and our way of life from whatever predecessor humans that lived here or didn't live here, or other civilizations of unknown origin that may have moved in or lived here prior. I don't know the rules behind that or the facts, but there was a battle over Earth, and it was taken over, and we have been effectively changed to suit the needs of the larger civilization, and that's a fact.
Bad for whoever it was.
Yeah, the sooner you get used to it, the sooner you're going to see more. You'll see the larger picture, and you can't blame our government because they're just trying to stay in power too, because they have overseers they have to pay the piper to that are off world. So if you're going to blame anybody, that's a long. It's a lot of steps.
I think it goes way deep. Like,
yeah.
I want to know their name. I don't know.
You're on my hit list. Yeah, we can't.
And then again,
hey, we cannot.
If I was a monkey or something, maybe I'm better off now than I would have been in that state.
Languages, we wouldn't. We'd be swinging
on. I don't know.
They changed us. They made us better. That's why we can talk and we can think and we can appreciate things. And
then again, sometimes ignorance is bliss. I don't know.
Right.
Well, we can get to the stars.
Right. You can look at it both ways.
I've wished many times I didn't have the eyes to see what I've seen.
Mm-hmm. It's a double-edged sword, no doubt.
It's also a gift too, though.
Yeah, and please refrain from saying the shape-shifting Dracos. Every time I hear that, I just cringe, because it's like, be careful where you point fingers, because you may meet one someday, and then they'll haul that information out that you said that, because apparently they can do that. We've seen evidence of it in very scary ways, that they can look people up and what they've said in the past. And how they do it, boy, I don't know. But maybe they got a really good AI compared to us.
Apparently, they live in the past and the future.
Right. It's old history to them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pull that old file out. Back in the Commodore 64 days. Okay.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we personally have other dimensional things going on that we're not aware of?
We haven't.
I think there's things that exist here we don't see.
We might be existing in more than one dimension at one time.
Well, there's a two-way discussion on that alone.
Metaphysics,
Right.
We were not expected, because we were engineered to be short-lived. We were not expected to have the spark of their soul. They thought themselves above us, and they did not think that we would possess this soul.
Souls.
So, it's a combination. We are a combination of other races created into the functioning version that we are. Our first couple of versions probably were not functional, didn't do whatever. And what we were made from many. I was told 12 separate races. And they did not expect us to have this soul, the magic. And part of what amazes the Pleiadians, for example, and I was directly told this about humans, that same soul power that the Nibiruans or the hosts all contributed, that power that exists in their life force, we burn out in 80 years compared to what they burn out in 2000.
Wow.
That is why we are interesting creatures to some people and detested by others. And for an example, the Greys, they're a subservient race that works for the higher races because they're trying to increase their numbers and population, because they're an extinct race that is being brought back. And collective, they work because they can do things in atmospheres that the other races can't freely do. And that's why they serve as the muscle men. You could have a Pleiadian ship land, and a bunch of Greys will skirt off the ship, pick you up, put you on the table, do the study material, hand the information to the Pleiadian, because they don't want to run around outside the ship because it's uncomfortable, because they're from another atmosphere and they have to carry their purse around and all of that, which we know are in all of the carvings around the planet. The oxygen module, or their atmospheric module that they have to have. So anyway, there are other races that are even higher than those that created us. And part of the process is that they believe, because we burn this power in 80 years, that other races take 2,000 years. We're interesting to them, and this is why we should be allowed to evolve. Because we're special. We're magic to some races, detested by others. Other races can't stand the way we smell. We can't stand the way that some of them smell. And you can't point the fingers at the Dracors or the lizard people, because the lizard people are quite real. So don't start your evolution off by having finger pointing pre-misconceptions, because it can get you in a lot of trouble, especially with the lizard race, because they're very Klingon like, and yet they're admirable, very charismatic, very dutiful, beautiful people. You just got to meet one. It's like me saying all Russians are bad. I don't believe all Russians are bad. I think some of them are.
I mean, are they like people or like animals? Like they're lizards?
Well, okay. Think of Star Trek.
We have a lizard brain. I mean, like,
I know.
We have our inner brain. Our smallest parts of our brain is a lizard brain. Think of them like Klingons. They're a very warlike race, and yet there's logical ones, and then there's dumb ones too, and some have honor and some don't. I mean, you know,
kind of like class versus with whether you have class or not, with how you're raised as human. Yeah.
Same thing with the Dracos. Same thing with the Greys. They have different classes, different levels of smart people and intellectual people and scientists and dock workers. I mean, you know, there's all, you know, you got to have all.
Bad ones.
Different levels of society. Yeah.
Green ones, blue ones, yellow ones, white ones. Yeah. And there's many.
I wonder how many of them are watching this right now, intrigued by our level of understanding.
We do try to say hello to those guys that are sitting there stuck on the
impressed.
Right now, orbiting Earth. And for those of you who are watching our YouTube channel, thank you for
look at our kids.
Yeah.
Hit the notification bell and leave your comments. And I do review them on YouTube. So if you're up there and being bored, I was wondering, you know, is Elon Musk doing any delivery pizza up there? But you know, I don't want to overthink it.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to run to the little scientist room. Do you have any more pictures?
Okay, Sam. Well, I just found a few that I wanted to show you real quick. But that's all. I mean, while you've been talking, I've been on Facebook, and I found a few, and my mouth would just drop open when I saw them. I'm like, you all got to see these pictures. So go do your thing, and I'll wait till you get back. So, but anyway, yeah, people are sharing some crazy pictures today.
This last
Wait
couple
till
of
y'all
weeks,
see
man.
them. Yeah, I'm like, gotta be kidding me. This is really good. Wait till y'all see. Just
I
wait.
love it.
But,
One of the things I've always said since I realized what was going on is that when these planets are headed out, people will not be able to not see it. At some point, they're going to show you exactly where they are all at one time.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to look up and you're going to see it all clear.
Yeah.
And
especially
most
those
people
two
are going to
stars.
just lose their minds.
Yeah.
Straight
I
up.
mean, especially if it gets more and more apparent that the separation of the suns, like
it's gonna get more apparent. It's
Oh,
gonna get
man,
to the
yeah.
point where there's gonna be 2 stars in the sky, and people are gonna go ape shit.
And one's gonna be clearly
they'll say,
separated.
"Oh, that's a fake sun. That's the
Right.
sun simulator,
It's
or that's blue beam.
oh,
Oh
That's
yeah.
blue beam."
it's crazy
No.
the things that
But
you know. And
I had somebody tell
There's
me
a patent.
right there. Oh, that one
Oh
too.
man,
that's planted on
From the
purpose.
1960s.
It's a
You know,
patent.
I've even seen videos of the
Ugh.
actual sun simulator.
Okay.
I think
I'm
it's
not
planted on
saying that
purpose.
they actually
Yeah.
used it.
I
But
had
To lead
a guy
away.
tell me that
Yeah, what you were
1,000%.
seeing.
sun simulator, but
You
space
know what
isn't
I'm
real. I
saying?
said, how
It's
the hell did
like-
they get the sun simulator up there then? And it,
Yeah, well, what
never
you
heard
have
from him
seen, most
again.
everyone has seen, is the prototype in the Chinese prototype lab.
Right.
They don't even have
That's
any
their
way to
fusion
power
reactor.
that thing. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, the rules behind this. It is so small. It was made to illuminate only minor regions over China, so they
Right.
could aid in the growth of crops. That's why it is not a sun simulator big enough to emulate our star. We do not
Right.
have the
It's
human power
crazy.
to power anything like that. Not only that,
Mhm.
and all the way around the circle and back around the barn to come back to the outhouse. If it had been up there, we would have seen it in
Yeah,
14 years.
Yet they flew it up there on a rocket. You know, they have a video of some rocket apparently that's flying the sun simulator out to space. It doesn't matter. You can tell these people, and they won't believe you. They just
Right.
It's on
won't.
sky
They are-
tracks.
Because
think-
they years researching it, and they're not going to let go of all that time and energy they've put into studying something. They won't let go of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw a beautiful
Which is
gem
unfortunate.
today.
Yeah.
I was watching, of course, I was doing my study. I was going through the European weather and what was going on in Yemen and Asia and all of that. And of course, YouTube gave me a video part. Pardon me, lady, for almost swearing. But I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson
Oh.
talking about, yeah, there we go. I love your
Okay.
facial expression right there. It speaks volumes. Thank you. And he goes, yeah, scientists in our new
I know.
space telescopes think that they have discovered Dyson spheres from alien races. It's like, duh. What you guys are talking about, Montana Skywatcher has been talking about for how many years now? And it's spooky. And it's tidbit disinformation by giving you a tiny piece of reality cheese attached to a great big lie. And then calling this mouse a Great Dane.
Right.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
and that's what makes people, once we
Confused.
find out that they lie about everything, then we give them power that they don't even have.
Right.
And they then will find out that we want to lynch them because they've been lying to us, which is why we will never, ever get full disclosure, which is why
Right.
Samuel Hofman is standing here today on his little soapbox in the middle of the town square. Cabbages, rotten tomatoes, carrots, or no salad, anyone? I'll let people throw all their shit at me because I know what we know, what we know, what we know.
There's
We-
always going to keep it confusing.
We have all earned every second of these facts that we took 14 years to learn. And this is why we're sharing them with everybody, because we are not wrong.
This is a propaganda planet.
There you go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's how they control us, because otherwise that goes into us all being more powerful than we're ever told. And so much
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
in our short 80-year lives. Yeah.
So we automatically think, oh, if they're lying about that, then they know the truth. They know
But-
some things.
Okay. See, but look what you just said. You said they. The big they.
Hey, the big
They. I'm pointing my finger at they. They want to terraform the earth so lizard dracos, if shapeshifters, can come and invade the planet. They want to do this to us. They want to put us in FEMA camps. They want to bury us by the thousands.
You see how
They
give them power.
They is a different they to everybody. It's like yeah.
My favorite.
I mean,
My favorite.
who's
They are hiding the firmament or the celestial objects. Oh my God! I wanted to.
They're definitely hiding Alaska.
Like somebody is pulling the strings. Somebody is deciding what information we are given and taught and mistaught. Somebody.
I think it's compartmentalized. Actually, I think it's probably very compartmentalized because, and there's very, very few that actually have the whole truth.
Yeah.
Or they wouldn't be able to control it so well.
I did a little bit of remote viewing recently.
Okay.
In a topic that was a little bit beyond anything I dared reach out before.
Ooh.
And oh my God, I saw some things that I am not even able to tell you, and you wouldn't believe how far back this goes. Oh my God. And it all makes sense, and that's what's really freaking scary about it. Did anybody see where Donald Trump went the other night?
Oh man, that
celebrity, the Catholic gala.
It reminds you that they're all one party.
Sure.
Bingo! Ding 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 ding. Give that man a cookie.
They play an opposing position, but they all have the same agenda.
They're all on the same team. It's a big club, and we ain't in it.
Go to YouTube, look it up. The Catholic, what was it? Extravaganza or the yearly Catholic meeting. It'll show up right on YouTube. But look at who Donald Trump is sitting next to, and I won't say another word.
Yeah.
And I did some remote viewing because I was trying to understand a connection to Marco Franco. Okay, do you know? Everybody here familiar with who Franco was? Post World War II, during the Nazi era, Mussolini, Franco, Hitler, Tojo. Everybody? Anybody?
Not me.
Okay,
No.
Franco. Okay, it's one of the first fascist regimes allowed in Europe since the breakup and reorganization post World War II. And I'm probably getting myself in trouble as I speak. Okay. And then I would post a Monty Python. Okay, everybody. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. This goes back between the Spanish Inquisition and the Templar Knights to a secret that I'm not even allowed to tell you. And it's all connected.
That Catholic gala, is that something that's current or?
It was. It happened a couple of nights ago.
Couple nights ago.
Catholic gala. Trump speaks. That'll bring you that whole thing. Or the median roast was unbelievable. That was a guy jumping in front of shark bites instead of a comedian. He was brutal. He was perfect.
I'm just like, since when do you give your opposition opportunities like this?
Because
this is part of a ritual that we've been watching for years.
Do you know who the family is?
God, this is
Okay. Do you know how they do what they do? They do it blatantly in your face, so you never believe it's possibly true that no one would ever behave that way.
All right.
Yeah.
And I've said too much.
The who?
Well, I mean, it's
There's a lot.
amazing. It's amazing that they will endure the
Coast.
things they endure in front of us too.
East Coast cult, the family.
Mhm.
It will scare the shit out of you. And then you cross-reference what we talked about previous, and you cross-reference what we talked about when we talk about the Templar Knights, and you cross-reference the information of the Anunnaki and the passing planets, and you link all of that shit in together. Why this disinformation campaign has been laid out to keep the truth from mankind, and this is why Samuel Hofman changes the world.
And this is where I make a prediction.
Go ahead, please do.
We're not gonna have a new president.
Oh.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will. Yes, we will. No, good has to believe, and we are moving forward, and we have to believe that we are going to go forward and not backward. And I'll leave it at that.
That's what I'm saying. Going forward, having a U.S. president is not a good thing.
But we do not wish to seek a one world government. We do not seek a new world order.
That's for sure. But are we paying attention to the UN having meetings week after week?
Right. Although, then we run into the question of the United Nations there, and when you have 150 plumbers in one room, no one is going to agree how to fix the sink.
Right. They all do it different.
And that's the same thing. If you take Sam Hofman and you plop me in Germany at the physics conference, and you let me stand in front of a microphone and tell everybody what I know for a fact is happening, and I have known for a fact was coming since 1980. How many people do you think I would affect out of 150 people in the room?
Hard to say.
Maybe 20.
Thank you very much, and I should pray that it would be that many.
No.
I love this guy. He's good beans.
He fits in. That's how everybody gets here.
Thank you for sharing all of this with us. You cannot get 5 physicists in the same room to agree on anything, unless the Bose-Higgs Higgs boson particles and all that crap, or the Hadron Collider. I know shit about the Hadron Collider that I can't tell you right here.
Jeez.
And I know shit about the Texas Cube and the Empire Orb and the Longbox Cube and all the Star Destroyers that I can't tell you here.
We need to figure out a way to have a super secret channel. We're not going to put technology.
I run into a 3-pronged scenario. It's like A, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
B, you don't want to know, and C, would you understand? I mean, there's a magnitude to this that took me 25 years to emotionally deal with, and so I don't try to,
overload anybody.
Superman should not hand average Joe Facebook, here, hold this truck.
Yeah.
You can't, and I'm not saying I'm Superman. I'm just saying somebody who's really strong can't hand somebody else a truck and say, here, hold this truck.
No, you're being kind, to not lay too much on us.
Right.
Yeah.
There's so much that's going on that is beyond us, including our ability that a lot of us are ready to start growing on. And I am by no means am fully enlightened, and I'm still growing on a regular basis. Although I am seriously suffering from the planetary effects lately, and it's been kind of disheartening because I'm pooped. I'm tired. Anyway, it's been pretty heavy lately. My feet and my back, and I've been suffering a lot from the weather. But anyway, that put aside, there's a lot that is coming, and we're all going to grow. Literally, whether we're ready for it or not, because it's happening. And this is why I say crazy train. And I don't want to scare people, but Christ, this is like we're all in for. Have you ever gone ice fishing for the first time? You're never ready until you do. It's like your first time out in the snowdrift hunting with your dad. You're never ready until you do. It's like, walking into that job interview and you don't know who's on the other side of that door. You're never ready.
Sometimes nothing can prepare you till you experience it. Yeah.
Right.
And the trick is that we all have to believe in ourselves that we got here because we're special. We got here because we were smart enough to learn and look and ask that question, why? Not accept what we were being handed and say, oh, it's okay. I'm going to, we'll go watch the Kardashians. And we have to break away what we're being handed and learn for ourselves. We do.
Who are all heading to jail, by the way.
Oh, yeah. You don't break out of planet Earth. You just don't, not unless you got a lot of dollars and a lot of titanium and get your own star craft together where you can make your own warp signature. So the Vulcans will see you in passing when you make warp drive for the first time. Zachariah in Star Trek. Anyway. And remember, it was in Montana, too. Where we go warp drive in our brains rather than in a titanium vessel. So we have to change the world. It's up to all of us who know this, who see this happening. We have to share it with other people, whether they want to believe it or not, and in a kind way, not in a rude way. We can't be violent about it. We have to be enlightening, and we have to be special, and we have to be, we have to excel in what we do. We have to be better, and we share this information, and we do good science.
Right.
We have to brainstorm about better systems of presentation.
Oh, we always do that.
Yeah.
We're always trying to figure out how to do this better,
Exactly.
but it always boils down to one person at a time. No matter how many times we try this, it always boils down to one person at a time.
That's usually the case. Really.
And that's why, I repeat myself over
small
and over
numbers of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we just keep going at it. This is, 14 years. And I have been saying the same thing on so many shows. And when we get to 87 here, or 88, we will have beaten my Radio Wasteland total. Wow. And I did 30 some odd Understanding the Skies. And I think there's 9 around somewhere to be found. And I don't know how many Fight for Our Freedom radio shows, but they're around, but I wouldn't add much stock to actually learning much out of those. But anyway, I've done a lot of shows. And I wonder about credibility. I wonder about whether or not people are actually listening. I wonder if I'm being respected in what I do. I wonder if this is important to you folks or not, or whether I'm some blithering idiot up here in my Montana refuge, which is not, it's my house, with my kids and everything. And I'm trying to do the best job I can for everybody. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. I hope.
Yeah.
And
I think you are, but what we never know is if we're actually even being seen. That's the.
I don't think that you're being seen as much as you should.
How much of your information is actually being seen?
Oh, I think I'm being shadow banned big time.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So that's what we got to work around.
Yeah.
Well, hell, I can't.
Work around that.
Everything I was running, my Skype stopped working. I haven't been able to open an email in like 8 years. My shit doesn't work. I can't upload a video. And you're looking at a stable picture of me because I can't run my camera and microphone at the same time, even though I'm paying for high-speed wireless. So excuse me, why is my shit not working? I can't point the finger at they, but we know it's happening. We know it's happening. What I'm
saying, like when we know that we know the tricks that they use, right? So the brainstorm is, what are the ways we can get around them?
Well,
to continue to spread the word and not worry about whether you're being flagged.
We have Christoper doing his videos, and we have Rebecca doing her videos, and And
I think
and
the brother and sister sites, the new sites, like Christoper starting a new site too, and I might get there at some point. I don't think I'm there yet, but the more of us that spread out,
I'm working.
Well, it becomes a commitment. You end up having to do it every day, and if you do make a mistake, you got piranhas all over you.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with what you do, and you also have to insist on absolute tolerance of the rules. And if you let your site become a zoo, you'll never get it back.
Yeah.
And we've never had any infighting on Montana Skywatcher ever, and I don't know too many sites that you can say that about.
Right.
Well, that's the thing I sense with almost everybody. I have not come across anybody that's not kind, that's not open-minded, that's not caring, that doesn't want to share for the greater good, that doesn't have the same agenda.
Right.
It's like a peaceful home here. That, I mean, mind you, I personally have not been huge into social media. I never thought I'd be closely involved in anything like this, but I sure hit the jackpot. I mean, like, I have no doubt I was led here. That's what I'm trying to get to. And I feel like everybody that's vocal at all, even those just in the comments most of the time, or that regular posters in the groups, I think most of us feel that way. It's amazing, actually. It's like paranormal.
Yeah, it is. It actually is paranormal because I am using paranormal gifts, and I have abilities and tarot cards and all blah blah blah. Point with it is that I also have the science skills and physics, etc., which is why the government chose me. But the point with it is, and I don't want to over accentuate that. The trick to it is, and my number one belief is that everybody out there has to trust themselves. I'm not going to try and say, oh, I'm the greatest guy that ever was. You have to listen to me only. No, I'm asking you to listen to you, because you're here. All of you are here because you were smart enough to find this, and not everybody out there is doing this. And you're at the beginning, so, and years from now, it will be accepted. It can't not, because it is the truth. Absolutely. Whether they want to deal with it or not, it is happening. And so, and then we're laying down the groundwork, the foundation for this. And I'm not seeking any thing other than sticking with the facts and proving the information and documenting it. And I wouldn't want to miss a day of it. And I would feel very remiss if I didn't collect the information and continue to collect the information. Because, I mean, we can't say it's over until they're gone. And even then, I'm going to go, oh, my God, what do we do about it?
I swear I can already sense the feeling of, like, sadness. Once we get through the roller coaster ride, that, we expect. I know. I'm, like, in just such a short time, I'm totally an addict. Like,
I know, right? It's like,
what are we going to do when they're gone?
Like, what are we going to do?
Then we're going to have a support group for remember when?
Oh, no.
Nibiru followers.
Yes.
Yeah, there's Nibiru Aholic site does already exist, and she's one of our sister sites, and I believe Rebecca started that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And Tara helps admin it too. So
yeah, so we have
Nibiru
we have a big job in front
Anonymous.
of us, and the fact is, the fact is that we have collected all of this information carefully, and we've stuck to the rules, and we've not taken any information that anything that is filmed through glass we never use, period. Anything that's off the internet I don't use. I take member submissions only. Occasionally I'll mine or farm one out somebody sends me that is from elsewhere, but it's usually gone through a few stages and channels prior. And if I deem it important enough and actually fits other information, then I will save and use it. But all of this information has been provided by people around the world as citizen scientists, not anyone who's selling anything or has any agenda other than to share the things
what they see. Yeah.
Right. And that is the pinnacle of all of this information gathering. That is so extremely special. And the fact that we've been doing it longer than anyone else out there, that one is my chuckle. I love that part. We have been on this before anyone else. No one touches our information. No one. We're number one. We are number one.
Yeah.
You are making my nose itch.
You know, there is nobody else with this information.
Nope.
You know.
We took a decade to gather all of this information.
It's pretty special.
We didn't even know Atu had a moon. We didn't even know about the object cluster group. We didn't know about the blue asteroid or the green asteroid or the red asteroid or the little sister or blah, 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 salamander asteroid group. And the reason it's called that is because at the bottom of Uri, it looks like a little salamander holding onto the side of the planet. That's why it's called that. We've unfortunately developed names for things. They're the original names of the planets are from Pleiadian information that came in about 2008, 2009 from the internet, which matched information I was given from Offworld. And we watched that for years, like 2.5 years, knowing the names of the planets and yet not attributing them until we had the proof. And once Purple Atu got here, that's what sealed it for me, going, oh shit, it's accurate. And then we ran with the names, and we've never looked back. Even though there's a SETI Alpha map out there naming some of the planets Harrington and this and that and the other thing, and I never got into it enough to memorize. And it also depicted a single pass event where it came. It was here for half a year and then went by. And I knew better than that because we were watching it spiral in, and then literally by 2013 and 14, everything moved over to the left, and then all of a sudden everything moved over to the right 2 years later, and then everything went over to the left. So, and then we found crop circles that matched all of that information. So all of these pieces of research and documentation and study have all stepped into place, and a lot of this information was crop circles. A lot of this information was stelae from Egyptian tablets and all sorts of stuff from Greek statues and Roman statues and around the world pictographs, all put together. A lot of people send me a lot of stuff. We weed through it, and where we've gotten today is literally from everybody doing massive amounts of homework, and it's been very productive. And we've never run aground yet. We've never run into, oh, we're not right. We've never crashed that ship. It's never happened. We are always moving forward. We make little minor bumps into a wad of seaweed every once in a while or a log, but maybe I was wrong with this, maybe I was wrong with that. But then overall, we just keep going, and we've never been ever. Can you think of anything where we've ever been majorly inaccurate over, Rebecca? We just keep going forward.
Nothing like that. Nothing major, like, little tiny things, but no.
I don't think we've caught ourselves in any controversial faux pas per se, although I'm sure there are some things I'm getting wrong. Again, back to the moons versus asteroids thing about how many moons Uri has and how many moons Atu has. And sometimes I wonder if,
I'd say you do really well considering, what you.
Yeah, considering we're looking at pictures
as
from
much as
Earth, staring into space without any major telescopes. Yeah.
Yeah. How many drawings are there?
Oh, God. Oh,
how
Jesus.
many are there? Like 70, 80? I don't know. There's a lot. Maybe more than that. Yeah.
Reminded me, I have not posted any of the older drawings to the file in quite a few months. I'm going to have to go back to the file.
Okay.
And count them.
I love that file.
It's
the original file. It's like good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I need to.
You used to do more than one a month too, didn't you, Sam?
I still
Sometimes.
do.
Yeah.
Whenever there's anything prominent that is talking to me in my head, I'll be sitting at the
everybody catching it. Yeah.
And if it's talking to me and all of a sudden I get the urge to draw it, I do. I don't turn it away, but usually it's a prevalent thing. That's something that's been on my mind for a while, or something I want to share with everybody. And so, I just grab it and I draw it really quick. I don't copy anything. I just grab it and sit in front of me and at the table, no computer nearby or anything. I just draw it. So, and then we've seen how well I do that, and the clouds and the nuances are just amazing. And it amazes me. I'll do a drawing and I will see a couple of little twists of a line here or an inflection there in the clouds that I hand drew just to make it look like clouds. And then literally within a couple of days to 2 weeks, we will get an exact copy of that. It's like, how did I know that? And it's like I'm connected to it. It's weird. Or I've been staring at it so long. Yeah. But, I mean, that too in itself is, I'm making a prediction through drawing, not copying it from anything, but just drawing it out of my head. So, yeah, it works. I get scared. I get amazed. I get, buff my nails on my lapel. I get a little arrogant going, yeah, that's right. I did that,
Mm-hmm.
Some drawings I like. A lot of them I'm really amazed by. I go, wow, I drew that. Wow. And, they're not a lot. I don't know how many times somebody said, yeah, my 5-year-old kindergarten kid could draw better than you with your crayons. And, we had all the roles. And I will freely, they made pictures of me that said, yeah, hi, I'm Sam Hofman. I eat crayons.
Oh, man. I mean, that just screams immature. Like,
yeah,
I've had people.
This whole situation is just so hard to fathom.
Right. I mean,
It's
what do they
just so
want?
hard to fathom that people don't get it. I can't understand how.
Yet they think the same about us.
Like, how? Don't get it at all.
I can't either.
How this works.
One of my best friends, I can be standing in front of the most magnificent, view, lighting, shadows, everything. I'm like, you don't feel that? I'm like,
right.
Because it's everywhere. Yeah, I know.
I mean, concrete. Before I really, really started following, I read the declassification of the CIA and FBI had, lots of documents about remote viewing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Which they basically prove that this is real.
It's real.
It works.
Yeah.
It does work.
So you got that factor. You have a physical factor that literally weighs on your physical, on your emotions. I just cannot understand.
You want to know what really blows me away about remote viewing? Is when I can smell people in their house in the UK, or I can smell their cooking, what they had for lunch in
So you
South
sense
Africa.
what they're around?
Yeah, and
Wow.
if Gillian was here, she could describe to you, but I have, indigos don't do tests, but I've done tests for people because it was so prominent. I couldn't avoid it. I had to ask because it was bothering me so bad.
Right.
And I was, when you're sitting here, you're talking to somebody in, like, for example, in Scotland, and then all of a sudden you're overwhelmed with a cooking smell that is not from your home. And yet it is so overwhelming. That's all you smell. And so I learned over the years to ask people about that. And you'd be amazed at how often it is unbelievably accurate. And then I with Gillian, for example, I kept seeing in our conversations, when we typed online, in PM, and I kept seeing her front door and a table by her front door where she put her keys in a bowl. And there were items on that table, and I couldn't really see all of them, but there was a Christmas present sitting there. And I knew it was there, but I knew it wasn't a Christmas present.
Okay.
But it was a Christmas present. It was in Christmas wrap, but it was not a Christmas present. And it turns out that was her father's ashes that she was keeping by the door. And yet I
Wow.
saw that, having never seen any pictures from her of her front door or her house.
Or her house, yeah.
Incredible.
And she said, "How do you know?" "I've got my dad wrapped up in Christmas wrap."
Wow. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been numerous other things. And my friend Alana in Arkansas, I know when somebody's coming to her door, or I know when things in her yard blow over in a storm, even though it's dark outside. And I've told her what happened outside, and the next day she went outside, and that was exactly what happened. So I've had examples over the years. And that's the thing with remote viewing with the government. You don't get the opportunity to get any information back because they don't tell you if you're accurate or not. You turn in your sheet and it goes up, and you never hear anything about what you wrote down.
Wow.
And only through the internet have I learned that I have a level of accuracy. And then, of course, my monthly site drawings just started panning out. That's when I did the, little cutouts and stuff like that. And people started watching, and they love it. And then I started doing the hand drawing because it was way quicker. And then I couldn't upload videos anymore. All of a sudden that stopped working. So I went to the single drawing where they let me so far. And for the longest time, even my drawings were getting banned as nudity. Remember that?
What?
My site drawings were being flagged as nudity by bots. Happened over and over and over again.
Wow.
And I'd end up in Facebook jail for posting it.
I mean,
yeah.
Nudity, like, I guess I can see.
We need to get AI involved.
Right?
Oh, AI already knows about me, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am known of in AI. I'm a real person on Bing, and I'm a real person on Google. So I must be real. I'm a real boy. Pinocchio and all of that.
Right.
Yeah. For the life of me, I have no other way to do this than one show at a time, one group of people at a time, one conversation at a time. I can't force you to believe this. I can't pull a magic trick out of my hat. I can't do the jig. I can't stand on this soapbox any higher than I already am. Right. And I'm prominently doing a weekly show.
Anything else takes a lot of money,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of money to get this out. This is
I'll take a philanthropist anytime.
Right.
Now make me rich and famous, and then I'll, and then we'll do some big videos.
I mean, we should be on the Travel Channel. Look, I mean, there's people giving us pictures from around the world. It should be I don't know. It should be.
I swear we should be way more popular than we are.
Oh no,
yes.
That's the thing that just blows me away.
Yes.
Like, I can't even understand how does it even make sense?
Yeah, and 14 years.
Big. This is big.
There should be like millions of people right now in this chat.
In April, it will be 15 years.
Wow.
So, yeah. And the coolest, damned, wildest, most awesome thing that ever happened within our lifetime is happening right now. And 99% of the planet is missing it.
Yeah.
I'm mad enough. I missed the first 10 years, 15 years of it. That, I'm glad I get to catch the second half of the ride.
2012 on. So it's been 12 years that the real show has been going. Once they arrived up from underneath Earth after, we were watching it in Neumeyer Station, Antarctica, from the live feeds. And there used to be like 8 of them, and now there's like maybe 3. And they don't even point the cameras anymore at the sky. Now they pointed at the station itself. And before, you used to get the station and the sky, and they changed that. And along with many satellite links and things, and real science things that we used to use that we no longer use, because you have to pay money for it too. And it's just horrible what they've taken away from us that we used to use every day. But we keep, plodding along. I'm going to go at it the best I can.
And then, well, all of a sudden, if we have no electricity anymore, well, then that's about it, no, back to the Stone Age. So until then, I'm going to keep doing monthly site drawings, and as long as I can.
Yeah.
And even if I can't do a show.
So do you think we're actually going to have those 3 days?
Oh, the 3 days of darkness from
Darkness.
Yeah, well, okay. This reminds me of a blonde joke, and I'll have to tell it to you later. The 3 days of darkness would imply that we are facing away from the sun on the dark side in the nightshade as an installed Earth.
Right.
It's entirely possible that Earth could stall. And actually, we have seen evidence of a possible reversal in weather patterns in the northern hemisphere. We don't know yet. We've seen hinting at it. Something unusual recently, like last week, went on. So there's some weird shit at play. We don't know fully yet. But that would also mean that 3 days of bright would happen on the opposite side of Earth, where the sun wouldn't go down for 3 days, depending on which side of the Earth you were on when the occurrence occurred at stall, because there is no light switch for the sun.
Right.
Okay, the blonde joke. This blonde skywatcher says to another skywatcher, she says, they're planning on doing some study on the sun. They're going to land on the sun. And the other skywatcher says, well, how are they planning on doing that? And the blonde skywatcher says, oh, they're going to go at night.
Sorry. Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Very blonde.
That was funny.
And that's the kind of thing I've been dealing with for a decade.
Okay.
And I've had some of the things that people have typed to me over the years. God rest, not God rest their soul. God bless them all, I should say. Blah, blah, blah. We're at hour 7. No wonder I can't talk. I've had some really crazy things that people have believed in. The firmament and flat Earth and oh my God, we're living in this and we're living in that. We're in a matrix, and they switched it and
simulation.
We were all transferred to a holodeck and are being taken to another galaxy into the 5th age and all the 5th dimension, and oh my God. And that's kind of what's going on, but not what's going on. And unfortunately, everybody's been blendering all of this information that they look up on the internet from wormhole or rabbit hole 106 to rabbit hole 257. And then they stick it all together in one jar and drink it. It's like, don't drink the green Kool-Aid. Come on, people, come back to science, come back to reality, stick to the shit that's real. And every week I get a gem where I just sit there, and I should have started writing these down in a book.
Because, Sam, you say that come back to science and come back to reality, but this to most people is beyond reality because it's so crazy from everything we've been taught.
Right.
And I'm guilty. I'm one of those people that have seen this and this and this, and like the last couple of years, I've been on a journey and had so many things that I've come across that I also feel like led me here. Things that I've considered, things that I've looked at, things that I've ruled out. But there's a lot, and it's definitely, I think, on purpose. I think there's so much out there on purpose to make people confused.
Just before they stuck me on the bus from DC back to Montana in handcuffs, they told me, go ahead. No one will ever believe you anyway.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
And that's where I think, it's a data situation where it's like they've really, really done some research and they have a really good idea that the programming really, really works.
And that's why they implemented it from the mid-70s on.
Except for some of us.
If you talk about little green men, you were laughed out of society and church.
Oh, yeah.
In 1973, you were a nut job.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
those are demons. Those are ungodly things. They're creatures from beyond, and they're the devil's work. It is Satan in disguise, young man. Come on. And yeah, and then and of course, Rebecca has a favorite slogan that she likes to use regularly about government disinformation. Don't you have a logo you post all the time?
Oh, well, it was a quote.
Right.
Former CIA director, I believe it was, but he said, oh gosh, now I'm gonna go blank. Let me think about it a second. I have it.
Rolling.
We'll know that our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
And we got a big dose of that through the 80s, and then came Star Wars, and then they went, oh shit. And then there's two camps in Hollywood, one for good and one for bad. Mm-hmm. And there's a group of people trying to keep the truth, and there's a group of people trying to scare the crap out of us and make us guilty. So that's what's going on. Yeah. And the truth about science is that some of the greatest scientific inventions of all time were developed by the amateur in his garden or his garage, not in some high-tech lab. And we have many examples of that from Wilbur and Orville Wright, and from what's his face, inventing the computer and laptops and all of that shit today, and where the cell phones are. And it's all the little people. We have to believe that we can do better. We have to be the change we seek. And again, this goes back to the 1980s. And I think if we would have known that this was going to happen now, we would have been differently ready for it than we are now.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's really a sad injustice that has occurred, but I cannot blame one specific agency or another or faction anywhere on Earth for anything, because I don't have facts. So therefore, I can't go against that.
Yeah.
And not only that, once you perceive in your own mind that it's hopeless, then that's not a good thing either. No. So I'm not going there. I believe that we're going to win. I believe that we're going to change things for the better. I don't know what level. And I think we're going to move forward.
I think we're in a time of enlightenment.
Oh, I know we are.
I hope. Yeah.
I am connecting to things that, God, even since the 2000 ascension started, that I never expected to be able to do and to see and to know. I mean, it's God, there's so much spooky out there that I've witnessed some things that there's no other way to chalk it up, that there's a connection going on that is wow big. Mm-hmm. And I don't recommend mirror magic, but there is a level of magic out there that is occurring. And
yeah, I don't want to mess with things I don't understand how to control personally.
I learned long time ago not to play with some of these gifts, because they work when you need them, and if you try to play with them, they screw things up, and it can scare the crap out of you beyond the state of sanity. And you don't want to play with that crap. You want to use it when you need it, and then it's natural and it's innate, and then it saves you rather than.
Just like anything, too much of anything can be bad. So, yeah.
Power will corrupt.
One of my things has been, I've always been really, really intuitive. Mm-hmm. And lately, it's kind of like I'm trying to, not pay as much attention to it as.
Well, wait till your precog comes out and you can't deny it that you see it twice.
Well, that's what I'm telling you now. It's like the more I try not to pay attention to it, it's like the more
it's in your face
I'm receiving.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's called the tap on the shoulder. You don't get to ignore it.
The nudge.
Yeah, the slap across the face sometimes, and it's like, oh shit, here you go. I started having
God, after 2012, 14, I started seeing things twice. I knew it was coming, and then it would happen. And it's like, and I wouldn't even be thinking about said whatever. And then I'd get this flash of information that something X was about to happen. And then X happened. And it's like, wow, I saw that coming. Wow, I saw that coming. And it happens over and over. And it's weird. And it's kind of cool. And now when I get that precog, I sit there and I smile. And then I wait for it to happen. And it's kind of really cool. It is. It's cool.
It is. It's a little weird, but
yeah, it's a lot weird. But it's amazing.
And it gives you. It even happens with things like that aren't even on your mind, or
exactly. That's what I meant. You weren't thinking about it, and you get the impression that this is about to occur, and you weren't even thinking about it at all. And then you get an exact copy, and then you watch it really come to fruition right before your eyes. And what that has done over the time, after seeing it for so long, so many years now. It's not all the time that it happens. It just happens a lot. And then you get to the point where you end up smiling and trusting it. You end up trusting it. And that's what I'm trying to teach everybody, is to trust you. Trust yourself. Know that you can do these things. And when you get that inclination, listen to it. And you'll be amazed what the outcome is, because once you follow your inner gut, you are not wrong. And that is the secret. And, we fill ourselves with self-doubt and peer pressure and what society thinks how we should be. Now, I'm not saying be evil and do what you want, but I am saying follow what you think you should be doing and trust you, and know that what's in your heart, like you said, for your job, for instance, you do what you like. Don't do what you don't like. Don't do what you don't want to do. Don't follow what you're not comfortable with. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, etc. And down the path. And the greatest gift that any man can offer himself is honor and self-trust. And you have to give yourself that. Other people don't give you that. You give yourself that. And by being better and doing better and believing better, you honor yourself by trusting yourself. And it's a two-way street. It listens to you. It also guides you. It's like Obi-Wan Kenobi teaching Luke, let go. You have to let the force, or the source of all those people that ever came before you, all that genetic memory. It's all power. It's all inside you still. It's all inside of all of us now. And all we have to do is just open up and believe it. And then before you know it, it's talking to you. And learning to let the old soul lead is hard. But once you do, you have enlightenment and connection to your past selves and the universe in front of you as well as behind you. It's a full bodhisattva connection. Enlightenment.
I've been doing really well until I get into traffic.
I feel like that was.
Then that old me comes back like fast.
Well, see, not everyone is in harmony with the cosmos. So the schizoid embolisms in the cosmos. Yeah, the people that stop you are always going to be there. The trick is to see it coming ahead of time.
Right.
And then you move to the left and you move to the right, and then you sit and you let them go by and let them drive off the road by themselves without, you go right ahead. You're in a hurry. Let me get out of your way, sir. You have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, I have this guy in my head that like blurts out like Tourette's. And then I catch myself. I'm like, well, that wasn't very nice. Not that the person's hearing me or I'm blowing the horn.
Oh, I'm the same. Yeah.
It's just like this mentality that I have when I'm like driving. It's been there so long, like it's devilish. It comes back like that.
Well, I had to drive. I drove federal vehicles, and you have to take federal defensive driving. So I've always learned that it is better to let other people
drive at their speed. If they're, I stay in the right lane, let them go by. You have a nice day. Thank you. No problem. You want to go in front of me. Now we have a thing, pray for me. I drive Highway 93 and people here actually shoot at each other and run you off the road. And then there's the guy that wants to do 55 in the fast lane. And it's their road, by God, and you're not going to move them. And these are these people that get in these road rages and all shit, And so I just learned I'm going to let the rest of all of those guys do whatever they want, and I'm going to be like my dad, Sunday drive at a very tolerable, within 3 to 4 miles of the speed limit, and then just let everybody else go by. And it saves on tires, it saves on car accidents, and it saves that people don't shoot at you down here. Because in Montana, everybody's got a gun in the truck.
Yeah.
Here too.
God.
Yeah. The new things, the non-lethal bullets and the bear spray. Yeehaw.
Oh, the bear spray.
Rebecca, do you still have those pictures? Those pictures you said that you found that were like, we got to see them. We got to see them.
I know. Okay.
Oh yeah, we got off track again.
I know. Well,
we do that.
Good, but
we fall off topic.
That's the fun of this.
I know it's late, but we can go through them pretty quickly.
That's
but first, I gotta show you mittens. So just so we have it.
Oh yes, mittens is the best.
There she
is cute.
That was earlier this week. So there's that's your little dose of mittens right there. Okay. So this, I don't know. These clouds just kind of like took my breath away for a second. Look at this.
It looks like the
look at that.
What, the mammatus?
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah, kind of, but.
Well, you don't know what these are? It's quite easy what they are.
Asteroids.
Bingo.
Asteroids.
It's the Dan asteroid and the asteroid. Salamander asteroid group underneath the bottom of Uri.
You guys, that's.
Look how big they are.
Unheard
now, remember,
of.
Atu has smaller mammatus clouds than that. These are big whoppers. These are asteroids.
Wow, Jesus is here, sort of.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, we are 8 hours now.
I mean it.
It's been a longer one. It's been great.
But these are asteroids. I knew that when I saw it, and I just kind of like
see the illumination. The bottom of the planet is the orange area. Look at the skyline at the horizon. That's the normal sky. Everything above that orange line is overhead, passing planet, and that bubbly illumination are large asteroids above Earth being shined and illuminated.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah, that's what this was. I just looked at the location on this in the US. So no, it's Australia. Sorry. This was Australia. So
that's great. That's amazing.
I've been laughing at I've been laughing at the analogy that they keep saying that, oh, there's an asteroid the size of a city. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm seeing shit the size of a state now.
Or the size of a planet.
No, it's like they'll be like, there's an asteroid the size of a refrigerator. I mean, it's like, are you serious? And there's just one asteroid the size of a refrigerator.
It's going to fly by 3.5 million miles away.
Right.
There's tons and tons of them.
The mini moon that's 33 feet long.
Oh, I came across. I'm sorry.
Seriously? Like, can you put it any closer in our face?
No, I came across somebody. I wish I had forwarded it to you, Rebecca. Somebody, I think it was on TikTok, who has like his own like measuring software. Right, and he said, first off, so you saw that too. The first off, it's not 33 meters. It's like 1.2 miles. And that it's been closer in its rotation to us than they're telling us. They.
And there's 4 others along with it.
And here's the charger, kiddo. I was using it for my phone. So I wish I'd saved that because I was like, bingo, yeah, there's half truths.
But again, like, think about that. They know the difference. So is this a data collection situation? I mean, think about it. I stay on that because they stay on that. This is the reason we're getting hacked. This is how our information's getting out everywhere. I've been hacked twice this year.
Oh man!
Wow.
Then I had a situation with my computer. I still can't even explain it.
May I recommend that you not download any military gear if somebody sends you anything from the military or from the Library of Congress. Do not download it. I had a thing today that hit me that it was attached to a certain person's email or post on Facebook, and my computer alerted me it was there. So I'm going to have to be paying attention to that person and not open anything from them. But if you get controversial in what you post and you're accurate, they will make you go bye-bye.
You get attacked from all over.
And ask Rebecca about that. I'm on my 15th computer.
I won't say what I said, but I will say that this computer situation happened after I posted something about the DNC. The very next day, I came in. Now tell me how your computer suddenly doesn't have a Bluetooth connection when you know it has a Bluetooth connection. How does it undo itself?
Because somebody went into the background while you were live on, and then they got while you were running your computer, and they just deleted your connection to it. So if you reload that app, you can go. Microsoft is real good about that. You can reload that app, or return your computer to factory a startup.
Well, that's what I was going to do, but the device is no longer even there or downloadable.
Or what you do is you backlog it about a month. That way you don't lose everything.
I did do that.
You go to the backup, because there's always backup. Go back about a month. And
like a system restore?
Yeah, right. System restore,
right. Right, I did do that. But I'm just saying.
And wow, these pictures.
This is not like irony. This is like something literally happened.
It was you knew it happened related to what you did. Yeah.
This is a discharge between the red asteroid and Atu's moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah,
I was looking at the left side.
Discharge videos are out now too. People aren't knowing what it is, but I've been seeing a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of people seeing a lot of stuff and they don't know what it is.
Yeah,
a lot of people are. Well, like you said, even on TikTok, there's a lot of people taking pictures of the sky now. And remember, even a few years ago, we would get computer warnings that said this picture may contain sky scenes, and we were like, okay, we know they're algorithming us because they're warning us.
Exactly.
And a lot of people lost their phones when they were talking to me, and a lot of people lost their tablets when they were talking to me, and so people blame me that I directly hacked them. No, it wasn't me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh God, I've gone through so many trolls you wouldn't believe. 14 years, Christoper.
Sure.
I can believe it.
Yeah, what is that? The lines.
It doesn't look like Nepicity.
Like
that.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sideways. Is that Atu?
Is it Yuri?
No.
And then there's this one.
That is a wave of something between, because it goes
like energy waves.
It could be a shock wave of an X-flare.
Wow.
Oh wow! That's just what came to me.
The planet is the dark blue area on the far left. And this is a wave that starts on one side of the sun and goes beyond the sun. And if it was a planet, the planet would be blocking in or cutting into the sun, although there is a cut in from the left, which is why the flaring is all on the right-hand side. But that wave is uniform and balanced. And so I would say incoming stellar wave.
Wow.
Is it from maybe one of the flares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it. We had a G9, or excuse me, an X9 and an X8. X8 was first, and then we had an X9 after that. And that's what did the thing. And if it's anywhere within the last 2 weeks, it's entirely possible. That's what this is. This could be waves of stellar material heading towards us.
Wow.
That was it. That was all of them.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing, though.
Is this? What about this one, Sam? This that.
Okay, look where the sun is coming from. Look where the sun is coming from. It's coming from behind us.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we know what causes a backlit crescent flare. Right? It's when the sun shines on one end of the planet, and on the far side, the light focals out at the center of the atmosphere, creating a backlit crescent flare, which is what we're looking at Earth is doing.
Wow. See the
That's
ring?
why you have an upside down ring.
There was a day like maybe a week or two ago where I saw the same thing. It comes out of the sun.
See the white dot in the center?
And and then you get the backlit crescent flares on either side. And
if you were holding
goes around the whole
if you were holding a globe of glass in your hand,
right,
and the sun was shining off from the left, and you were standing next to a wall with that glass globe, and you were standing next to a wall, and the flashlight was coming from the left, and the light went through and around the glass globe, you would have the central focal point at the other end of the orb, which is exactly what you're looking at. This is the opposite earthbound backlit crescent flare, seeing it from Earth out. That's why.
So it's a light bouncing reflection type thing?
Yeah, it's light through our atmosphere.
A refraction?
Inside our atmosphere and focaling out the backside.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you get the whole bubble action. Okay.
Right. The sphere. Light around a sphere.
Right.
Because there's things affecting the way the light moves or passes through things.
Inside of an atmosphere, it bounces because we have light in our atmosphere. We also have oxygen, and it bounces off all of those particles, and it gets illuminated inside the atmosphere. Atmospheric illumination occurs in planets with atmosphere. Even planets with very little atmosphere.
Okay.
And that's where we get the crescent illumination that's sort of rainbowy. Sometimes it's thick, sometimes it's thin if it's a really thin atmosphere, but we'll still see a rainbow crescent edge because that is the light reacting inside the atmosphere of the passing body.
Wow.
Yes, we are learning new planetary science never experienced by man before, and it is not like they tell you in Hollywood. This is Hofman physics. Dun, dun, dun. And I'm being silly. 8 hours, 11 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're making our own new physics. We really are. And it's simple, basic shit. People go, well, astrophysics and all that crap is so beyond me. It's beyond my education. No, it's not. Science is easy. You just stick to the basics.
I'm going to invite Neil deGrasse Tyson to the show.
Oh, God, that would be please do. He might have to turn me down.
He is the Western science king.
Oh, God. That man is the disinformation specialist 101.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the public puppet.
I don't dislike very many people, but he's one of the people that I really dislike.
A lot of people don't like him.
Yeah.
And I think that's
probably for reasons they don't even know, just a sense of him.
I bet you anything they don't fact check him either.
Well, he's sent.
Everybody hates him, so they don't bother disproving it.
Well, he even disproves himself.
Yeah.
Like
Can't
within
get better
weeks
than that.
of each other.
Bill Nye the Science. Hey, Christopher, did you look up who Beekman was?
No, I haven't had the time to yet.
You have not watched Beekman's World yet, sir.
No, I'm gonna.
Beekman's World. I love Beekman's World.
Maybe I've seen it before. We'll see. I just can't.
Rebecca, I'm
I
going to
can't
send you a
remember if I've seen it
picture.
or not.
Okay, Sam.
I'll send you 2 pictures if I can find the second one as well,
Christopher,
or even
you're
3.
in
We'll see. 'Cause I've got 3.
I know.
I've got 3 that I use regularly over the years. Oh,
It's like I don't know who it is either. It sounds vaguely familiar, but
Right.
I don't know.
It's familiar.
all right. There's one. And I'm going for number 2. Da 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 da. Diddy hum. Okay, then here's number 2. And while I'm at it, I'll look for number 3.
I definitely never saw this show.
Yeah, I recommend you look it up.
Okay.
When
Oh, it was great. It was a great show. I loved it.
What's the show again?
Was it?
Beekman's World.
Beekman's World.
Beekman's World. And there's number 3. And all you need is these 3 pictures, and it'll tell you the whole storyline right there. Beekman is a scientist. He's a crazy mad scientist with his female assistant and their friend, the lab rat. And then at the bottom is the 2 penguins in the Antarctica watching Beekman's World from Antarctica. And then I doctored the pictures.
Okay, almost got it.
There's 3 of
Did you
them.
say how long ago this was? Like what year?
This was the 80s, I think, or the 80s. Maybe the early
Really?
90s most, but I believe the 80s. God, that was like 3 lifetimes ago.
Hang on. What? Your Google Access. I just got this weird pop-up about cookies.
I like cookies.
Right.
I know. And then it errored. Okay. I'll be right back. I have to back out. What?
Oh, yeah, they went and got us because I said the R word.
It's been a while, though. I mean, I guess it might take them a while.
Yeah. Well, one time, I've been in Facebook jail quite a few times. One time I typed out the number that I had looked up, talking about the number of Jewish folks that died in World War II. And I spent 3 months in Facebook jail over that.
Well,
yeah,
good Lord.
That'll do it.
And it was the number that I had looked up. And because I gave out that number, I got slapped. And then I don't know how many times, count later. And then there's don't forget Gillian's hamster story. She posted a live video. It was a meme of a hamster running in a hamster wheel, but the hamster had nipples, 6 of them. And because she posted a hamster on a hamster wheel with 6 hamster nipples, she got blocked from YouTube from Facebook for a couple of months, and I got blocked from Facebook for 3 months because she posted on Montana Skywatcher 2 a hamster video, and they called it
What?
lewd and lewd postings, and they literally, and there was no There was no arguing with it. And this is why we always say as a joke, and no hamsters were harmed in the making of this video. Because she posts, and this is Beekman. And if you want to go up to the, Nibiru has been here for over 10 years.
Awesome. I think I remember this.
And this is his female office assistant. And then the lab rat guy, and he's,
oh, yeah, okay.
Cigars.
Something looks familiar.
Hmm.
And then they did these background commercials in the middle of their show. And these are the two penguins talking about, I think Beekman's right today, or whatever their joke was. And I said, told you we should have listened to Montana Skywatcher.
Cute. Beekman's World.
Beekman's World.
Great
Great series. Yeah. And he actually teaches science. Better than Bill Nye ever dreamt of. I loved it. It was a great show. And I don't think he ever got credit for that. I mean, the actors were awesome. I loved their side bits. It was humorous. It was quirky.
They never got the recognition they deserved.
It was, in the era of Mork and Mindy and all of that. And it should have been right up there with them. Of course, Mork and Mindy was earlier, but, Robin Williams. And I mean, these guys were funny. It was a great show. They were funny.
For 4 seasons. They were on for 4 seasons. Yeah.
I would love to get a copy of their material. Probably be nostalgic as hell, Of course, I grew up watching Captain Kangaroo, so which was before Sesame Street.
Night Thunder.
And don't forget Mr. Green Jeans and Mr. Moose. And I occasionally,
that's classic. Green Jeans, Captain Kangaroo. Oh my gosh,
Captain Kangaroo and Mr. Green Jeans. And I always look forward when Mr. Moose would start talking because it was goofy, I guess. I don't know, but I was always the part I waited for when after they started their monologue and then went through part of the video, then they would get to Mr. Moose, and I was always, or maybe the Montana thing. I don't know. Anyway.
Mr. Moose.
Voice. Classic.
Yeah, I was, a very small child, so. And we only had 2 channels, so.
Right.
Up here in
2,
Montana.
wow. I was going to say, that's not very many. We had 4.
And they got a TV down at the general store. I'm joking, that and a telephone wire. One of them things.
Some aluminum foil to put on the ends of the antennas.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember our first, I remember JFK's funeral, so
Yeah.
Dang it, I'm out of
Hey,
coffee.
everybody. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. My little one, she's got a friend over for tonight, and I've enjoyed being on for a long-running one. And again, it was nice to meet you, Brandon. Hope to see you on here again, and nice to put a face to a name.
When I'm talking about
no, I was about to start talking about things totally irrelevant, like how much I love Mr. Rogers. So, I'm going to throw that one in there.
I have taken a swan dive completely off the topic and gone into
it's easy to do. All right, I love you guys. Have a good. I'm going to be watching until y'all all sign off. Anyway, I'll be in the comments. But thanks so much for having me.
Okay, see you soon. Bye bye.
Good night.
Now we can talk about a hee-haw.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hee-haw may have been the first show where they were dressing a little inappropriate.
Yeah, they were definitely bending the
Hee-haw
rules
and
on
Benny
the
Hill.
Yeah, they bent the rules on the Nelson ratings for sure, and the sponsors, and oh Lord, they definitely bent the rules on the ladies' apparel in hee-haw.
Yeah,
and
because I was too young to have been thinking about that, but I was.
Right. Well, adult level is for adults, and children miss the rest. And there is a little bit that we should. I mean, my God, look at the games that the kids are playing now. That's scary. They know stuff that just blows me away that they were explode. I mean, my God, my 5-year-old and 6-year-old come to me, and they're all worried about the zombie apocalypse.
Oh.
So, and here they had learned that on children's television, and I was just in awe that they had even heard about that. And, here I'm doing, Montana Skywatcher all those years ago, and they're little. And they had a videotapes and DVD player, and they watched all this stuff and got stuff. I was just like, whoa. You try to filter your kids as they grow up, but if they're learning about the zombie apocalypse, holy crap, what movie did you see? That kind of thing. It was spooky. So you have to, and that too has definitely shaped our culture. I mean, we all know in our mind immediately the moment we think of the zombie apocalypse, one of 18 movies that we've seen, and including some really brutal ones where they were actually enjoying destroying the zombies. What was that one that was on TV for years? The Undead, or Night of
the Living Dead.
Yeah, that was pretty spooky way back when, and that's what started all of that. And that was, it starts out, a comet comes in, and there's a couple of people that are in protective buildings, and the rest of the Earth population gets rained on by this cosmic crud that turns them into undead walkers everywhere. And off it went into a whole new genre of horror for many years to come, including Army Z and all of that other stuff with zombie apocalypse. And wow.
My brother and I were talking about the other day how when we first started watching television, all the movies back then had reptilians in them. Remember that?
Yeah, well, they were getting us ready to fear the shape-shifting reptilian race.
But somehow suddenly they disappeared back to the background.
Right.
Right around,
that was a break. That was a break in the treaty. That was a break in the treaty, and we were collaring some people above us that had a little more power than those who are actually we think are in charge. And I bet you that got to one of the races, and they were going, "You can't do that." And went, "Okay, we'll quit that."
There in a lot of movies.
And look how many, everybody talks about the Greys, and nobody realizes that the Greys actually work for other people. And yes, there are groups of them, and I will warn anyone, if you ever see a Grey in the forest, do not shoot at them unless they shoot at you first. Because if there is a Grey or two in front of you, you have 7 behind you. And they travel like velociraptors or wolves. They travel in packs. And the Greys are very difficult to supervise unless their supervisor of a higher race is immediately around them. So do not piss off a Grey. You will regret it.
Dang.
You treat them with respect, or they won't treat you with respect in return. And
so how many species are there out there?
Oh, billions. Billions with a B.
With a B.
Do you know how many galaxies there are out there? Do you know how many hundreds and thousands of races in each galaxy?
Wow.
Yeah, there's billions of galaxies. And we can't even see them because we're looking back in time. The only way that we can see is something that put off light 1 billion years ago. If it's 9 light years away, that means it took 9 years for that light to get here. If it's 150 light years away, the light took 150 years to get here. So every time we see anything, it's in the past. We don't even, the only way we find planets out there is when one goes in front of the sun to see the shadow, unless we see the side illumination or a side crescenting of it. And only if you're looking for it would you see it. There is so much out there that we don't even know about. And what I had an epiphany the other day. It was really freaking cool. I was thinking back on the video, the Tiny Little Earth, where Carl Sagan is going Tiny Little Earth, and they're showing that shaft of light on planet Earth. And then we talk about how the close passing planets will pull ionized light from Earth to the larger planets above us, where we've got hundreds of pictures of that going on. It's the superhighway. I talk about this all the time. In thread connection, that electrical link where the bigger body will draw off the smaller body. And if you think about it, that picture from Carl Sagan, where that light shaft is shining directly on planet Earth, is an exact example of illuminated thread connection. We have a picture of it, and we didn't even realize the magnitude of that. And I'm not sure today, frankly, the modern day scientists and physicists understand electrical thread connection. Because there is a thread between us and our star, and we always stay in place with that thread in our placement in atomic structure, which is the electrical universe, which is the chemistry, astrochemistry, and instead of same building blocks in subatomic chemistry as in astrochemistry. We're a building block system of atoms. And even our solar systems are atoms and compounds. We're not free gravity willy-nilly. We are a compound. We are a living structure of chemistry equation floating in space. And our stars are atoms. And that's how I wrote my
your periodic table incorrect, right?
No, meaning that all of those spaces and holes that are empty have not been discovered by man.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because they're all there. The mathematical equation in chemistry is very simple. Protons, neutrons, you move one to here, move them to there, and then you get this. You move a couple of protons here and a couple of neutrons to this shell structure, and that bumps that other one over to here because the count is too high in the second ring, so we've got to go to the third ring, and then you've got X, this compound. So many positive charged protons, so many negative charged neutrons, you get this. Water has a positive charge to it, H2O. And that is what is unbelievably unique about water in our universe. And yet it's a combination between oxygen and hydrogen, which is we have oxygen on Earth and we have hydrogen in space. And when the bodies discharge between the two of them, that electric superhighway accelerates the ions. They smack into each other and they turn into water, which is where all of Earth water came from. Space. And it's an electrical occurrence, and the superhighway, the thread connection, the electrical superhighway, and all this interaction between the passing planets and everything is all a natural process within the norm, which is why our solar system has been in existence for 4.6 or whatever billion years in a stable process of cooling, rather than what they would say paradoxical and destructive, and instead of flowing at a thing where we are stable and non-destructive, non-paradoxical, or pretty stable. I mean, I imagine there is, a degradation to the overall equation, but we are generically stable, which is why every so many thousand years, the same thing happens over and over and over again, and why we're still living here, and why they live on civilizations that are millions of years old. Because they're, or hundreds of thousands, or if, however old they are, but they're stable civilizations that are older than us because they're non-paradoxical. They don't get destroyed. Their technology saves them. They have knowledges above us and how to live and exist without a paradoxical scenario to end their civilization.
Wow.
And there are many races above them, and races above them, and races that have been around for 1 billion years longer than the ones before them. And they're higher and different technology, different knowledge of the universe. And it's all out there. We were stuck together in a petri dish, and that's without a doubt, because the universe or the cosmos does not leave a broken chromosome.
Wow.
It's not in nature to do so. So we're clones, and in Star Wars, the movie, Here, you got this guy introducing a war about two robots and this Luke Skywalker guy that's going to try and find the Force and break free of the system. And who's running around fighting? A whole bunch of clones. You think creatures, people that were created only for war. And we were created as self-replicating biotools. Commodity to be sold just like they were. The Clone Wars, which is where the origins of the Star Wars drama series was, that's why it starts at chapter 5 or whatever, or chapter 8 or wherever it starts. It's been so long since I memorized that. But anyway, there's so much more to the reality is we were placed here and God did not make us. We are biotools. We're a commodity. We're owned. We're a herd. Just like a whole bunch of black Anguses or a whole bunch of spotty brown and white cows with big horns or whatever. And they come down and check on us regular and yank hair out of our heads and test our blood and look at shit between our toes and, just like we do with wolves. We come in with a helicopter. We shoot them in the ass with a dart. We come down, we throw a net over them, sample the hair between their toes, and take some blood and look at their teeth and, check their babies if they're running around just like they do us. And humans do have an off switch, and they come in, they land over the top of your house, they hover, they turn the neighborhood off, then they land their ship. The little Gary guys jump off, they go into whatever house they want, run around for an hour or two, and then put you back sometimes, not always. And then they leave, and then 15 minutes to a half hour after they hit your off switch back on, you wake up and your brain reprocesses and comes back to mostly normal. And this is where you have the missing time periods and all that, and the nausea and the headache and the feeling of dread, but you don't know why, because something happened, but you don't know why. That's why abduction syndrome can be, it's difficult to tolerate if you don't know. And it's also a violation. And you feel very, very violated. Or idiots like me who sit up on the table and go, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" Which they minutely freaked out over, and they took me aside and handcuffed me and put me at the outside of the door. And then after that, the Pleiadian took us outside and had a big long talk with me for about an hour and a half, and told me all the shit that I would do. And we looked you up, and that blew me away for years. How did you look me up? Well, we're from the future, and you did this in the past. And then the guy tells me all this shit, and a huge portion of it hadn't occurred yet, which it did now. And oh my God, was he spooky, right? And he told me about my daughters before I ever had my daughters. I knew they were coming. Yeah, and here they are. And he told me about my relationships, which got to the point where I said, I don't want to know anymore. I got the betrayals included. This one's going to be nice to you, and this one's going to be a super mega bitch. So get ready.
They even got the Pleiadians even got problems.
Yeah. They're telling me these facts, and I'm going, "Oh God, shut up! Please don't tell me anymore." And I got to the point where I was like weighing that almighty, fate thing. Like, do I really? Will I? I'll break the time-space continuum if you tell me anymore. That kind of thing. And it's all Back to the Future and shit like that. And here it is, 30 some years later, and I'm doing that wondrous thing that only I could do. And I didn't believe it at the time. I argued with him, and I've told everybody repeatedly, like, don't argue with an extraterrestrial. It isn't wise. Yeah, I'm chuckling over the fact that here, I'm standing here talking to a higher supreme being, and I'm arguing with him. It was hilarious and not funny. And I wish to God I'd had a notebook. I mean, like, God, he threw so much at me. He's like, I'm trying to memorize all this shit. Slow down, And then after a while, it got uncomfortable. Finding out information that was a rug ripped out from underneath my feet.
Wow.
And it was uncomfortable, and I finally had to stop him from telling me anymore. And then I got a tour of the ship and all of that. So, and this is, of course, on all my other shows. We've talked about that. We got to get to 8 hours, 37 minutes before I'm groggy enough I tell the whole truth without any
holding back. Oh yeah, did you hear what he said on that show? Okay, yeah, that guy's really crazy. He's batshit crazy, man. Yeah, and well, you try going through what I've gone through over the last 44 years of knowing that all this crap was coming. By God, it's here. And I mean, how do you tell people? I've known about this for 44 years, and like, well, you should have found a better way to tell people. Really? Would you care to describe how?
No.
Right.
It's crazy.
Okay, I'm stalling out.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, it is true, and it happened.
I know. It's like, where do you start with such a big, it's like such a big piece of information, huge. And it's so unbelievable. So,
yeah, it is unbelievable. And if somebody told me this story, I wouldn't believe them.
Right.
But I've spent the last decade drawing ahead of time, accurately. And that is my proof. And that is the one thing that I just chuckle over, because I do this ahead of time. And time after time after time, I'm accurate.
Completely.
Which can't even be explained, but that's just not enough.
Right?
Not enough.
Why, thank you, sir. Not enough. Well, we do have a couple 100,000 pictures to go along with those drawings. So, and and going back many, many years, and like the early year captures of Atu and the early years captures of Yuri and the early year, I still love that one tiny one of little tiny Nepesity when she was first coming in, and she's this little green little, size of a golf ball, and it's just cute as shit. And then little did we know she was going to be such a terror. And oh my God, Nepesity has been a terror. And I still think Atu's my favorite planet because Atu's moon, and the really cool sightings we had, just a few years ago. And I miss that. I do miss it. And that's what always makes me nostalgic for Jesus's video, because in New Mexico, he got such a goddamn good close capture of Atu's moon going right over the top of his head in New Mexico. Oh my God. And I actually missed those days because the planets were and it was so cool what we went through. And of course, we're going to go through it again because now that they're exiting and being illuminated differently, we get to actually see them facially after they go by. And I direly look forward to that. It should be awesome. The best is yet to come.
Cool.
And like that, those pictures you sent me from last week's show, that red, that facial illumination of very large Isatum, red Isatum. Oh my God, what a photograph that is! And then of course tonight's base cloud picture of flame-like facial white clouded Isatum's yellow moon. That's just unbelievable. That's going to go down in history. That's going to be a really good capture. And we'll, let's keep our eyes out. Maybe there are a few more out there this week that we can catalog and save copies of. And Christoper, go ahead and do whatever you want with that into a short, and even throw in your dialogue or a vocal, a verbal.
Right.
And we, the only thing we can do is try to make better films every week and share the information. And it's always, right now we strangers in new territories, so it's always going to be cool every week. And and then of course we'll come back next week and do it again.
Yep.
And you guys all look tired.
No telling. Well,
the only one that really has his eyes open is Christoper. So we should get ready to go play Star Wars. Wrap it up. 8 minutes 40 or 8 hours 42. That's plenty.
I can't believe you went that long.
That's pretty good.
No, I can't believe I can still
This
talk.
might be
feel like it. I don't know.
Like our third longest. I haven't checked, but I know the longest is like 10 hours? Isn't it 10?
Yeah.
And then I know there's a 9 or a couple of 9 somethings.
Those guys are really out of their mind. Those guys must be
longest.
It's crazy to talk for 10 hours. What's wrong with them?
Hey.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
It's
Oh, yeah, it is.
10 hours.
It is. You know, when you
Yeah.
do 14 years worth of research, 10 hours is nothing.
Right, and then
Yeah.
on top of what we're talking about for updates for the week, it's just
Well, I was just thinking before I came on, I'm like, how do I break down what I've been through and it doesn't take the whole 8 hours, you know?
right. You did great.
So
Yeah, where do you start with
Yeah,
your
I'm-
story? You know, memoirs are hard to start on page one. They really
well,
are.
it's the first time I've even like told my story from the beginning like that. I've never.
Well, you're gonna pay now. All your you know, all your crew is gonna come after you. I'm teasing, but you know, like, well, man, you said that on live television. How dare you? You know, or remember you said that?
They already know I'm crazy.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
I've always been crazy. It's nothing new. Like
Yeah, I like I said at the beginning of the show, it's like I don't have many visitors anymore. It's kind of nice actually. You don't have to
Well,
tolerate
yeah.
somebody showing up at 2:00 in the morning wanting to crash on your couch.
Yeah. Well, I moved, so that didn't happen anymore.
Yeah, there you go. Dude, I got a 6-pack. Let's party. No way, man. I got kids. You know, all that. I stopped doing all of that crazy stuff once I had my children in the house. It was like, nope, we don't live like that. Thank you. Bye. You know, and I used to bartend. You know, I'm not paying for that shit, man. If it's free,
Right.
you bet. But if I have to buy it, no, thank you. Besides, they raised the price of a single beer. It was insane. It used to be, you know, you get a beer for $1, you know, or 50 cents for a draft. And it's like now they want $5. Like, are you out of your mind?
No, that's not.
I quit drinking probably about 14 years ago.
Yeah, me too. I quit just after 2001ish, and just decided that and I teetotal every once in a while, but I mean, and I can still drink an Irishman under the table, but at the same time, I'm also a lightweight in comparison. Yeah, I mean, at one point, and when you bartend, and you can still count money, back in the old days, we used to put a lot of that, you know, in the Jägermeister days. Oh my God.
The old Jaeger
Yeah.
bombs.
Yeah, I used to buy a case of Jaeger for the crew every month, an entire case, and we would share it on Friday nights. Everybody gets some free Jaeger after the end of the shift, and I was a bar manager of a hip hop nightclub, so
Oh, fun. Okay.
yeah, and I absolutely, when I first started listening, when I got the job, I hated hip hop. I'm a hard rock fan. Robert Plant, Led Zeppelin. But no, I ended up liking a lot of hip hop. So when it got to the rap era, that's when I sort of stopped liking it as much. But anyway,
After
I know
it got
my hip-
hijacked by corporate.
right. I know my hip hop. Yeah. Lots of, and we had some great bands. I got to meet, I had Toad the Wet Sprocket even, stayed in my apartment for like a week. And we had the Seattle sound go through our club. And we had Muda Baruka, if you know who that is. That's a Jamaican reggae band. And they're directly from, like the Dominican. I don't know exactly where they're from, but they're definitely a Dominican-based band that we flew in. The limo and all of that crazy. Yeah, we had some great groups in our club. Top of the line. Three Dog Night, you name it. I could keep going on and on and on. But anyway, and then I used to do radio shows for radio commercials for the nightclub, and I worked FM radio for a very short period of time until I got in trouble for reading the wrong news. Straight off the television instead of having it approved by the station, station manager. Like, why not? It's news. Well, you can't do that. I was like, why? Because it has to be approved. I was like, why?
Yeah.
It's the weather, man.
Yeah.
You can't read it. You can't read it unless it's approved. And I read the weather. Anyway, so that was a little,
Yeah, when you start to find out how music really works, man, it's disturbing.
Yeah. Oh, money and ASCAP and
Yeah.
all of that. Yeah.
Oh man, it's so disturbing.
Have you ever got to meet any of those ASCAP people that come in and they look like they're direct mafia and they've got the 45 on their hip and they're going, you owe us, 3 years worth of ASCAP dues.
And and I need to see your manager, and like, oh no, it's the mafia.
It's horrible. I've been with BMI and ASCAP since I think I was probably about 12 or 13.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all very mobbish.
It's spooky how that whole thing is together, and you're I'm playing Italian music, and I bought this album in Italy. Oh, you still owe ASCAP? Like, no, it's Italian. ASCAP is for American, or ASCAP, AS, American,
And the bad part about it is there's no classes to go sit down. There's no degrees to go get.
No, you get schooled via the guy in the suit with the gun.
Yes, wow. Exactly.
Yeah, I got schooled one night by this big gentleman in Cleveland on the back of the bus, and we were having too much fun. And anyway. The guy in the suit with the gun, I was like, okay, yeah, you're right, sir. Thank you for educating me. Have a nice evening.
It's always some of those around.
Yeah, I've run into a couple of them in my time, but yeah.
You see the Nephilim and everything at the time. I didn't know that's what
I've been
I
a hippie. I've been a hippie all my life, and I've been, for the most part, left alone, with minor exceptions where I've had my ass kicked a few times at the wrong place at the wrong time. But anyway.
Happens.
Oh yeah, well, you got to go through the school of hard knocks, otherwise you don't, otherwise you don't become a bar manager. I was a bouncer for a while. I used to run mountains, and I used to be Superman, and I bounced a few bars and easily got the job, no problem. And I learned, I was a good bouncer. I wasn't a mean bouncer, but I watched Roadhouse a few times in awe and amazement, and went, "Thank you, that's not me." But I've worked in a few roadhouses, and this is really completely way off topic, but I was one time, well, actually a couple of times, but one time I was in a fight in the bar where there was like 75 guys kicking the living shit out of each other, and it was two separate factions that went after each other. One was the football team, and then another one was an out-of-town wrestling country team against the local liberal football team and all the bouncers in the nightclub. And these 75 guys were kicking the crap out of each other, and there was shirt pieces flying everywhere, and there was blood flying everywhere, and tables and chairs. It was one of those wild west fights. And I was actually in one of those once, and it was spectacular. It was glorious.
Right?
Yeah, well, I've had, I'm back there either bartending or bouncing at the time, or both. And I've had a couple of drinks, and these guys, I had a couple of these wrestler guys, one after another, just walk up to me, just nail me across the jaw. And I stood there and looked at him and went, oh, okay, my turn.
Did you ever get to crack a
no, I would never hit anybody with a bottle. You could kill them, and depressed skull fracture is not. You use a good hit, you nail them in the corner of the jaw, and then they go to sleep.
Okay.
And yeah. Or you grab them by their thumb, and then you lean it over to the left, and then you drop it down to the right, really fast, and they do this real big flip in front of you. It's fun.
Sure.
I was at that time. I was doing a lot of biking, a lot of extra. I was doing 2 aerobics classes a day, running Mount Sentinel, riding 40 miles on my mountain bike. So I was in shape. And I was bouncing that night, and then I saw two big groups, 30 guys each, plus about 10 or 12 or 15 bouncers, all in the coolest fight that I've ever seen in my life. And I was in the middle of it, and it was like, and my nose was partially fractured in my jaw, and chipped a tooth and all of that. But it was, and I'm not a fighter, at all. I'll talk my way out of it. You win, I lose, no problem. Have a nice day. I'm totally nonviolent, but that one was an awesome fight.
and you only get maybe one of them in your life. And it was one of those Wild West brawls, and it was great. And I look back on it fondly now. Maybe at the time I didn't think as much, but now I do. And I've completely dove off topic, and I do apologize. But here, let me tell you about when I was a young kid. Stay off my lawn, all that crazy shit. And I feel a little rambly sometimes, but yeah, a little. I like to give little background stories about me sometimes to people who maybe want to know me better And oh, by the way, if you don't want to know me better, you can also type that in on YouTube and say, "Sam, shut up." Well, my family used to say it to me all the time. Sam, shut up. That was number one. Anyway,
my family would say, "Oh Lord, Brand's on some New World Order shit again."
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
No, it's my family.
An easy one. That's an easy chalk up to write you off. Once you start talking New World Order, yeah.
Right.
It's a general accepted. Nobody wants that.
Nowadays, they're kind of seeing what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, although there is a point to the New World Order, although it's not a good one generically, but we do have to, as a human race, we do have to come together in a unified realization that, and I've often thought that finding that there was an exterior issue might actually unite us. And let's hope that that's the case.
Yeah.
Let's hope it's not after it's too late for climate change. Let's hope that we this year realize that all of those folks that are losing their houses around the world to floods and all the people that are dying all over the place from that and from starvation and from heat and all of that, I hope we all get together and realize that we're going to have to take care of a lot of folks. Let's talk about all those poor people on the Syrian border between Syria and Turkey right now. Let's hope that they end up getting released out of their camp because they're stuck there. Let's hope that civil war up there in Syria ends because there's a couple million people, and they're not even talked about anymore. And let's talk about what the Yemenis, not the ones that are involved in the war, but the civilians that live in Yemen right now are direly suffering. And let's talk about the Lebanese or the Palestinians who are not involved in the war and who are just civilians, and they're getting bombed right now. We have to stop this. We have to unite. We have to stop blowing the crap out of what they call collateral damage and realize that these are people. We can't do this anymore. It's time. There's other things outside. There's a fleet of ships parked over our heads. Stop killing each other. Anyway, I'm setting up. Sam, shut up.
I could listen to you all night, Sam.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I'm not a mumbling idiot, and I feel like it from time to time. And I took a decade to get here, and Carol Ann, week 3, Christoper will be doing all of the presidential profiles in the shadow. Okay. Carol Ann said that I've changed over time. I don't know how I've changed, Carol Ann. I hope it's been for the better. I think I lost part of our conversation because how tired I was. But anyway, I hope everybody. Why don't you throw up the donation log there?
I can do that.
People would mail Rebecca or myself or both of us a $5 bill if you've enjoyed this show. We do run on donations. We need them. I have a fundraiser coming for the Christmas season for the girls. So you can write me at P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847 if you wish to make an early donation for Christmas. Because we ask, around Halloween we start because it takes a long time to collect enough to actually do anything with it. Because not everybody donates. And we don't get rich off this. So don't think that everybody else is going to do it. Please take the initiative and do donate. And Rebecca has things she has to pay for every month. And so, most of the time you should regularly give her money first. I'll get by, but we are collecting for Christmas as well. So.
Thank you, Carolyn. Again, thank
And
you.
I got to remember we are also trying to raise money for Christoper so he can get a laptop. So you can mail me a letter, or you can mail Rebecca a letter, or
I'm gonna
the PayPal or the Venmo or the Cash App, and suggest.
right. I'm gonna be in touch with Christopher to talk about how we're gonna do that. So
Right. So
yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday.
Money always goes where it's supposed to.
Yeah.
So, and we've never
That's
had any
right.
real issues with money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol Ann.
All right.
So, after, wow, God, look at this. We almost just blew through another hour. How I can talk. God, man. How did I blow through another hour with talking about
talent?
nonsense?
That's your hidden talent. That's your
Okay.
hidden
Hi,
talent,
welcome
Sam.
to another,
You can
another
talk
edition.
forever.
Yeah, I think I can.
It's the man that can talk, day and night, nonstop.
Yeah, I could probably. Oh, hey, let's talk about transcendental. Yeah,
Yeah.
We'll be here for
astral
another
Next.
10 hours if we do that.
Yeah,
I'm
transcendental
talking
astral projection.
Oh,
Oh man.
How I
It's been
spend
fun.
my. Do you guys remember Sister Mary Elephant from Cheech and Chong? How I spent my summer vacation?
No.
Oh, God. Okay,
I do not.
before you guys
No.
there. Another one for you to look up: Cheech and Chong, Sister Mary Elephant. Look it up.
How do I remember that?
Oh, it's a classic. God, it's a classic. It's what I did. It's what I put up with for the first 6 years at Montana Skywatcher 1. Class, wake up. It's worth playing, along with Monty Python. Anyway, shut up, Sam. Let everybody go to sleep now, Sam. Go play Star Wars, Sam.
Star Wars time, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Star Wars.
Boy, it's already midnight. I can't believe that.
Oh.
And we're taking up to
Wow,
hour
alright.
9.
And
It's been real.
Tracy, it's 6 in the
Yeah, it's
morning.
been
Yes,
great.
it has been. Thank you.
Thank you for
Biko.
being here.
I am
Yeah.
so glad you
Thank you guys
joined
for
us.
having me.
I know. Well, I'll definitely do this again.
Yes.
Come back again
sure.
and visit with us.
Yes.
And when you get some good stuff and you want to talk about. Or if you
Definitely.
see some things, take some notes and say, God, guys, I saw this.
Right.
And do a report.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Glad to have you.
very
Thank
good.
you so much for having me.
Are you on Facebook, or you just don't do Facebook, or?
I don't do Facebook.
Nice,
I
man.
got off Facebook probably 10 years ago
Yeah.
because I realized that I wasn't the only one logging into my account.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And you all can check
Well,
this.
you know how to get a hold of us, so
There's like
anytime
4 or
you wanna
5
share-
people logging into your Facebook
Oh.
account every day.
Right.
Yeah, there are
yeah.
other people viewing what we do. And this is why I've said before, I don't for a second believe that I am ever alone, and I do not automatically assume that the wrong people are listening or the right people are listening. They're both listening. And so it's expected. And so we behave ourselves, and then we'll see you again next week. Same
I'm not on
time, same
Facebook.
bat channel.
All right,
I am
everybody.
on TikTok, and
Yeah.
I've got a couple music pages, but I don't really do a lot of internet.
No worries.
Okay.
Do what you feel brave enough to do.
Right.
Anyway, I'm going, guys.
All
All
right,
right,
everybody.
thank you all.
Okay,
See you guys
Sam.
soon.
Thanks,
All right,
everybody,
thank
for
you.
coming
Yep.
on
All
the
right,
show,
good.
and we'll see you next week.
We'll see you all next
All right.
Saturday.
Bye.
Okay, bye
Night.
everybody. Bye
Good night,
bye.
Rebecca.
Good night, Chris. Bye. Bye, Biko.
See you guys.
Mhm.